Presenting MAGI Odyssey, an urban fantasy epic adventure, Book 5 in the MAGI Saga series. Written by Andrew Dobell. Narrated by Vicky Ring. Chapter 1. Crossroads in Time, 750 A.D. The blinding flash of light faded. Amanda blinked away the afterglow as her vision slowly returned, and she realized she was standing somewhere else entirely. The Atoll and the Weaver who'd been talking to her were gone, replaced by the calm pitter-patter of rain on leaves. There were trees everywhere she looked, and it was pouring with rain that dripped through the forest canopy above. The air was cold, but Amanda didn't really feel it. Her magic had returned to her and kept her body at a constant, comfortable temperature. Had that been real? Had a weaver actually spoken to her and sent her back in time? She concentrated for a moment, and her magical senses knew immediately where she was and the current date. She was in Scotland, 1,266 years in the past. It was the year 750 in the Common Era calendar. So, it was true. She had just traveled through time. For a moment, all she could do was stand in the rain and blink at the reality that was slowly dawning on her. This should be impossible. Everything she'd learned during her time as a magus so far said that time travel to the past was basically a death sentence, and yet, the very same executioners who stopped others from doing it had sent her back. It was a crazy thought. As she remained still, she heard the sound of people shouting in the distance and the noises of what could only be fighting. Shaking her head to lift her thoughts from the fog of disbelief that filled her mind, Amanda started to make her way through the forest. Walking over the uneven ground, she stepped over roots, around trees, and through bushes, until she found herself at the top of a rise. Looking down, there was an open area below with a road cutting through it, filled with people. She could make out two opposing forces, and if she had to guess, it looked like a caravan and its guards had been ambushed. People were running in all directions, swinging swords and other weapons. The attackers were dressed in browns and greens, with leathers and other bits of armor. The defending group were dressed in black armor and were mainly on horseback. But what caught her eye the most was that the group in black had a scion on their side, and it was one she recognized. Horlak, the enormous black-furred werewolf, was smashing through the attackers like they were nothing, his wicked claws ripping through them, spraying gore everywhere. There were magi on the attacking team, but Amanda could tell from the level of magic they were using that they were unlikely to kill Horlak. They might manage to injure him, though. Whatever the outcome of this battle, she knew only one thing: that she could not interfere. In fact, she was here to do the opposite. She had to stop the Inquisition from meddling in history. She had to keep them away from this fight. Realizing it would be prudent to keep a low profile, she pulled her magic in and dampened it as much as she could, while still holding her defenses in place. Suddenly, a rush and flare of temporal energy flashed into existence a short distance away through the trees. A glowing blue bubble of essentia expanded from nothing into a crackling 8-foot sphere that floated a few inches above the ground. It was a portal from the time device. She moved to get a better view from behind a tree, wondering if this was when the Inquisition appeared. As she watched, one edge of it fluoresced like fire, and a man stepped out. He landed on the ground and shook his head, looking around. He seemed quite nervous as Amanda peered at him from a distance, and as he turned, she suddenly recognized him. She ducked back to stay hidden as she continued to watch. It was Mr. Black, her father, but he was younger, perhaps in his 20s maybe. As she watched, he heard the sound of the battle and set off through the trees to a vantage point above the fight. He looked down, apparently gaining a sense of urgency as he pulled a roll of old parchment from a bag he had slung over his shoulder and unraveled it. Amanda pressed her lips together and nodded to herself. This was the Lazarus Scroll. As she watched, he held the scroll up before him and started to read it aloud. A green mist rose up around him and after a moment started to roll down the hill, gathering speed as it went. Within seconds, it had enveloped the fight below, eliciting scared screams from the figures in the mist. A second flare of powerful temporal energy from somewhere behind her registered in her etheric senses. Amanda turned and jogged through the trees to get a better look. She spotted a second bubble, identical to the one that Mr. Black had stepped through, a short distance away, hovering just above the ground like the first. Pausing, Amanda looked around for anything else in the area of interest, but saw only trees. Looking back at the bubble, she saw 4 figures drop from the glowing ball of magical energy. They were merely silhouettes backlit as they were by the glow of the time bubble, but Amanda had seen Crusaders of the Inquisition often enough to recognize them. One of them drew a sword, but the others were all carrying high-powered rifles. Amanda took a breath, shunted more essentia into her aegis and extremities before she ran through the trees towards the figures. She didn't want to kill them. She only wanted to send them running back through the portal and complete the mission she was here to do. Sprinting to the top of a rise, Amanda leapt forward through the trees, her enhanced strength and a little magical push propelling her over 10 meters to land just in front of a group of Crusaders. She stood up slowly. "Hello there," she said in a cheery tone. The one with the sword took a step back and pointed at her. "Is there her? Fire!" he bellowed. The other 3 Crusaders aimed for Amanda and squeezed the triggers of their high-powered submachine guns. The suppressed weapons spat essentia-infused lead at Amanda in 3 streams of metallic death. Amanda's aegis flared as the rounds hit, but they didn't break through. With her mind already split into several parts, allowing her to use several magical effects at once, Amanda telekinetically grabbed the guns. She pulled them from the hands of the Crusaders and smashed them together, rolling them up into a ball as if they were foil from a candy bar, before throwing it through the portal behind them. Now come on, let's be fighting fair, shall we?" Amanda said with mirth in her voice, as the one with the sword lunged at her. Amanda ducked and spun away, her skirt flaring as she moved, before she brought her foot around to kick the man's face, knocking him to the ground. Continuing her spin, she brought her elbow up into the sternum of the next man and then lashed out with another kick, quicker than the Crusaders could react. The 3rd Crusader took Amanda's boot to her face and staggered to the ground. Turning, the 4th Crusader lashed out with a dagger he'd pulled from his webbing. Amanda slapped it sideways and followed up with a solid punch to his face, feeling his nose crack beneath her fist like an egg. The man fell to his knees and howled in pain. Amanda looked up at the first man with the sword who was pulling himself up to stand again, despite the obvious pain he was in. "You think you can stop us?" he asked. "I do," Amanda answered confidently. "Don't worry. You had a good crack at it, to be sure. But no, you're not going to be complete in your mission." "Don't be so sure!" The man screamed as he ran at Amanda with his sword. It was so predictable. Amanda almost laughed. Stepping sideways, Amanda kicked his foot out from beneath him and sent him staggering towards the time bubble. With a moment's thought, she pulled on the threads of Essentia and gave the man a little magical push, sending him flailing back into the bubble, where he disappeared. Backing up slightly to make sure she could see everyone, she looked over the remaining 3 crusaders, who were all getting back on their feet, looking bruised and battered. "The choice is yours. Either get back into that portal yourselves, or I'll put you back through it myself. You have 3 seconds. She was not in the mood to give them much leeway. All 3 of the remaining crusaders glanced at each other and then moved as one back into the bubble. Amanda smiled, but waited as they disappeared through the portal. That hadn't been as tough as she'd feared, but it might not be the end of it. So she moved over to a tree and placed her shoulder against it, crossing her arms against the cold and wet. Moments later, with no warning or fanfare, the bubble flickered and wobbled and then dissipated, its energy fading from view and leaving nothing behind. Amanda raised her eyebrows. She wasn't sure what she was expecting, but she was surprised that the Inquisitors had just given up. "Well, that's that then," she muttered to herself and looked around. She could still see the glow from the other portal a short distance away, and the green mist from the magic of the Lazarus Scroll, so she headed in that direction. As she went, the green light faded to nothing, and when the portal came fully into view, she spotted Mr. Black stepping back into it. Moments later, the bubble shrank back to a pinpoint of light before disappearing. Amanda cocked her head to one side in thought. The other bubbles seemed to disappear in a more chaotic fashion, while this one disappeared in much the same way as it had appeared. She wondered what that meant, but didn't give it too much thought, other than resolving to pay a visit to the atoll and the device as soon as she was back. The forest had descended into silence again, with only the sound of the wind in the trees and the occasional birdsong filtering through the branches. Amanda looked around. The excitement was over. Her job was done, she thought. But where was the weaver? She twisted around, peering into the shadows of the trees. Was it watching her, keeping an eye on her from some hidden vantage point? Where was it? Surely it wasn't going to leave her here. But somewhere deep inside her, a sick, sinking feeling was starting to make itself known. For some curious reason, she had a horrible feeling that this might be a one-way trip. She laughed to herself. No, that was a crazy thought. The weaver wouldn't do that to her. That would be, well, a nightmare. Amanda walked to the top of the rise and looked down into the valley below to the bodies littering the ground. Scanning the trees for threats, Amanda started to make her way down the slope towards the muddy track that the caravan had been traveling along. As she approached the tree line, the whole scene came into view, including the considerable bulk of the scion, Horlak, collapsed into the leaf-covered mud. He was still alive, his vitals clear to see in her etheric sight. She didn't want to mess with the timeline any more, though, and left the unconscious scion as he was. Amanda moved slowly, picking her steps carefully and listening out for any sounds as she moved through the battlefield. The forces on both sides had mainly been comprised of men, with just a few warrior women amongst them. The thing that struck her the most was how out of place she felt. Looking down at her muddy velvet boots, tartan miniskirt, and knitted sweater, She was wearing very modern clothing. Although the weaver had yet to appear, she tried to reassure herself that it would show itself before too long to carry her back to her time. But until then, she might need to blend in for a few days, something she could not do in the clothes she was wearing. Movement to her left made Amanda turn. She saw Horlack struggling to lift himself up. He was covered in cuts and gouges in his flesh that were bleeding badly. Looking up, the scion spotted her, its yellow eyes boring into her.
"Did you do this, witch?"
it bellowed. Horlack, you're awake," she stammered in surprise.
"You know my name?"
the scion rumbled. Amanda said, wondering what she could and couldn't say as she backed up, her breath catching in her throat. She didn't want to cause a paradox. This whole time travel thing was utterly new to her. It would take some getting used to. Horlack strained to pull himself up, his hate-filled eyes fixed on her. Amanda swallowed as she backed away. Horlack was an incredibly powerful scion and more than capable of ripping her to shreds. She looked around in indecision, casting about for options and wondering what to do. The atoll, modern day. Yo frowned. Amanda had been gone for several minutes, with no sign that she was coming back. Where had she gone? Nearby, he could hear people moving around. The voices were those of the Inquisitors who were using the time device. He felt sure he could take them on, but without Amanda as backup, the risk had gone up significantly. He was not keen on waiting in there and taking the Crusaders on by himself without help. Looking around the beach, another thought occurred to him. How was he going to get home? Chapter 2. Lundenwic, 750 A.D.
"We'll pay for this, Magus. One attacked me and gets away with it,"
Horlack grumbled, his voice straining before the pain he was in overcame him and he collapsed back to the ground. As he came to a rest, Amanda heard the sound of approaching horses. There was no time, so she concentrated and imposed her will onto the magical energy around her. With a whip crack of rushing air, Amanda ported from the track, back up the slope to her vantage point in the trees. Moving to a better spot, Amanda saw more of Horlack's forces ride up into the debris of the fight and rally around him. They used several horses to pull the scion onto the wagon before covering him up and riding back the way they'd come, taking Horlack with them. They were soon gone, and the stillness of the woods returned. With Horlack gone, Amanda ported back down the slope again. She found one of the women who'd been killed by a crushing hit to the face, lying in the mud to the side of the track. She wore clothes of wool, fur, leather, and fabric held together with metal and wooden pins. The idea of stealing this woman's clothes didn't sit terribly well with Amanda, but she needed to blend in if she was going to be staying here for a while. As she worked, the thought of jumping forward in time occurred to her, but she wasn't sure that that was the best idea. The weaver had already sent her back, so she didn't think it would be wise to second-guess the weaver just yet and start time-traveling herself. At least, not for a while. She wanted to be sure that the weaver wasn't going to suddenly appear and take her back. Besides, even with the growing fear that the weaver was going to leave her here, she was quite curious about the world she was now in. She was over 1,000 years back in time. How many people got to do something this insane? So, why not make the most of it and have a look around? Removing the last of the clothing from the woman, she moved back into the trees. With a quick thought and a working of will, she created an expanded force field that worked as a shelter, keeping the rain off her as she laid out the clothing she had taken from the woman on a large rock. There was a fur cloak, which the woman had worn with the fur turned in, no doubt to keep her warm. The main garment was a long, ankle-length dress with a leather belt. There was a knife attached to it, which Amanda decided to keep. There was also a pair of leather shoes that were secured with straps. The only other item of clothing was an undergown made of linen. With another working of magic, she dried the stolen clothes out before stripping and placing her own outfit into a pile. She considered leaving her underwear on, but ultimately decided against it, even though it was unlikely anyone would see her wearing them. She wanted to be as authentic as possible. She quickly pulled on the clothes she'd taken from the corpse and was surprised how warm they actually were. They were also quite rough and threatened to rub in a few places, but that was all fixable with a few magical alterations. With her new outfit on, she set her modern clothing alight with a violent and intense magical flame that consumed them utterly in a matter of seconds. With that done, she wondered where she should start, realizing that she knew nothing of the world she had been stranded in. She hadn't been terribly interested in history, and there was no way for her to find out the details she needed, now that she was actually here. Well, she thought, the capital of England was London. She knew that much, so she felt reasonably sure that the city would be there and be a good place to start. There would be people there, and she would be able to have a look around and get a feel for the time she now found herself in. With a quick working of magic, she sent her senses down the length of the country, a second image from these magical senses appearing in her mind's eye. She'd placed her senses somewhere just within where the London orbital motorway, the M25, would be in the modern day, thinking she would be outside the city somewhere, only to find herself looking at more tree trunks and no people. Frowning, Amanda moved her senses up, out over the tops of the trees, to get a bird's-eye view of the landscape, only to see woodland and countryside as far as the eye could see. She knew where her senses had appeared, and she knew where they were in relation to modern-day Greater London, so she sent them zipping off over the tops of the trees towards where the center of London should be. Several tiny settlements with wooden, thatched roof buildings passed by beneath her senses until eventually something caught her eye. She spotted what could only be stone buildings off in the distance. She jumped her senses over there and found some ruins of a former settlement. It seemed to be a town, or, at least, it used to be, and it looked to be abandoned. Amanda shrugged. It was as good a place to start as any, she thought, and worked her will on the local essentia again. With a snap, Amanda ported and found herself standing amidst the old town. The place had been here for a long time, and as she walked through the streets and buildings, she could see the remains of makeshift dwellings that had been built within the old stone walls and then also left behind. She wasn't entirely sure where she was, but the look of the buildings, or what was left of them, appeared to be similar to buildings she'd seen in Italy. Was this an old Roman settlement? Maybe. As she walked, she soon came to the edge of the settlement and saw that it was close to a river. She spotted a couple of ladies sitting at the water's edge, dressed in clothing not too dissimilar to hers, although they both also wore head coverings. Amanda chose to keep out of sight, but used her magic again to listen in on their conversation. Within seconds, Amanda realized she couldn't understand what they were talking about. They seemed to be speaking some kind of foreign language, although the occasional word did sound familiar. With a frown, Amanda used her magic and reached inside each of the ladies' minds one at a time and copied the knowledge of the language into hers. All of a sudden, she could comprehend what these two were talking about, but it wasn't of any use to her. They were discussing their families and relationships, typical everyday stuff. Keen to move on and find where she needed to be, Amanda pressed her magic into one of the girls' heads and pulled what she needed to know from her. It turned out that Amanda hadn't been wrong about her observations. This was the old Roman settlement of Londinium, and apart from a few people living here and taking advantage of the pre-built houses, most people avoided it, preferring to live elsewhere. The main and biggest of which was Lundenwic, about a mile west of where they currently were. Satisfied that she knew where she was and where she needed to go, Amanda concentrated and sent her senses west. She quickly found Lundenwic, close to the river, but felt somewhat underwhelmed by it. Surrounded by a wall of pointed wooden stakes, the small town, which looked like a tiny village to Amanda, seemed to be centered on a single large hall with lots of smaller, simple wooden structures around it. Wanting a closer look, she found a place she could discreetly port to and worked her magic. She immediately sunk into the mud as she appeared between what she could only describe as a hut and the outer wall of the town. One of the first impressions she had of the place, apart from how cold the mud was how badly it smelled. She was getting strong wafts of human or animal waste, mixed with smoke and cooking meat. It was certainly a unique odor, that was for sure. Pulling her cloak a little tighter, Amanda stepped out from her hiding place and started to make her way along what she could only guess might be a street, although there was no formal or recognizable layout that she could see. Some of the shelters had walls of wood with pitched roofs, but many of them didn't have walls at all and looked like a tent made from thatch. As she walked, several people looked at her curiously. The town was small, so it was likely that long-term residents could spot someone new right away. She also guessed, in this era of horse travel, that visitors to the town were probably not terribly common. Her long red hair probably looked out of place as well. She continued on, though, taking in the sights and feeling utterly fascinated by how people used to live. From what she could see from peeking into the huts, they all looked like they consisted of a single room, usually with an earthen floor and a fire in the middle beneath a hole in the roof. In a few others, the floor was covered with wooden planks, but in either case, a covering of straw was often over the top. People all around her went about their business, running errands, cooking, working or trading, looking at her occasionally to get a good look at the new arrival, but ultimately not really bothering her. As she walked, she came to the conclusion that there wasn't anywhere for her to stay. She hoped that there might be a tavern or something where visitors could pay for a room, but there was no such thing here. However, even if there had been such a place, she wasn't sure what was used as currency in Britain right now. It didn't take her long to look around the whole town, and she was starting to feel somewhat dejected and unsure about what she should do. From what she could see, although there were guards on duty, people were coming and going through the main gate quite freely, so Amanda wandered over, made her way through the gate unchallenged, and walked down to the river's edge, where a few boats were moored. She gave them a wide berth and looked for a quiet spot where she could be alone. It didn't take her long to find a secluded place where she could sit down on a rock at the edge of the water. For a moment, she gazed out over the river, watching its choppy waters move lazily along. She sighed. This was getting tedious. She didn't have time for this. She wanted to be back home, dealing with whatever fallout might be coming her way from the Magi Legion's kidnapping. But instead, she was stuck here waiting on the damn Weaver. She wondered if she might be able to summon it or something, so Amanda reached out, focusing on the image of the Weaver she had in her mind, and tried to find it somehow or reach out to it like she would do with a regular link. She sat there for several minutes, getting more and more frustrated until she slammed the base of her fist onto the rock and screamed through clenched teeth. Frankly, she'd had enough of this shite and decided that if the Weaver wouldn't bring her back, it was down to her. Amanda reached out with her mind and pulled on the local Essentia, focusing on jumping forward in time, only for the Essentia around her to suddenly disappear. It was gone. She couldn't even feel it anymore. Looking up, she noticed the river had frozen in time also. The world around her was utterly still and silent, which was really unnerving. A short distance in front of her, a hole in the fabric of reality tore itself open, creating a void of pure black with what looked like a generic male human face, seemingly lit from below, hanging towards the top.
"Amanda,"
the Weaver said, its strange, deep voice with its odd modulation reaching deep into her mind.
"You cannot do that."
"There you are, finally. I was wondering when you might turn up, don't you know?" She stood up as relief flooded through her. "I'm ready to go back now."
"I will not take you back to your own time, Amanda,"
it said. "Excuse me?" Amanda asked, feeling like her heart had just stopped as she caught her breath. "I'm sorry, but you brought me here. You sent me back through time. Take me back, please."
"I cannot."
"Me arse you can't. You brought me here, now take me back."
"You misunderstand me, Amanda. I am quite capable of returning you to your time. However, circumstances will not allow it, nor will they allow you to either."
"What circumstances?" she asked as the sinking feeling in her stomach grew.
"It is complicated. Suffice to say, your path is set. You are to live your life here in this time, from this day forward. You may not use your magic to return to your time or pursue other methods of reaching the same goal. You must live here from today, each and every day going forward."
"So, I'm stuck here?" she asked, her voice almost a squeak from the stress she was feeling.
"That is one way of looking at it. You are to live your life from this day forward without traveling through time, other than as a last resort to save your life, and then only the minimum required. Do you understand?"
"Well, sure, but this is banjaxed. This can't be right."
"This is the path you must take. It will be a long and arduous one, but I have faith in you."
You have faith in me? Go on with ya, she said, feeling somewhat taken aback. "Hang on, Magi are immortal, right?"
"Most Magi."
"Okay, sure, most Magi, which means I might live through to the modern day. That's like over 1,000 years away."
"It is, young one. I have a piece of advice for you before I leave," the Weaver said. "Be careful how involved in Magi society you become. In fact, I'd recommend keeping out of it entirely whenever you can. Many Magi and Scions are long-lived and frequently bear grudges for hundreds of years. Any enemy you make now might eventually find your younger self when you are significantly weaker than you are now. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate any further."
Amanda nodded slowly. She understood. She was well aware of the concept of time paradoxes, and she didn't like the idea of wiping her current self from existence by getting her younger self killed before she ever went back in time. That concept made her head hurt. Time magic was nothing but a headache waiting to happen.
"I wish you luck in whatever path you choose to take, Amanda. I will be watching you,"
it said, and with that, he was gone, and time reverted to normal. The river started to move again, and she could feel her connection to Essentia return as well. She looked about her and sighed. Well, that was that then. She was stuck here. But maybe that wasn't so bad. Maybe she needed to think a little more positively. She remembered her promise to Georgina to live her life to the best of her ability and to make the most of any opportunity that came her way, because you never knew when your time was up. This, for a potentially immortal magus with knowledge of what was to come, could be the biggest opportunity anyone had ever had. Ever. Moments ago, she'd felt like she was falling, dropping into an endless pit of despair as the reality of what the Weaver had done to her started to sink in. But then, suddenly, she felt free, liberated. She had time on her side in a very literal sense. All kinds of possibilities opened up to her, especially with her magical talent. The world, and maybe beyond, was her oyster. This might actually be fun. 751 AD. Lundenwic had been great. In the end, she'd actually kind of enjoyed spending a little time there and soaking up the local atmosphere. It was kind of fun, but she was starting to feel a bit claustrophobic and like she needed a little peace. She needed to contemplate her future and what it was she wanted to do with her life now. She'd thought about it for a while, and eventually she came to the perfect conclusion. She made her way out of town in a very visible way, with her possessions in a sack, telling people she was going on a journey. When she was out of sight, she pulled on the threads of Essentia and concentrated on her destination. With a flash of light beyond her eyelids and a whip crack of air, she found herself in a very different place. Before her, the huge gates of the Red Temple rose up, guarded as always by the pair of stone temple dogs that were more than just statues. She could think of no place better than here to get some R&R. Chapter 3. Graceful Phoenix, 778 AD. Sitting up, Amanda looked out the nearby window as the morning sun streamed into her small room. She sat on her low, simple wooden bed, topped with a woven grass mat and a couple of thin blankets. Her bed was hard and uncomfortable, but she was used to it. Having spent some time at the Red Temple back in her own time, she'd known what she was letting herself in for. She never slept terribly well in her bed, but it did help her enter a better meditative state when she needed to. She'd arrived here about 28 years ago, feeling the need to find some peace and think through her situation some more. The monks had accepted her warmly, offering her a room and making her feel welcome. One of the temple's masters, a female monk called Pan Mei, gladly took her on and started training her in what would eventually become Kung Fu. Amanda was already a skilled fighter in the esoteric art of the Phoenix style that Gentle Water had taught her, but she liked the idea of learning new styles and integrating them into her skill set. That had been her life out here in the Himalayas for nearly 30 years, and she had slowly come to accept that she wasn't going to be returning to her own time via magic. she would need to live her life here, and if she happened to be one of the immortal magi of the world, then maybe she would still be alive when she finally made it to the modern-day New York. Things were at least looking favorable in that regard. Having lived here for nearly 3 decades, she still looked the same age as when she'd first stepped through the doors, while most of the monks around her looked considerably older, including her martial arts mentor, Pan May. Amanda wasn't the only magi here, though, and while she did interact with some of these magi monks, she limited her time with them, preferring to focus on her training and contemplate her life. She hadn't seen the Weaver since Lundenwic. She might be surrounded by monks and a few magi here in the temple, but she couldn't help but feel a little alone sometimes, and so far, the Weaver was her one link to her former life, the one person she thought she could talk to. But her summons over the years had remained unanswered. Her day followed pretty much the same routine, day in and day out. She woke up, grabbed something for breakfast, as there was usually something on offer in the temple, before meeting up with Pan May for her morning training. She'd eat again at midday and then go on a long walk during the afternoon. She enjoyed her walks through the mountain paths that surrounded the temple, taking in the breathtaking vistas. She'd often find a quiet spot and meditate for a while, something else she'd learned from the monks here. But that would all be later on. Amanda rose from her bed and pulled on the rest of her robes. Her room, much like the rooms of the other monks, was sparse, with few personal items and nothing of luxury at all. The monks lived a frugal life, only taking what they needed to live each day. Founded and run by magi, the temple had some similarities to other temples and monasteries in Tibet, but it was also quite different and unique. The main thing that Amanda loved about living here, though, was that she felt separated from the world of the magi. If she really were to live through to the modern day, then she knew she would need to limit her impact on the world around her. Thinking about these things made her head hurt, though. She knew her own past. She knew what she had experienced, and the idea that her actions now could affect her past, which was actually in the future, was mind-boggling. The best thing, she thought, was to keep to herself, at least for now. However, she had been taught some history growing up, and although she never really enjoyed the subject, there were people she'd heard of who were legends in the modern day that she would love to meet. Keeping to herself these past few years was something she needed to do for her own sanity, but she didn't really want to stay here for 1,000 years. That would be mind-numbingly boring. She needed to see the world and travel without engaging in the magi community too much. She doubted she'd be able to avoid them entirely, but if she could keep her impact on the magi world low, that would probably be beneficial. All in good time, though. For now, she had training to do. Amanda left her room and made her way outside, enjoying the crisp, clean air of the mountains. Monks in robes walked back and forth, going about their business. Those she caught the eye of greeted her briefly before passing her by as she made her way through the grounds to her usual practice area. Perched on the side of the mountain, the whole structure was on many different levels, with steps leading up and down throughout the complex. There were no handrails, and some of the many courtyards and ledges ended in sheer drops that could be lethal to the unwary. There was a large open courtyard near the bottom of the temple, close to the main gates, where most of the trainees would go to run through their routines, either alone or in groups. Pan May waited for her in her usual spot with another, younger monk standing close by. When she'd first met Pan May, she had been in her 30s. She wasn't a magus, though, and as the years had passed, she had aged a lot. Seeing her teacher grow old was alarming, but served to only reinforce the idea in Amanda's head that she would be around for a good long while yet. Some magi aged at the same rate as a normal human, and some were fully immortal, but the largest group were merely long-lived and not really ageless. They aged slowly and gradually, living for hundreds of years or longer, and Amanda had already known magi who fit into each of these groups. Her own mentor, for example, Gentle Water, was not long-lived at all and aged as a typical human would. These days, Pan-May didn't teach Amanda by example. Instead, she observed and commented, and worked with Amanda as someone who could spar with younger, less experienced monks in order to teach them. Over the last few decades, Pan-May had taken Amanda beyond what she'd already learned, pushing her harder than ever before. These days, it wasn't really about learning new skills. Instead, it was more about refining and perfecting the moves. Every time she thought she'd finally mastered it, Pan seemed to notice and pick out one or two things that she could work on. Pan had told her that no one ever really mastered an art such as this. Not really. However, the criticisms were much less frequent now than they were in years gone by. "Good morning to ya," Amanda said, speaking in Tibetan. Pan bowed, and Amanda did the same. "Good morning, Amanda," Pan said, stepping up to her and leaving the other pupil a short distance behind. "I trust you slept well?" "I did, thank you," Amanda answered. As well as can be expected, given the hard bed, she thought. "Am I training with Tenzin again today?" she asked, glancing up at the young man behind Pan. Pan nodded. "You are. Come, join us," she said and led Amanda over. She'd been used as a surrogate for Pan for a while now and enjoyed training the younger monks. She'd sparred with Tenzin plenty of times already and waited while Pan spoke with Tenzin, giving him instructions and telling him what he needed to do. Eventually, they faced off and started to spar, with Pan stopping the action every so often to offer advice to Tenzin. They practiced moves, kicks, and blocks, with Amanda alternately playing the attacker or defender, depending on what Pan was trying to teach. This went on for a while, until later that morning when Amanda noticed Master Hao Cheng standing under a tree nearby, watching. He smiled at her when she noticed him. A little while later, Pan stopped the training and thanked Tenzin, giving him some things to practice before the next session. Amanda said goodbye to Tenzin as he left before Hao walked over to them both. "Impressive," Hao said. "You have come a long way since you first arrived here. You are surely one of our best students," Hao said. "Thank you, Master," Amanda said, feeling a little embarrassed as she bowed. It wasn't often that Hao paid compliments. "I agree. You are the best student I have ever trained," Pan agreed. "You should be very proud." Amanda smiled. "I'm humbled that you think so highly of me." "As you know, when a student reaches a high level of achievement, we bestow upon them a new name, a temple name, and it's time for yours," Hao explained. "Thank you, Master," Amanda said. "It is with great pleasure that I name you Graceful Phoenix," Hao said. Amanda smiled and bowed low, feeling thrilled that they would honor her with such a name. Halfway through the bow, she hesitated, before slowly returning to standing fully upright as the realization of what this meant dawned on her. She remembered Gentle Water telling her his mentor's name way back when he was training her in the Irish countryside. He'd called his mentor Graceful Phoenix, and the inventor of the art of the phoenix. Did that mean she'd trained him? Was she her own mentor's mentor? The coincidence was too high for it not to be the case. She knew that each name was usually unique to the person who had been given the name, or at least only used on one living person at a time. Once again, time travel messed with her mind as the enormity of it hit her. "Are you all right, Amanda?" Hal asked. She realized she was probably looking somewhat shocked, and quickly brought her face under control and smiled at Hal. Yes, everything's all right," she said with a smile. "I'm honored that you have given me this name. Thank you, and I gratefully accept it." The two monks smiled and bowed to her, apparently happy with her answer. Amanda walked along the deserted mountain path, holding her robe tight to her body to help ward off the cold. She could banish it entirely with a thought, but sometimes she needed to feel that biting air as it whipped about her. So, she was Graceful Phoenix. She was Gentle Water's mentor. She smiled to herself. That meant Gentle Water knew her history, knew her past. He'd probably been sent to find and train her, knowing that he would, in fact, be teaching himself for all intents and purposes. She wondered who else knew. Who else was aware that her younger self would one day travel back in time? Did Royston know? Raven? Israel? Maria? Maybe Trevelyan too. She smiled to herself as she looked out over the vista before her, soaking up the view and laughing at the friendly deception of her friends. Crazy, she thought. She couldn't help but look forward to meeting a younger Gentle Water for the first time and becoming his mentor. She felt a little impatient to get there, but knew it was a long way off yet.
"Probably,"
said a voice behind her. Everything had gone silent all of a sudden. The bushes had stopped moving. A bird hung motionless in the sky, and powerful temporal magic filled the air around her. She turned to face the voice, knowing what she would see, and sure enough, there it was. The Weaver hung in the air, its black body a hole in reality, while the underlit humanoid face gazed at her. "Weaver," Amanda said in greeting.
"You could potentially live through to the modern day, but your destiny is not set. Your path not predetermined."
The deep, strange voice of the Weaver paused.
"You still can die."
"You don't want to make life too easy, do you?" Amanda said.
"I won't intervene to save your life, should you put yourself in that situation,"
the Weaver said. "But won't that cause a paradox?" Amanda asked.
"The time stream is a complex thing, and such a discrepancy would not necessarily mean the end of all things."
The Weaver answered her, as enigmatically as ever. Amanda smiled at the Weaver's non-answer. She got the feeling he, if such a being could even have a gender, wanted to say more, but couldn't for some reason. She chose not to pursue it and merely nodded. She didn't really know what to believe, but the gist of it was clear. It was a warning that although she might not grow old, she was not invulnerable. "I understand," Amanda said. The Weaver twisted its mouth up in a slight smile before it appeared to collapse in on itself, shrinking to a pinprick of black light before winking out of existence. At the same moment, time restarted. The bird flew past her, calling out over the mountain peaks. He, she, it, whatever it was, at least seemed to be on her side, so that was something. she guessed as she mulled over what she'd seen and what that would mean going forward. She guessed that the Weaver didn't want her thinking she could do anything she wanted, thinking that he would step in and save her. Stepping off the path, Amanda walked up to the cliff edge and looked back down to the complex of buildings below her. The temple's red rooftops stood out in sharp relief against the rocky backdrop. She'd spent nearly 30 years at the temple, and as she took in the view below her, she wondered if her time here was nearing its end. She felt much more confident in herself now, much more settled in this era, and ready to explore the world around her. There was so much to see, so much to do, and so many people to meet. She'd loved her time here with the monks of the Red Temple, but there was other people she could learn from as well. She liked the idea of traveling around, finding masters of other fighting styles and learning from them, adding their knowledge to her own and getting a more rounded understanding of martial arts. She loved learning the art of self-defense. She enjoyed the exercise and the feeling of empowerment it gave her. Plus, she could find Riven masters and avoid the Magi. It would give her something to focus on as she continued to live through the centuries. Not today, though. Today, she would just enjoy the mountains. 989 AD, Japan. The wind caught the pink cherry blossoms of the nearby tree, making them flutter down around her to the ground of the well-kept courtyard. She watched as her latest mentor, Izumi Kaimura, a Japanese swordswoman, stepped out onto the grass, looking at her from beneath her long black hair, holding her sheathed katana in her hand. Since her time in the Red Temple, Amanda had traveled widely through China, Thailand, and Mongolia, finding masters of the various Eastern fighting styles and learning from them before finally moving on to Japan. "Are you going to stand there daydreaming, Westerner?" Izumi asked as she drew her blade in one smooth motion. Amanda looked back at her teacher and eased her own sword from its scabbard before standing on guard. "Today is the day I best you, Izumi," Amanda said with a smile. Izumi was a Riven with no knowledge of magic, so Amanda didn't use it during her training because that would be cheating. It also meant that she was on more of an even footing with her teachers, and they would often beat her during her early lessons. But failure and defeat were a part of learning. Amanda rushed in, swinging her sword. Chapter 4. The Apprentice, 1142 AD. Amanda swept the last of the dust out through the back door of the house before closing it against the cool air and turning to look at her work. She smiled to herself and shook her head in slight exasperation. The things she did in the pursuit of learning all she could about the fighting styles of the world. She wondered what would happen when she found her next teacher after this one. Seconds after putting the broom down, the front door to the house opened and her current teacher, Eric Paget, walked in, trailing in more mud and dirt from outside. Amanda shook her head again and rolled her eyes, planting her hands on her hips. Eric spotted her and looked down at the mess he'd walked in with him.
Sorry. Had you just swept up? Good girl."
Amanda gritted her teeth slightly, but made little outward show of her dislike of his sexist attitude. She often had to remind herself that she wasn't living in modern cosmopolitan New York anymore, and behavior like this was a lot more common and was seen as normal at this time. She wouldn't roll over and do whatever a tutor wanted, though, as there was always others out there who could teach her just as well. Eric had started off being a little too familiar with her, but Amanda quickly put an end to that, making sure he knew she just wasn't interested in him in that way, and that she wouldn't put up with his shite. She was here because Eric was one of the most skilled fighters she'd seen in France so far. He was someone she wanted to learn from, but that meant she had to put up with his misogynistic view of women. Frankly, she was surprised he'd agreed to teach her at all given her gender, and yet he had, and she was happy to put up with his comments and views for the time being. Of course, he'd put her straight to work when he wasn't teaching her, cooking, cleaning, and general housekeeping. But she didn't mind too much. Many of her masters over the years would have her do various menial tasks as partial payment for teaching her. It also served as a way to keep herself grounded and humble, something she knew from experience was incredibly important. Besides, it would only be until she'd learned what she needed from him, and then she'd disappear. "That's all right, I'll clean it up," she said, walking over and taking his coat.
"Thank you. What would I do without you?"
"I do not know," she said, although the thought that he would end up living in a pigsty passed through her mind. She placed his coat in its usual spot and grabbed the broom again. It was 2 minutes' worth of work as Eric moved to the table, unrolled a few sheets of parchment, and looked them over.
"Renaud is dark again,"
he said. "Oh, really?" Amanda answered. "Where this time?"
"2 villages over to the east. He killed a few people there, him and his apprentice," he said.
"Damn," Amanda cursed. "We really need to find out where his sepulchre is." The other difference with Eric, as opposed to her previous martial arts mentors, was that Eric was a magus and knew that Amanda was one too. Eric smiled at her.
"Well, I think I know," he said. "I've had a breakthrough."
"Go on," she urged.
"I got some information from a cavern north of here, and they heard of some disappearances in a forest not too far from them. I did some digging, and there used to be a family that lives there, but they've not been heard from for a while. Looking at the map of attacks and encounters with Renaud, it's fairly central, so I think I might be onto something. It's the best lead I've had so far, anyway," he said.
"Sounds good," Amanda said. "So, are we going to head up there and have a look?"
"Are you sure you're up to it? This is going to be dangerous. No place for a woman."
Inside, unseen and unheard by Eric, she screamed in frustration. She wanted to slap him, and yet she resisted. He was still teaching her, and until she'd learned all she could from him, she would put up with his ignorance. "I'm sure. Besides, Renaud has an apprentice we've not seen yet, so you might need some backup." Eric nodded thoughtfully.
"Well, yes, you're right, he does. I think she's an adept, too, like you."
Amanda nodded. If only he knew how powerful she really was, she thought to herself. That fits with what I've heard too.
"All right, let's settle then. Get your things. We're heading out."
Amanda nodded with a smile and moved to find another layer of clothing before making herself ready. She wasn't wearing the most practical of outfits, with her long skirts down to her ankles, but she knew that Eric preferred her like this. He nearly didn't take her on as an apprentice when they'd first met, because she'd been wearing trousers rather than skirts. He was such an ignoramus. She hoped she wouldn't be doing too much fighting in this, she thought to herself.
"Don't forget your aegis, will you?"
he asked. "Of course not," Amanda replied, having deliberately waited for him to notice that it wasn't active and ask her to put it in place. She pulled on the local threads of Essentia as gently as she could, hiding her full power and ability from Eric's keen magical senses. It was all a mask, a way of keeping a low profile when she met Magi, and she'd grown quite good at it. Her aegis snapped into place as she smiled at him. Good girl, he said. The comment sounded like nails down a chalkboard to her modern sensibilities. Come on, let's get outside and port over there. I want to have a look around before the end of the day. Amanda followed him out of the house and into the secluded area out back, outside of the house's aegis. He didn't really need to move outside his own aegis to port, but she wasn't going to correct him. He stood, concealed by bushes from anyone passing by on the road out front, and held his hand out to her. He didn't need to do this to port her, but again, she didn't question it, taking his hand in hers and waiting the half-second before his magic flared. The world flashed and changed before her. Suddenly, they were in a wooded area, surrounded by trees, although there wasn't much shrubbery lower to the ground. The thin trunks rose into the sky above, and as Amanda scanned around with her keen magical sight and senses, she got the feeling that they were on the right track. Something wasn't right here. I don't like this place, she said, playing up the scared woman idea for him, purely for her own amusement. You didn't have to come. You know it was the right plan, though, she said. Eric squeezed her hand in his before he finally let go. I suppose so. She was a little nervous. She couldn't deny that. A few magi had crossed her path over the years, but unless they could teach her something like Eric, she usually kept her distance. The Weaver's warning still rang in her head, and she didn't want to cause it any trouble. Joining Eric on this mission was a risk, but she felt like he might need her help on this one. Subtlety was key, though. She didn't want him suspecting her true rank. She needed to tread a fine line, using just enough of her magic to help him and stop him from getting himself killed, while also not arousing his suspicions. These were a pair of nomads who had already shown themselves to be dangerous and sadistic. There was a good chance Eric was getting himself in over his head. However, she knew from previous experience there was usually little chance of her convincing him to stay away. Which way? Eric mused to himself. Amanda looked up. Did he not feel the sense of dread that she did? On instinct alone, she pointed off into the woods. That way. I think you're right, he muttered to himself. The woods were thicker here, and the trees were starting to look unhealthy. Amanda followed Eric's lead, keeping just a few feet behind him. She desperately wanted to strike out in front and go find these nomads, but she had to remember who she was meant to be and play that role for all it was worth. She doubted he would take kindly to discovering that she'd been deceiving him this whole time. I think we're on the right track. Eric pointed into the trees, which now looked dead. They carried no leaves on them, and in some cases were oozing black and green slime from rips in their bark. I think so, Amanda agreed. In her head, she'd said something far more sarcastic. As they advanced, Amanda spotted something up ahead that did not look like a tree. As they neared it, Amanda's enhanced vision resolved what she was looking at. After getting a little closer, Eric spotted it too and hesitated. Attached to a large stake rammed into the ground was a man. He was naked and dirty, covered in mud and other detritus. He was hung from the post by huge metal spikes that had been rammed through his arms and legs. The blood covering his body was dry and cracked, and the wounds looked putrid. He was dead, but Amanda felt confident that he'd been alive when the effigy had been erected. "Avet your eyes," Eric said. "This is not for those of a sensitive disposition." She wanted to slap him, but she did as he asked and followed his lead past the grotesque display. As they moved through the woods, the carcasses of dead animals rotting in the mud littered the landscape, until the dark shapes of a cluster of buildings came into view. Amanda could make out a central house with a few outbuildings surrounding it. The whole place looked derelict, like it had been left here to rot years ago. But there was some dim light in the windows, a flickering orange glow that was coming from within. Eric took an audible breath, and she could hear his increased heart rate. He was a little scared, it seemed. There was magic in that house, and it was surrounded by an aegis, as any good Magi home should be. The shield didn't seem too strong, though, judging from the amount of essentia running through it. She couldn't see beyond the barrier with her etheric sight, however, so there was no telling how many Magi there were inside. She could feel Eric pulling essentia into him, storing the magical energy within his body, ready to use it. "What's the plan?" Amanda asked.
"We take down that aegis as quick as we can and storm in there, taking them by surprise," he said. "You take the back door. I'll take the front."
Amanda made a quick, subtle working of magic and placed her senses on the other side of the house. Sure enough, she could see a rear door to the building. "I can do that. Don't rush in without me, though," Amanda said. Eric smiled at her, but it was a patronizing smile. One that said he thought it was cute that she was offering him advice. Amanda didn't react, internalizing her annoyance. She wondered if she'd get to show him her true abilities one day.
"I should be saying that to you,"
he said. Amanda offered him a thin smile back. "I'll move around to the other side."
"All right. I'll let you know when I'm ready."
Moving through the woods in her skirts was not the easiest of things to do, but she made it around the building, taking a wide arc, and stopped when she had a good view of the back door. "I'm ready." She sent through the link with Eric, noting she was much further away from the house than Eric was at the front.
"Here we go then,"
Eric answered, and she felt the rush of energy from him on the other side of the aegis. Amanda did the same, but kept the strength of her essentia strikes low, at a level that wouldn't arouse Eric's suspicions. She'd need to run over to the house after breaking down the aegis to try and enter at the same time as him. She could port there, of course, but that would betray her true Magi rank. Their essentia strikes built over the next few seconds, hammering away at the aegis, and within moments, cracks appeared, and then the whole thing collapsed as the pressure from outside became too great for it to deal with. The dome of magical energy exploded and scattered to the four winds, and she immediately spotted magical signatures within the house. Essentia flared over where Eric was, and again inside the house as Amanda started to sprint. "Feck," she cursed to herself. Eric had ported inside. Cursing him for his stupidity and hot-headedness, she stuck with the plan and ran as hard as she could. They were fighting in there, judging by the flurry of essentia rushing through the interior of the building. It only took her a few seconds to reach the house, sprinting over the muddy ground. She readied a small kinetic strike and released it at the door as she kicked it with her foot. It slammed open, and Amanda stepped inside. It was chaos and carnage. Eric was laid out on the floor, his body ripped open and blood everywhere, while a man in leathers and fur stood over him, his back to Amanda. He lifted up a dark-haired girl with one hand and threw her across the room.
"That's the last time you fear me, Apprentice,"
he yelled, spitting out that last word with pure hatred dripping from his words. He called essentia to his hand before noticing Amanda standing in the doorway. He turned to face her, rage etched over his face and his eyes wide with fury. She recognized him. It was Renaud.
"Ooh, and an apprentice to go with the mentor,"
Renaud said, before glancing over at the girl he'd thrown across the room.
"Looks like you get to live for a few more seconds."
Amanda sighed, not too concerned about the nomad and his threats. Instead, she felt sorry for Eric. He'd rushed in, and clearly, Renaud had been ready for him. Well, she thought to herself, no need to hold back any longer. She flooded her Aegis with Essentia, bolstering her defenses as she worked her multitasking effect, splitting her mind into several fragments, each of them capable of working magic simultaneously. Eric frowned at her, clearly detecting the sudden strong flow of Essentia she was pulling into herself.
"You have some skill, I see,"
Renaud said. Amanda tilted her head to one side. He'd probably picked up the change of demeanor and in how she held herself, too. She let the slightly nervous, less confident mask slip away as she straightened up a bit. "You have no idea," she said confidently, conjuring an aegis around the building that snapped into place. Renaud moved, and Essentia flared from him, but Amanda let fly with magic of her own. He wasn't a weak magus by any stretch, but she was much more powerful than he was. She lashed out, slamming his body sideways into the wall, sending cracks through his personal aegis.
"What?"
he said, shock on his face. Amanda let loose. Strike after strike of Essentia flew at him. The magical energy smashed into his aegis with unrestrained power, while lightning bolts flashed from her hands, hitting him with deafening thunder. 2 seconds later, his aegis collapsed, and he was vulnerable. Amanda quickly reached out to tear his body apart, but Renaud threw his Essentia back at her, doing his best to dissipate her effects, stopping them entirely or diverting them. Amanda pressed on, throwing more lightning bolts at him that lit him up and burnt huge holes in his clothing, making his skin boil and blacken where they hit. She threw a few kinetic blasts at him, and one of them slipped past his defenses, sending him sprawling. He hit his head on the floor and seemed to be fighting to stay conscious, leaving him open to attack. With a single thought, Amanda lashed out with more magic, and Renaud's body tore itself apart, dropping to the floor in several pieces. She eyed the mess for a few seconds to make sure the nomad had nothing sinister prepared as a backup plan, but nothing happened. Turning back to the body of her current teacher, Amanda walked over and crouched down beside him, placing a hand on his body. She reached out with her senses, but his anima was gone, ripped from his body by the nomad's magic. There was no bringing him back without being obvious that he'd died before, and Amanda wasn't about to start using necromancy now. "Sorry you had to die like this," she whispered. He might have been a bit of a misogynistic idiot, but Eric had never meant any harm. He was a product of his time, and she didn't blame him for that. A grunt sounded from the other side of the room, followed by shuffling sounds of movement. She looked over. It was Renaud's apprentice, who'd he'd thrown across the room. Apparently, according to Eric anyway, he went through quite a number of them, often killing them for not fulfilling their duties. He would have likely killed this one too, had she not killed him. Standing, Amanda walked over and crouched beside the girl. Amanda turned her over to get a better look at her and brushed the raven hair from the young woman's face. Amanda fell backwards in shock, losing her balance entirely and falling to the floor on her bum as she looked at the unconscious woman's face. It was Yasmin. 1132 AD, France. The door to Jacques' house closed with a bang. Looking over, with a mixture of anger and relief, he saw Yasmin standing in the doorway. She'd been out in the dark for what felt like hours. He had no idea when she'd left or where she'd gone, but he and his wife had been worried sick. He was furious that she hadn't asked permission. Unable to contain his emotions, Jacques stomped over.
"Where the hell were you? What do you think you were doing, going out at night on your own?"
He raged, grabbing her arm and shaking her violently as he yelled in her face.
"Well?"
he asked and slapped her. She looked up at him, a cold hatred in her eyes as her cheek burned red.
"Don't you dare look at me like that, young lady,"
he said to his 13-year-old daughter and went to slap her again. Yasmin caught her father's arm before his hand reached her. Something flashed in the lower part of his vision, and a cold, shooting pain lanced through his abdomen. Looking down, his daughter's other hand held something against his stomach. Blood spilt from his body before she withdrew a 6-inch long blade from him.
"What have you?"
he tried to say, but it came out as a croak. He looked up into his daughter's eyes and saw an evil smile spread across her face. She was enjoying this. She moved again and stabbed him several more times in his chest and belly before he fell to the floor at her feet. He looked up to see her smiling down at him with madness in her eyes, before she giggled and stepped over him. His wife screamed while Yasmin laughed. Chapter 5. The Truth, 1142 AD. Amanda panicked. Scrambling backwards, a shiver ran through her body as she looked up upon Yasmin's serene face. For a moment, images and memories of Yasmin flooded Amanda's mind. For a while, Amanda sat on the floor, staring at her. She forced herself to take control of her ragged breathing and slow her heart rate. For a moment, it had felt like it was about to burst from her chest. This woman had been a curious but dangerous enigma in her life. But this wasn't the Yasmin Amanda had known back in the modern day, she realized. This was a younger Yasmin, nearly 1,000 years younger, and she'd nearly been killed by Renaud, who was not a powerful magus. As the reality of the situation dawned on her, breathing slowed and her confidence started to return. Amanda sat up and looked around. Eric and Renaud were dead, and she had effectively saved Yasmin's life. Something about this moment seemed like it had been destined to happen. She could almost feel the weight of history, past and future, on her shoulders. Amanda approached Yasmin, held her hand out, and started to pull on the threads of Essentia as she thought it through. She could see the damage that Renaud had done to her. She'd live, but Amanda couldn't just leave her here. This was important. This would be a defining moment for her future. She felt sure of it. Imposing her will over the threads of Essentia, Amanda healed Yasmin's wounds and brought her back to full health before she stood up and stepped back. Yasmin lay unconscious still, so Amanda reached out with her mind once more and gave her a subtle mental nudge and watched as the young nomad stirred and moaned. Yasmin thrashed about for a second before her panic-filled eyes shot open. She spotted Amanda standing nearby and narrowed her eyes at her. Her confidence growing, Yasmin scanned the room, taking note of the two bodies close by. Yasmin went to stand up, her eyes back on Amanda. Amanda raised a finger in warning. "Whoa, slow down there. Let's not make any hasty movements, shall we?" Yasmin froze, sat back down, and looked up at Amanda. Clearly on her guard, Yasmin looked like she wanted to summon her magic and lash out. But Amanda guessed that Yasmin would be able to see the magic coursing through her. She'd know that she wasn't dealing with some nervous apprentice. Amanda smiled. You have no idea who I am, do you? No, should I? Not yet, Yasmin. How do you know my name? I know lots about you. What? Confusion filled her reply. She glanced over at the body of her mentor. Did you give me notes? Yeah, I kind of had to. Yasmin chuckled to herself. He was going to kill you, Amanda explained. Yes, he was, until you stopped him. Amanda smiled to herself again and nearly laughed out loud. This really was utterly bizarre, but now that she thought about it, it started to make some kind of sense. Thinking back to those early years as a magus and Yasmin's actions towards her, maybe there had been a good reason behind it. Yasmin had saved her from Angel on the train. She'd stopped Lucian from attacking her, and helped her on several other occasions as well. She'd been something of a dark guardian angel for her. And yet, Amanda got the feeling that Yasmin didn't do those things out of any kind of affection for her. She did them out of her own self-interest, although the reason for that self-interest had eluded Amanda, until now. Looking down at this younger apprentice nomad, it was all crystal clear to her. She had just saved Yasmin's life. If Amanda hadn't been here, Yasmin would be dead. Yasmin's life depended on Amanda's younger self surviving until she went back in time. But there was more to it than that. Yasmin had been an integral part of her early life as a magus, and had made an impression on her. She'd also saved Amanda's life on a few occasions, which meant that Yasmin needed to live through to the modern day as well. Shite! Amanda cursed and shook her head. She paced for a moment, wondering if she needed to tell Yasmin the truth. Looking down at the young woman who appeared more vulnerable than Amanda had ever seen her, she knew she had to tell her something. Yasmin had to know the truth. I have something to tell you, Amanda began, having made up her mind. It's going to sound crazy, insane almost, and yet, it's true and vital to your own survival. Yasmin looked up at her, but said nothing, waiting to see what Amanda said next. Okay, I'd better just come out and say it then, I suppose. So, my name's Amanda. Amanda Jane Page, to be precise, and I'm from the future. A little over 1,000 years into the future, and one day you will meet my younger self. It is imperative, if you want to live beyond today, that my younger self does not die before I travel back in time. Otherwise, I can't save you here, today, from your mentor. Yasmin's eyebrows had risen slowly as Amanda had spoken. Her disbelief was clear to see as Amanda finished. Really? And you expect me to believe that, do you? I do, if you want to live. So, I can't kill you. You can't kill my younger self. What about you? I'd like to see you try, but, well, now that you mention it, I don't know. But I suppose that my death might also cause you problems. And what stops you from killing me? You're obviously an Arcadian with that smug attitude of yours. I am an Arcadian, that is true, but you're right. I would prefer it if you lived through to my time as well. 1,000 years from now. That's right. Yasmin laughed. Sure, whatever. You don't believe me, do you? Yasmin started to stand up. Would you if you were in my position? I don't know what crazy Arcadian plot this is, but if it means I get to walk away from here today, that's fine by me. This is important, Amanda said, feeling annoyed and frustrated by Yasmin's disbelief. She agreed that it sounded far-fetched, but she really did need to hammer this home to Yasmin.
I'm sure it is, Gideon.
Amanda, my name is Amanda. Amanda Jane Page. You need to remember that. It's important, she said, stepping up to Yasmin and grabbing her arm. Get off me, Yasmin said, pulling her arm back and pushing Amanda away. Amanda felt it before she saw it. The burst of temporal energy and magic was unmistakable. As she watched, Yasmin's eyes flicked to something just behind Amanda as shock and fear filled her features. Yasmin staggered back and fell down onto her ass again as she looked from Amanda to the Weaver and back again. The entity floated forward, its whole in reality body distorting the air around it as it loomed over Yasmin.
Amanda speaks the truth, young nomad. You will do well to listen and take heed of her words,
the Weaver said with its deep, strange voice. Yeah, you're a Weaver. Oh, so you believe him, Amanda quipped, shaking her head. Yasmin glanced at Amanda and then looked back at the powerful entity beside her, nodding.
Amanda's younger self must not die. If she dies, you die. Do you understand?
Yasmin nodded, looking utterly dumbstruck. The Weaver remained for a moment longer before it faded from view, leaving the two women alone again. Amanda watched as Yasmin stared at the place where the Weaver had been, and then into the middle distance as the reality of the situation sank in. Eventually, she looked back at Amanda, her face neutral, her gaze steely and cold. With that one small change of expression, the Yasmin that Amanda had known, the cold, calculating nomad she'd encountered so many times in her own timeline, appeared. This was the moment of her birth, right here, and Amanda had caused it. So, we good? Amanda asked. Yasmin said nothing. She just stared back at Amanda with that freaky look of hers. Okay. Excellent. Glad we're on the same page here, Amanda said, feeling uncomfortable. Yasmin didn't move. She just watched. So, Amanda walked over towards Eric and crouched down beside him, looking back over at Yasmin, who had shifted position but was still staring at her. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around, Amanda added, but Yasmin said nothing. Good chat, Amanda commented and worked her magic. Porting back to Eric's house, they appeared in the main downstairs room. Standing up from beside Eric's body, Amanda heard a voice. Phoenix. Amanda turned around in shock. Yes, she yelped, without thinking, looking around to see two men standing in Eric's home. Whoa, who are? She stepped back and flooded her aegis with energy, only to suddenly recognize one of them and conclude that she probably wasn't in any immediate danger. One of the pair was Israel Roth, the oldest modern-day member of the Legacy Coven. She didn't recognize the other man, but they both smiled when she answered to Phoenix. Israel, Amanda asked in slight disbelief. The swarthy man nodded and smiled.
You know me. Good. Yes, I am Israel, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Aaron and I represent the Legacy Coven. We are here because our founder foretold of your arrival and formed the Legacy to await you. The Coven is yours.
Excuse me, Amanda replied, feeling shocked and somewhat bemused by this turn of events. Having two familiar faces show up on the same day was kind of strange. Israel smiled.
I'm sorry. It's a lot to take in, I'm sure.
You're not kidding.
You seem to know who I am, though. And given that I'm reasonably sure we have not met before, I would like to know how that's possible.
Well, that is something of a long and crazy story. Amanda smiled. But first, how did you find me?
We have been watching you for a little while now, and we're watching the confrontation just moments ago.
You were watching that? How? I didn't see you.
We have been quite adept at remaining hidden and observing from a distance when we need to. The appearance of the Weaver confirmed our suspicions. You are the one who Helene spoke of.
Helene?
Our founder, the wife of Simon Gita.
And she told you about me?
She did indeed, and it's a relief to finally find you.
Is Helene not with you?
Ah, no. She disappeared around 1,000 years ago, not long after Simon's death at the hands of Simon Peter.
Simon Peter? You mean the Simon Peter? The Rock of Christ, Simon Peter?
That is correct, yes.
This day just keeps getting better, Amanda said, looking down at the eviscerated body of Eric. The idea of her arrival being foretold didn't surprise her as much as she thought it might when she'd first heard it. But then she'd been living with the idea that she was the subject of a prophecy for a while already. In fact, now that she thought of it, wasn't that other prophecy, the one that Trevelyan had showed her at Ultimate Thule, written by Helene? Who was Helene and what was their connection? She wondered. Look, we clearly need to talk about this, but I kind of need to deal with this, she said, waving her hands towards the corpse at her feet.
Of course. Please, continue. We'll wait.
I'm already aware of one of Helene's prophecies, which speaks of the arrival of someone who would fight against the Archons. And many believe that prophecy is talking about me, Amanda explained.
That's right. But there were 2 prophecies made by Helene. The public one that you know of, and another, made only to members of the Legacy, which told us how to find you.
And who is this Helene? Amanda asked, sitting back in her chair. They had given Eric a burial behind the house on a nearby hill before returning inside to sit and talk. Aaron and Israel sat close by in front of the fire, with Israel doing most of the talking.
We're not sure,
Israel said.
Simon Gita married her after coming into his power as a magus, and was astounded by her prophetic ability. He took her to the Magi Senate in Rome, where she first publicly recited her most famous prophecy, the one you just mentioned. That's where I first saw her and saw something different about her. She was not a typical magus, that's for sure. Not long after that, Peter attacked Simon Gita and killed him. Helene set up the legacy in his memory and gave us her prediction about your arrival this year.
So, what was this prediction?
She said, you will find her near the city of the Barricide tribe 1,000 years from now. She will have hair like fire and eyes like emeralds. She will save the life of a nomad. She will speak with weavers, and she will be known as the Phoenix.
Okay, that does indeed sound like me, Amanda conceded.
So, will you join us? Lead us?
Amanda smiled and thought about it. The truth was, she really didn't want to lead the Legacy Coven. Not right now, at least. Besides, she needed to keep a low profile. She looked up at these two men. They had waited for her, keeping their secret from the world of the Magi for 1,000 years. If anyone could be trusted with the truth of what she was doing here, it was these guys. Plus, she knew Israel Roth from visiting the legacy in the modern day. Look, it's not that easy. I have to keep a low profile and not get too involved in the Magi community.
Why?
Aaron asked. Well, it's something of a crazy story, but I'm not from this time. I was brought back in time from the early 21st century by a weaver to the year 750 AD and left there. I believe the weaver wishes me to live through to the modern day, but that comes with some problems when my younger self first becomes a magus. I can't gain too many enemies who would be too powerful for the younger version of me to fight against. Otherwise, I'll die and this will never happen. Israel and Aaron shared a look and thought about their response. Israel looked into the middle distance. It's certainly a little hard to believe, but I've seen you talk with a weaver, and I've witnessed the fruition of 1,000-year-old prophecy today. Looking up at her, he gazed deep into her eyes. I believe you, and I fully understand why you cannot lead the coven. Thank you, Amanda said. I'm happy to be a member, but I need to keep to myself and not get too involved. It will be nice to know there are people out there who can help me, though, should I need it. Always, Israel said. 1132 AD, France. Jacques! Claude called out as he approached the house. He could see some light coming through the shutters, but all was quiet in there now. Had he imagined the screams? Was he losing his mind? No. He was sure he'd heard those terrified, blood-curdling cries. His heart was pounding as he stepped up to the front door and knocked. Jacques, are you in there? Alette, I heard screaming, he said, pushing the door. It opened easily. Claude stepped inside, his confidence and concern growing. The scene before him made his stomach flip. Blood and stringy viscera were everywhere. Mangled, unrecognizable bodies that might have been Jacques, Arlette, and their children had been strung up to the rafters by rope, their entrails hanging from the gaping wounds in their torsos. Beneath them, their blood had been used to paint runes and symbols on the floor. As he stood there, his mind reeling from the shock, he realized something was wrong with this scene. Something other than the obvious witchcraft that was on display. And then it occurred to him. There weren't enough bodies. One of the Darquet family was missing. Which one was it? Allo, Claude, said a soft, lilting voice from behind him. Claude turned to see the daughter, Yasmin, standing in the doorway just behind him. She was naked and covered from head to toe in glistening crimson blood that plastered her hair to her scalp and neck. What is going on? Yasmin smiled and raised her hand. Claude found himself rising from the floor, and then he couldn't breathe. He clutched at his neck, trying in vain to pull off whatever it was that was choking him, but there was nothing there. His eyes bulging, he looked down at Yasmin and saw the slightly mad look she had in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, Claude felt his head whip around far too far. There was pain, intense, horrific pain, and then nothing. Chapter 6. New Life, 1158 AD. Amanda screamed. She'd never felt anything like this before. The idea that women had been doing this for millennia was incredible, and yet they had, and now it was her turn. Jacob squeezed her hand. Are you sure I should be in here? I'm sure I can get someone from the town to come and help, he said. As the contraction faded, Amanda smiled and took a breath. To be sure, I want you here. You're her father. You need to be at the birth. But it's not the done thing. Like I give a shite what the done thing is. Jacob shook his head. It could be a boy, you know. You might be wrong. Amanda smiled. She knew exactly what it was. Jacob knew little about her magic, and if she had her way, it would stay that way. I might be, she conceded, smiling up at him. She ended up moving on from Eric Paget's house and settling here, just outside of Paris, close to the village of Versailles, so she could be close to the legacy. She liked it here. She fixed up a rundown house just outside of the village and met Jacob not long after that and enjoyed his company. He was a Riven, and there didn't seem to be any Magi in the area either. It was perfect. It wasn't long before they were married, and then the inevitable happened, and Amanda fell pregnant. It all felt right to her, and with the recent events with Yasmin and the legacy, having some normality was just what she needed. She didn't want to get too involved in medieval society, though, and liked to keep things at arm's length as much as possible and live a private life. She was used to the strange customs and social conventions by now, but didn't subscribe to a lot of them. One of the things that attracted her to Jacob was that he was much more liberal and progressive than most of the men she'd met, and coming from a modern world of women's liberation and feminism, much of the social norms of the world at the moment were not favorable to her mindset. Typically, men were not allowed in the birthing chamber. It was a woman-only domain, but Amanda had been insistent. She wanted Jacob with her and no one else, and she convinced him they would be fine. As much as she tried to live her life with Jacob without the use of magic, preferring to keep it hidden and only practice it in seclusion, there were times when it was just easier to pull on those threads of Essentia and save herself some trouble later. Convincing Jacob, though, did not require her to use her magic. He was already used to her strange ways and had come to accept it. Getting pregnant was not something she'd really expected or thought of, but when she realized that she was with child, it felt right. It felt like now was a good time for it to happen. She could feel the next contraction building up already, and the pain that came with it. She could neutralize it, make the pain go away, but she wanted to experience it. She wanted to do it right. Even so, she kept an eye on things using her magical sight, making sure the baby was safe and everything was progressing as it should. Childbirth was a messy affair, and even in just the few years she'd been living here, she was aware of several women who had died giving birth in the local village. She had no intentions of anything like that happening, though. As the pain built, all rational thought faded from her mind to be replaced with pure, unadulterated agony. You were right, as usual. Amanda smiled as she cleaned herself up. She'd let Jacob hold the baby while she dealt with the afterbirth with a little magic. He'd not noticed, though, as he'd been too captivated by the gurgling of their baby daughter. After a moment, she turned and sat on the edge of the bed. She ached. Magic dulled the pain, but she hadn't removed it entirely. Are you ready to go back to Mummy, little one? Jacob asked. Cleaning herself had only taken a few minutes, but already she was missing her beautiful baby girl. Holding her arms out, Jacob passed her over. Admiring the little girl in her arms and the wisps of dark hair on her head, Amanda cooed at her. Moments later, the baby smelled the milk she carried in her breast, and sitting back, she let the baby latch on. Jacob looked on, his eyes full of love. He was a proud daddy, and Amanda felt utterly content. We need a name for her, Jacob said. You're right, we do, Amanda answered. Any ideas? I do have one, actually. Okay, go on. Don't keep me waiting. Maya. Amanda stiffened. Looking up at her husband, Amanda knew this couldn't be a coincidence. Maya. It's a family name, and I think it suits her, he explained. Amanda looked down at her daughter, and all of a sudden realized she recognized her, not only as her baby, but also as the vampire who had been part of the Legacy Coven back in the modern day. She wanted to swear, but now wasn't the time. It made so much sense now, though, as she looked at her. Of course, it was Maya. Do you like it? Jacob asked. You know what? I do, actually, Amanda replied. Maya, it is then. Maya van Gouda, Jacob said, adding on his Dutch surname. Amanda smiled as another realization struck her. Maya's full name, back in the modern day, was Maya Vanguard, clearly a bastardization of her actual surname. Some of Maya's last words came to her then, as she thought back to her friend. Maya had been instrumental in contacting the counselors who had saved her from the Magi Legion, and when Amanda had thanked her and asked what she could do in return, Maya had merely asked her to remember her name and use it wisely. At the time, it had made no sense, but now it did. Hello, Maya, Amanda said, smiling down at her baby daughter. As thrilled and as happy as she was, a sadness fell over her. She didn't want anything bad to happen to Maya, as no good parent ever did, but Amanda knew that Maya did have violence in her future, and there really was no escaping it. One day, a scion would transform Maya into a vampire. Amanda hated the idea, but it was probably inevitable. But as she looked down at that innocent child, Amanda vowed that she would give her the best upbringing she possibly could. She wanted Maya to enjoy her time as a human as much as possible. 1181 AD, France. Standing behind her house, Amanda called on the flow of Essentia around her. She reached out, using her spirit magic, and pushed it into the null realm, the barrier between the material world and the etheric. She proceeded carefully, reaching out gently, so as not to push through into the abyss beyond. She worked her will again, creating a space, a pocket of reality, and extended it, pushing it out, making it grow, and eventually giving it shape. Soon enough, this new space, this null realm, solidified, becoming stable. Amanda smiled as she slowly withdrew her power, half expecting the new null realm to fade away, but it didn't. It remained. It was permanent, and it was hers. She opened her eyes. She was still standing at the back of her house, surrounded by trees and bushes. Amanda imposed her will on the Essentia around her once more and stepped forward, vanishing from the material realm. Chapter 7. The Legacy, 1177 AD. There, that's the last one, Amanda said, shutting the small door behind the final hen as it climbed into the hen house. Well done, Amanda said. Maya smiled back. She was a beautiful young woman now, not much younger looking than Amanda. Amanda knew that Jacob was a little suspicious of how she appeared untouched by time. He'd seen enough strange happenings around the house to suspect something, but he never commented, something for which she was eternally grateful. They had a good, quiet, and plentiful life here in the countryside. Amanda kept her magic use to a minimum, but what she did use it for was to make their life as comfortable as possible. Jacob seemed to recognize this on some level, but never questioned it. They were never short of food or money or anything else they needed. Watching their daughter smiling at the chickens, Amanda recognized the Maya she remembered from her life in the modern day, even though that was hundreds of years ago now. The only difference was that this Maya had an energy and a zest for life that the older Maya seemed to keep under wraps. Age and experience probably played a large part in that, as well as whatever events had yet to transpire, such as her transformation into a vampire. But they were mother and daughter now, and very close. Amanda felt proud that she'd given Maya the best childhood she could, but it was clear that time was running out. One day soon, Maya would meet her fate, and there was nothing she could do about it. She sometimes wondered who it might be that would change her. Had she known this scion before traveling back in time? But those were dark thoughts that could ruin the day for her, so she didn't dwell on them. "Are you girls coming in for dinner?" Jacob called out from the doorway. Amanda looked up. "Yeah, we're coming. We had to put the chickens away." "We all know how useless you are at doing it, Dad," Maya said with a smile. "I can do it," Jacob said. "Sure you can." "Okay, so it takes me a little longer, sure, but I can do it." "Of course you can, Dad. How about you show me tomorrow?" "Well, I have a lot to do tomorrow, so maybe another time." "You name the time and I'll be there. Maybe." Amanda smiled as she watched her daughter and husband tease each other. Even if this was short-lived, even if things changed in the future, at least she'd have these memories and moments to think back on. As she watched, smiling, she noticed Jacob spot something behind her. Amanda turned and saw 3 men walking up the road towards the house. No one came up here unless it was to visit them. Taking a closer look, Amanda quickly recognized 2 of them. It was Israel and Aaron from the Legacy and another man who looked like he knew how to fight. Amanda turned back to her family. "I'll be back soon. Go inside with your father," she said to Maya. Maya stopped and looked back at her. They were the same height now, and she spotted Amanda's change in attitude. Maya looked past her and saw the men walking towards the house. "Who are they?" she asked. "Friends," Amanda answered. "Don't worry, they're here to talk to me. You just go inside with your father, okay? I'll be back soon, promise." Maya's suspicious eyes returned to her, and there was a pause as if Maya was thinking about something before she nodded once. "Okay, Mother. I'll see you soon," she said and gave Amanda a brief embrace before she retreated towards the house. Amanda removed her apron, walked to the front gate, and stepped outside, glancing back at Jacob and Maya as they watched her go. Amanda left her apron on the gatepost and walked up the path towards the 3 men, studying them through her etheric sight. She sensed no deception from the 3 Magi. Amanda sent a pulse through the link she had with Israel, and it opened up. "Wave at me once if it's you," she said. Israel waved at her. "It's us," he said through the link. "You can never be too careful," Amanda answered. "Agreed." Moments later, Amanda stepped up to them. "What brings you out here? It's been months since I last saw you." "We know," Aaron answered. "But we have some news. Can we go somewhere quiet and private to talk?" Amanda glanced back at the house to see Jacob still standing in the doorway, watching them. "Sure," Amanda replied. "Let's get out of sight first, though." They walked up the path, away from the house, making their way to the bend up ahead where they would be hidden from view. "He still doesn't know you're a magus?" Aaron asked. "He suspects something, but he's never asked," Amanda explained. "He's a rare one," Israel commented. "I know," Amanda answered, feeling very grateful to have found him. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met, Amanda said to the third man.
This is Ulrich Pascal. He's a member of the Legacy and a Templar Knight, Israel explained.
A Templar? So you're not part of the Disciples of the Cross? Amanda asked.
I used to be, Ulrich said. However, I don't fear that the disciples see eye to eye with us on several things. Over time, I got to know Israel here, and he eventually asked me to join the Legacy.
You're part of the Legacy and the Disciples? Amanda asked.
He's a valuable informant, Israel added, and he's proven himself many times. He has my complete trust.
Amanda nodded. Israel had foreseen her doubts and countered them before they'd been voiced. She trusted Israel, and if he said Ulrich was okay, then he almost certainly was. They were soon out of sight of the house, so Amanda worked her magic and reached out to the three men. A fraction of a second later, they ported to the crest of a small hill and stood close to a modest headstone that looked a little overgrown. Below them, the old house that Amanda had lived in with Eric stood empty and derelict. No one, it seemed, wanted to live in the former house of a Magus. Amanda crouched down before the grave, and with a wave of her hand, the top of the surrounding grass was cut away, revealing Eric's name carved into its face. Before Eric, her life here in the past had been quite uneventful. She'd spent hundreds of years learning from masters of the fighting arts, until the day she'd gone on the mission with him into the woods and met Yasmin. Then her past and her future started to catch up with her. There was no escaping it, it seemed.
Is this quiet enough?
Amanda asked. It was the first place that had popped into her mind when they'd asked to talk somewhere quiet. They had a shared beginning here, the Legacy and her, so it just seemed right.
Yes, Israel said. Rather fitting, actually.
How do you mean?
We'll get to that. First, how have you been? How's this simple life?
Amanda smiled. She got the feeling that he didn't really approve of the way she lived her life. Maybe they thought she was shirking her responsibilities. They probably thought she should be in Paris with them, leading the coven and taking ownership of her destiny. It made her smile. Amanda stood up and turned to face the three Magi. I'm fine. In fact, I'm very happy, actually. I have a good life and a family I love, and I'm not bothered by nomads or archons trying to kill me. It's the life I wanted back in New York, but could never find.
But you found it here.
For the time being, so I'm enjoying it, don't you know? Israel and Aaron shared a look. They probably didn't understand, but she didn't care. She'd be back in the game before too long, she was sure of that. But for now, raising her daughter and being a part of her family was much more important. So, what news do you have to bring me? Amanda asked.
We've done as you asked and kept an eye on Yasmin, followed her as best we can, and we thought you should know that she's recently made contact with a name on the list you gave us.
Amanda raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they really did have some news for her. She instructed the Legacy to monitor Yasmin's movements, but not to engage or do anything to her, that she should be left alone. Amanda had been curious to know what Yasmin would do after their meeting 35 years ago. She'd had a few updates from the Legacy since, but nothing of any great interest. Maybe that was about to change. If Yasmin had contacted someone on the persons of interest list she had given them, then that could be bad. She knew full well that some of the people on that list were not even born yet, but they were on there anyway, as she wanted to know when they finally did appear. Oh, so? Who has she contacted?
Yasmin recently traveled to Russia and met with Scion.
Horlak, Amanda interjected. Israel looked a little surprised, but then nodded and smiled.
Sounds correct.
Feck, Amanda cursed. When was this?
Well, it's difficult to follow her, so information is often delayed, but we think it was a few days ago now. Do you know what she might be doing contacting Horlak?
Israel asked. What do you know of Horlak? Amanda asked.
Well, nothing good,
Israel said.
He's a legendary scion, a relic of the Archons themselves, and one of the original founders of the weird creature bloodline. He's a warlord from the steppes who's caused all kinds of trouble for us over the centuries.
You know him well, then, Amanda grumbled.
We never met him, but his reputation precedes him,
Israel clarified. As well it should. Is there anything else?
Not right now. But are you worried? Should we be worried?
I think everyone should be worried where Horlak's concerned. Monitor the situation for me, please, and let me know of any developments.
We will,
Israel said. If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my family now, Amanda said.
Of course.
Amanda nodded her farewell and worked her magic once more, porting herself back to the forest a short distance from her house as she contemplated the ramifications of what Israel had just told her. Yasmin and Horlak working together was not a welcome development, and she wondered how this played into the events of her life. What were they planning? She wandered through the woods for a short while, using the time to think things through, but she was at a loss as to what it might mean. Walking along the lane, she soon came back into view of her home. When she saw it, though, she froze as a cold, stomach-turning fear set in. The warm, inviting family home was no more. The front door had been smashed in, the roof partially collapsed, and some of it was on fire. Fuck! Amanda cursed and ported herself to her front garden, her aegis snapping into place as she poured essentia into it and pulled more into her body. Dropping her sight into the magical spectrum, Amanda stepped up to the entrance. The door was in bits on the floor, with just a few splinters still attached to the frame. She could hear voices inside, including an intense bass rumble that sounded all too familiar. Rushing forward, she stepped through the doorway and surveyed the damage inside. The place had been trashed, with all the furniture reduced to splinters and scattered over the floor. Sure enough, Horlak himself stood hunched in the main room of the house, too tall to rise to his full height. A couple of magi, a man and a woman, both of them controlling enough essentia to give Amanda pause, stood close by. Jacob, her husband, lay dead on the floor, already forgotten by the invaders, but a third member of Horlak's team crouched just in front of him. Holding Maya in his arms, she bit down on his wrist, sucking his vampiric blood for all she was worth. Maya's eyes flicked up to Amanda. They were bloodshot red, and Maya stopped sucking the moment she saw her. Emotions ran riot inside Amanda as she looked over the scene. Grief welled up at the sight of her dead husband and the thought that Maya's human life was over. But it was also tinged with acceptance. She'd known this was coming. She'd known that Maya would one day be changed, and it would indeed be violent. But above it all, her anger at Horlak and Yasmin boiled wildly, threatening to overflow. She held herself in check, though, aware that the vampire was still holding Maya and could kill her if he wanted to.
"It's been a while, Amanda."
Horlak boomed at her with his powerful voice. "I see Yasmin has been talking to you," Amanda said, ready to act. Her mind was already split into a myriad of fragments, each one working magic, building up her defenses, storing Sentia within her, and readying for an attack. The Magi to Horlak's side exchanged worried looks as the seconds passed. They'd be able to see the incredible amount of Sentia she was moving. She was a master magus now, and they'd known it.
"Heh,"
Horlak grunted.
"You've been doing your own research, I see. Well, yes, she has filled me in on a few things, not least of which was your current location. Was it a nice life you had here?"
Amanda took a step into the house, causing the two Magi to shuffle back a bit, their Sentia pulsing. "Get out of my house, right now," Amanda ordered.
"Or what?"
Horlak asked. Amanda gave him a thin smile and unleashed hell. Several of her minds locked onto the vampire holding Maya, blasted his weak aegis apart, and tore at the man's material form, ripping him apart at a molecular level that sent blood flying. Another mind reached out and ported Maya and Jacob's body away and into Eric's old place. Two more minds sent Sentia strikes at the two Magi that splashed against their aegises, knocking them back, but not reaching the Magi inside. The final pair did the same to Horlak. The Scion's powerful aegis held up against Amanda's Sentia strikes, but they knocked Horlak back against the wall behind him with a grunt. Amanda stepped in again as the trio of attackers reeled from her attack. The male Magi rushed forward, his dark cape flying as he lashed out with several Sentia strikes of his own that crashed into Amanda's aegis. They were strong, but she could withstand a few more of them without much trouble. The second Magus ran for Horlak as the hulking Scion scrambled to his feet with a roar of rage. Amanda sent a wave of Sentia strikes at the approaching Magus, mixing in a kinetic strike at the same time, and sent the man flying over the length of the house and into the wall to her left. His aegis held, but he hit the wall hard. Turning to look at the others, the female Magus smiled at her as Horlak roared.
"I'll find you again."
Horlak sneered at her a nanosecond before all four of them disappeared. "Feck," Amanda cursed. In an attempt to live a normal life, she never placed an aegis over the house, and although Horlak and his lackeys would have probably have gotten in anyway, it might have delayed them a bit and given her time to return. Amanda stood for a moment, letting her breathing slow as she surveyed the damage. The house was ruined. It was nothing she couldn't fix with a little bit of magic, of course, but it was more than that. Horlak and his men had desecrated it, tainted it. It would never be home for them again. With a sigh, she called on her magic once more and poured it over to Eric's abandoned house, appearing next to the body of her dead husband. Maya wasn't immediately visible, but Amanda's etheric sight soon picked her out. She was huddled in a nearby corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, looking terrified. Amanda went to her quickly and took her into her arms, hugging her tightly. Maya's skin was cold. She'd been changed into a scion, and now she was technically dead. Undead. She was a vampire and would need to drink the blood of the living to survive. Amanda's tears came freely and fell down her cheeks over the loss of her daughter's innocence. Maya cried too, until she pulled away so she could look Amanda in the eye. "What am I?" Maya asked. 1181 AD, France. Leaving the material world behind, Amanda appeared in a small, wood-paneled room with no doors or windows. The room was clean, with a plush carpet and a few comfy-looking seats. Amanda was standing to one side of the room on a welcome mat. She smiled. She thought that this was a cute addition to this beginning part of her null realm. Moving to the middle of the room, she sat on the floor cross-legged and closed her eyes. Slowly, she formed a picture in her mind's eye of what it was she wanted to create, and then willed it to be so, flooding the working of magic with essentia and building it from nothing. It took a while for her to fully define the main features of what she wanted to create, and she felt sure she'd be adding details for centuries to come, but for a first pass, she felt she had everything she needed. Pulling her magic back, she opened her eyes and looked up. In front of her, where there wasn't one before, stood a door. Smiling, Amanda got to her feet and took the handle in her hand. Taking a breath on the threshold, she opened the door and stepped through. She found herself inside a cottage, appearing just as she had imagined it in her head. It wasn't too dissimilar to the one she had in Ireland, except it was bigger and a little more luxurious, with more rooms. Light flooded in from the windows. Walking over to the main door, Amanda opened it to reveal the realm beyond. Stepping outside, she found herself in a vast landscape, rolling hills, lush green trees, and bushes. Wildflowers grew in the grass, and exotic-looking birds swooped about. Amanda took a deep breath, sucking the fresh, fragrant air into her lungs and relishing the crisp, clean taste. From now on, wherever she went, this would be her ultimate home. Later, she thought she'd like some companionship in this place, so Amanda closed her eyes and exerted her will over her realm. Visualizing what her new friend should look like, she couldn't help the grin that spread across her face. Satisfied with her vision, she opened her eyes, and sure enough, sitting before her was a huge, honey-colored, saber-toothed cat. She smiled down at him and ran her fingers through his soft fur. "I shall call you Samhain, and this place shall be Innisfell." Chapter 8. The Artifact, 1204 AD. "He's visited you a few times now?" Amanda asked, a little incredulously. Maya sat opposite her in the lobby of her null realm. They sat before a fire that was set into the wall on the right of the doorway leading into Innisfell, relaxing in the two soft chairs that Amanda had created in here. Samhain lay before the fire, his eyes closed, enjoying the heat. "That's right. I think he likes me. Maybe that's why he didn't kill me when he had the chance," Maya speculated. "Maybe," Amanda said as visions of that day 27 years ago flashed through her head. The sight of seeing Horlak standing over her daughter, freshly transformed into a vampire, was not something she was going to easily forget. But to hear that he was now visiting Maya, turning up unexpectedly where she lived in Paris, was disconcerting to say the least. He was dangerous. After that first time, the Legacy showed me to his hideout in Russia, but he wasn't there. They've been tracking him ever since, and I recently had a report that they had caught up with him in Constantinople with the Crusaders. "That would suit his bloodlust," Maya said. "So you've not been over to confront him yet?" "Not yet. But I didn't know this was going to be a regular thing, God love ya. You should have told me." "I can deal with it. He's not hurting me, and besides, I'm a scion like him now. I can handle myself." Amanda nodded, looking at her daughter's flawless pale skin and blood-red lips. She was cold to the touch these days, and although she was as friendly as ever, she was also quite different now. She'd been much more distant at first, choosing to keep away from Amanda. She understood that her daughter had been going through some pretty big changes as she came to terms with what she'd become, so Amanda made sure to give her some space. Over time, Maya had opened up and they were growing closer again, but it had taken years for that to happen. It was also probably why Maya had not told her about Horlak's visits. Part of her wished that Maya had stayed with her, but she'd needed space and had moved to Paris. Amanda felt like she couldn't really stand in the way of that, given that Maya was plenty old enough to make her own way in the world and more than capable of dealing with most situations that might arise. But had Maya remained with her, or if she had visited Maya more, maybe she would have caught these visits earlier. Well, there was no point in dwelling on it now, she thought. Instead, she focused her mind on what she wanted to do moving forward. "I know you can look after yourself," Amanda agreed. "So, what are you going to do?" "I don't know, but I think I want to find Horlak and at least make my displeasure known to him." "Are you going to kill him?" Amanda pressed her lips together into a thin smile. "Can't. He's alive in the future. In fact, he plays a rather pivotal part in my early life, so I need to be careful." "Your life is a complicated one, Mother," Maya commented. "I know." Amanda smiled, thinking back to when Horlak had confronted her in the alleyway in New York and forced her epiphany. She also remembered Gentle Water taking her to the tomb in Egypt. In fact, that was rather a strange thing to do, really, looking back, or forward, she supposed, at it. Now that she had traveled in time and felt fairly sure that Gentle Water was aware of her time jumping, she saw it in a new light. Had there been a greater motive behind him showing her that tomb, and the inscription that had been on the wall of Horlak's burial chamber? Did she need to know these things because she was actually the architect behind Horlak's imprisonment? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. Gentle Water must have known her as an older magus. So if he, and Royston too probably, knew about her true history, and if she had been the one to imprison Horlak, then she would need to know where to do it and how. Amanda shook her head. It was just one more mind-bending result of this whole time travel thing, but it also made Amanda think that maybe she should actually be in the Middle East, watching Horlak and being ready to bury him in that tomb. "What are you thinking?" Maya asked. "I think I need to travel to Constantinople," Amanda said. "Ah, well, don't let me stand in your way," Maya said, rising from her seat. Sam stirred on the floor and looked up before settling back down. Amanda got up also and walked towards the welcome mat. "Thank you for coming to see me," Amanda said, embracing Maya in a hug. "Don't wait too long before visiting again." "I won't," Maya answered with a smile and stepped onto the mat. Magic flared, and she was gone. The last reports by the Legacy placed Horlak in Constantinople, and with the siege that was happening there, it would be the perfect playground for someone with Horlak's bloodlust. But that was over a week ago. Amanda concentrated and reached out with her mind and moved the exit of her null realm from Paris to Constantinople. She placed the exit on a rooftop and stepped onto the welcome mat. There was a flash behind her eyelids, and she was in Constantinople. The city was bleeding. Smoke filled the air, rising from countless fires. She could see boats, many of them also aflame in the Golden Horn, while shouts and screams filled the air all around her. It was chaos. There was also a couple of bodies nearby on the roof, their spilt blood drying in the April sun. Amanda wrinkled her nose at the putrid smells that wafted past her as she walked over to the edge of the roof and looked down into the street. A group of screaming women were running up the road, being chased by a small group of knights. Amanda reached out with her mind and knocked the knights unconscious. As they dropped to the ground, the ladies ran away. Amanda smiled and looked up another street to see a fight between some crusaders and the local guardsmen. The city militia, maybe. She wasn't sure, but she didn't want to get sidetracked. She needed to find Horlak and see what he was doing. Using her etheric sight, she scanned the city skyline. Essentia swirled and rushing about as people moved. There were lots of concentrations of magic scattered all over the city, many of them moving. There would be magi and scions and more all around her. She needed to be circumspect about this. She didn't want to end up in a fight with any nomads or scions today, other than maybe Horlak, depending on how that went. But it was inevitable that she would run into other magi at some point. Looking around, she knew that the easiest way to scan the city would be to either float up and observe the city from above, or port from rooftop to rooftop, but that kind of reckless use of magic might draw unwanted attention from the supernatural community. She could even make herself invisible, but she'd still be using magic, and even though they might not see her, they would likely be able to spot the presence of magic in the area and guess someone was trying to hide. A less conspicuous way would be to pull her magic in, suppress it, and appear as much like a regular human as possible. She'd probably need to deal with attention from some Riven, but at least she could remain under the radar. She could also use some subtle misdirection magic to keep from being noticed too much. Moving around the edge of the building, she soon found a quiet street. With a quick check around, she jumped from the roof, her skirts flapping behind her as she dropped to the ground, landing easily. Setting off, Amanda pulled her magic in, suppressing it, and making herself less obvious to anyone magical. As she did so, she weaved into it a subtle misdirection effect, making herself seem less important and an unlikely target to anyone who looked at her. It wouldn't stop people from seeing her, and those of a stronger mindset, magi and scions especially, would be almost entirely unaffected by it. But it would do for now, and she set off through the city, keeping a watch for magical effects. Moving to one of the main streets, she started along it, only to see a group of 3 crusaders step out into the street up ahead, talking loudly. Amanda paused for a moment, feeling a little weary given that her defenses were reduced, but she steeled herself and kept going, keeping to the opposite side of the street. Sure enough, even though the men did glance over, their gazes seemed to slip off of her like water, and they walked past without taking much notice. Feeling a little more confident, she walked on through the city, letting her instincts guide her. It wasn't long before she approached one of the nearest concentrations of Essentia and made her way cautiously towards it. Reaching the end of a side street, she peered around to see a man directing crusaders a little way up the road. He glowed with Essentia, but seemed human, meaning he was probably a magus. She backed away and made off in another direction. She got the feeling that she would be doing a lot of sneaking around before she actually found Horlak. Of course, he wasn't forced to be here, but the fighting and death happening in the city would certainly draw someone like Horlak in, so she felt reasonably confident that she'd find him eventually. What she did find a lot of, though, were people looting, destroying, and generally doing whatever the hell they wanted. She saw death and pain on a scale she had never really experienced before, as down nearly every street someone was being attacked, killed, tortured, or raped. Amanda did her best to help those in need when she could, with minor workings of magic. It was careful and risky work, and whenever she was close to another magus or scion, she refrained and moved on. She couldn't save everyone. It was pointless even trying, and if she weren't careful, she'd draw too much attention, and that would not be good. All around her, people were either smashing up relics or works of art or stealing them to sell off later. She even saw troops stealing a statue of 4 rearing horses from the hippodrome. Their shamelessness was staggering. Amanda approached several more concentrations of Essentia, but so far, she hadn't found Horlak. Instead, she had a few near misses with magi, nomads, and scions of all kinds. Sensing a knot of Essentia coming from inside a nearby building, a church or other religious place by the looks of it, Amanda walked inside, skulking through the shadows and climbing over rubble. There were plenty of bodies as well, making her wonder what kind of massacre had happened within these walls. She lifted her skirts and picked her way over the corpses, being careful to avoid stepping in anything too unsavory as she entered the main chamber. It was a large, open area with broken benches and other bits of now unrecognizable debris scattered over the floor. She noticed that the altar area had also been heavily looted, with anything of value missing entirely, while the less valuable items had been smashed into oblivion. Reaching out again, she could sense a concentration of Essentia ahead of her and below. Were there catacombs under here? She wondered. If so, it would be a perfect place for Horlak to operate from. Although Amanda figured Horlak wouldn't be as bothered as she was about walking the streets in the midst of such chaos. Looking around, she spotted a doorway with stairs descending into the darkness beyond. As she approached, a light grew from within the gloom, and a man appeared carrying a torch. He sprinted up the last few steps and out into the room that Amanda was in. He was followed immediately by 2 crusaders, one of whom carried a bow with a nocked arrow. As soon as he had a clear shot, the crusader stopped, drew his bow, and loosed the arrow. The arrow slammed into his back, sending the man staggering to his knees just in front of Amanda. He gasped and looked up at her, his eyes wide with fear.
"Here,"
he gasped and held up something wrapped in a dirty rag.
"Don't let them take it."
Amanda looked up to see a third man reach the top of the stairs and walk up behind the 2 crusaders, and she immediately saw the concentration of magic around him. He was a magus, but there was other magic here too, much closer to her, but it was difficult to get a clear lock on it.
"Take it, please,"
the injured man pleaded, offering her the item he was carrying. Amanda reached for it.
"Don't touch that! It is the property of the Pope!"
the magus called out. Glancing up, Amanda raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the Magi's protestations. She grabbed the proffered item much to the relief of the man at her feet. The second it was in her hands, she knew it was magical, and knew this was the source of the second magical signature, although it clearly had an excellent misdirection effect woven into it. Pulling the rag aside for a moment, she looked at the sandstone tablet and stiffened as she recognized it. Shite. She'd never actually seen it firsthand before, but she'd seen it in both photos and in Liz's mind when her apprentice had shared the details with her. This was the stone tablet that contained the golden book. The same golden book that had gotten Liz's family and friends killed around the same time that Amanda had become a magus. Fuck me, Amanda cursed to herself. This was clearly meant to be, not least because she knew this tablet had been found in the same tomb that Horlak was released from. Gentlewater had been quite insistent that she know this when they'd visited Horlak's tomb.
"Don't let them take it,"
the man said with his last breath before he collapsed to the stone floor.
My lady, on the authority of Sir Marquis of Rome and of the Pope, I ask that you hand over the artifact.
The magus intoned, a note of warning in his voice. Amanda looked up and saw the essentia the magus was pulling into himself as he bolstered his aegis and held his hand out. Beside him, 2 crusaders drew their swords, which also glowed with magical energy. They moved a step closer, threatening her.
I want to ask you again,
the magus said. 1302 A.D., Paris.
Israel, it's been too long,
Cyric said and embraced him as Amanda watched.
Sir, thank you for coming to visit,
Israel replied.
And you must be Luxana Nix,
he said to the platinum blonde standing beside Cyric, taking her hand in greeting and kissing it.
Call me Lux, she suggested. Cyric has told me so much about you.
Nothing bad, I hope,
Israel said with a smile.
May I introduce Amanda?
Amanda stepped forward and greeted each of the 2 visiting magi warmly. Israel had invited her to stay at the Legacy House, saying he had some visitors coming who he thought she would be interested in meeting, but he'd not said much more than that, leaving the reason somewhat vague.
Lovely to meet you, Amanda said. Israel was quite insistent that I stay during your visit, but he's been rather vague as to why.
She glanced at Israel briefly.
Ah, was he? Cyric asked. Well, I think I can help with that. If you'd allow me, I can take us all up to show you the reason.
Amanda glanced back at Israel, who nodded and smiled at her.
Of course,
he said.
Sure, Amanda agreed. Here we go then,
Cyric said and worked his magic, porting them all in one go. Suddenly, Amanda found herself standing on what she could only describe as a very futuristic-looking starship stationed a few thousand miles above Earth. They were standing on a balcony with no discernible barrier between them and the vacuum of deep space. Amanda's jaw dropped as she took in the spectacular view of the almost glowing blue orb below her.
I told you you'd be interested in meeting them,
Israel said.
No shite,
Amanda muttered as she took in the sweeping vista below. Standing beside Cyric, taking her hand in greeting and kissing it. Chapter 9. Final Fight, 1204 A.D.
Come and get it,
Amanda challenged them as she dropped the misdirection effect and stopped suppressing her magical signature. Instead, she boosted her defenses. Her aegis snapped into place as she watched the 3 men. The magus spotted the essentia rushing into her and took a hesitant step back before he smiled and rallied himself.
Get her, he said to the pair of knights.
Both men rushed in, brandishing their swords. The first one swung his blade, which Amanda dodged easily before slapping away the second, hitting the flat of the blade before spinning and kicking the second knight. Her foot caught the man in the face. The tremendous force of it dropped him to the floor with a mouthful of blood that he spat onto the ground. Turning, she dodged the first knight's blade again, causing a look of confusion to cross the man's face before she lashed out with the heel of her hand. Her enhanced strength made short work of the man's nose, crushing it like a grape. Blood splattered over her hand. Dazed, the man staggered, but didn't fall until Amanda delivered a kick to his sternum. As he dropped to the floor, with what looked to Amanda like a few broken ribs, an essentia blast of considerable strength crashed into her aegis, knocking her off balance. Amanda hit the floor but went with the momentum, rolling up and out of it and into a crouch. With another flare of Essentia, a huge block of stone rushed out from a nearby wall towards her. Having expected a follow-up, she'd already split her mind using the multitasking effect. Amanda sent a wave of Essentia at the block, pulverizing it before it could hit her. Simultaneously, she unleashed several blasts of Essentia at the Magus. Rising to her feet, Amanda stalked forward as she conjured glowing bolts of Essentia, visible in her magical sight, which flared into life and smashed against the bubble of energy surrounding the Magus. She could see him forcing Essentia into his aegis, doing his best to fix the damage that her flurry of attacks were doing to it. With another working by one of her unoccupied minds, she took a section of the stone ceiling above and brought it down on top of him. The block smashed into his aegis as her Essentia strikes continued, landing blast after blast on the Magus. As she watched, his aegis cracked and faltered. Amanda redoubled her efforts, and with a few more hits, his aegis finally dropped.
No, wait,
he called, but Amanda wasn't interested and sent a kinetic ram at the man that sent him flying across the floor, despite him throwing magic at it to try and deflect it. Amanda poured it and appeared next to him. Not so confident now, are we? Amanda taunted him.
You can take it. I don't want it. I'm not interested in it,
he said, scrambling away from her. I will take it, Amanda said and kicked him across the face. The Magus dropped back, alive but unconscious, as blood leaked from his nose and mouth. Amanda shook her head and left the temple behind, walking out into the street and hurrying along the thoroughfare. Stopping a little further along, she ducked into a side street and opened the rags that the stone tablet was wrapped in. She got a much better look at it now, and sure enough, it was the exact same one that Liz and her friends had got hold of. She wasn't too sure what it was she needed to do with it, so she concentrated and reached out for her null realm before shifting the artifact into it. Canceling the effect and satisfied that the artifact was now safe, Amanda moved back to the roadway, suppressing her magical signature once more and conjuring the misdirection effect. Amanda had been wandering the city for hours already, and still the violence, robbery, and destruction of Constantinople and its treasures continued. Amanda walked past a large building that had a few points of concentrated Essentia somewhere within. Parts of the building had been set alight while people were rushing inside to save some of the precious books and works it apparently contained. People were shouting and there was a general chaos everywhere. From what she could see and hear, it was abundantly clear that this was the main city library, and the Crusaders were doing their best to destroy this building too. Moving into a side alleyway, Amanda concentrated and sent a set of her senses into the building, focusing on checking out what the Essentia concentrations were. A few of them seemed to be Magi who were either helping to destroy the building or trying to save the treasures within it, while the others appeared to be magical books. Pausing for a moment, Amanda realized that she could actually save some of these artifacts herself. Checking around her in the alleyway to make sure she was still alone, Amanda went to work, porting some of these choice books out of the library and shifting them over into her null realm. She took magical and mundane books, hunting for some of the more valuable tomes that the library contained. Splitting her mind, she sent another part of her psyche off to scan through the minds of some of the Riven that were running about. Soon enough, she found the first one and then a few more people who had worked in the library and quickly hunted through the memories for some of the more valuable items that seemed doomed to be consumed by the flames. Amanda saved books, paintings, statues, and other artifacts, even porting some of them from pyres that were being built or from the arms of crusaders who were about to smash or rip them up. Amanda sat, hidden amongst the debris, for a good hour before she felt she'd done as much as she was able. She wasn't sure what she would do with these items for the time being, but it felt good to save as many as she could from the crusaders. Satisfied with her work, she moved further along the alleyway and out into the street, ducking through the lanes and doing her best to remain unseen by the crusaders. Groups of militia, residents, opportunistic thieves, and looting crusaders ran past her. She listened to each of them as they talked. Usually, there was little of interest, but when a couple of people ran down the street ranting about some kind of demon, Amanda stopped to listen. It sounded incoherent, but promising, when movement to her right caught her attention. She saw a sizable group of crusaders rushing around a corner up ahead. Maybe half of them were injured and were being helped along by those in a better state. A man dressed in finer armor than the others hobbled along, clearly in pain, being helped by one of his knights. He was cursing to himself as they went. In a rage, he stopped abruptly and looked back the way he'd come.
"Damn you, Horlock,"
he roared, shaking his fist.
"I'll get you yet. I promise. I will find you and I will kill you,"
he raved, while his retinue urged him to keep moving. The knight was surrounded by a ragged-looking aegis that looked like it was about to falter and die at any moment, so Amanda backed up into the shadows of the building next to her and took a few moments to build up a powerful Ascentia strike. Suddenly, the lead crusader seemed to notice something and looked around. He'd sensed her. Amanda lashed out, sending a dagger of Ascentia into the knight's aegis and cracking it open like an egg. The knight looked surprised, but Amanda didn't hesitate, plunging into his mind and scanning through his most recent memories. Within seconds, she was looking through his eyes, seeing Horlock and his followers attacking the crusaders and their magus commander, Marcus, with a savagery that was breathtaking. Horlock was an engine of destruction, but Marcus was no weak, inexperienced magus and fought well, holding his own. But his men were dying all around him, and in the end, he'd called a tactical retreat. She also noted that the fight had happened just a short distance from where she currently stood. Amanda released the crusader's mind and started up the street as the knights went in the opposite direction. Turning the corner that Marcus had appeared around, she found that the road opened up into a public square of some kind that was a scene of carnage. The bodies of crusader knights littered the ground, while other fighters who weren't wearing any sort of standardized uniform lay scattered amongst them. Around the square, more of these mercenaries were looting corpses. Most of them were human, but a few, including the hulking form of the weir creature, Horlock with his black fur and large horn, were clearly scions. Amanda advanced on the scion, picking her way through the detritus that was scattered through the streets to get a closer look. She saw Horlock standing over the transforming body of a crusader that was writhing in pain and growing in size. Within moments, the crusader's body had more than doubled in size and seemed to be made from stone, with 2 enormous wings sprouting from his back. Standing beside Horlock, a man focused on this new scion, working magic on him. She could see the Ascentia flaring and flowing into the scion's mind, warping it. Moving a touch closer, she realized she recognized this new scion. It was Balor, the gargoyle scion who worked with Orion and Zane, and who sometimes worked with the Legacy as well. Amanda scanned the scene again. There were a few other scions here and a couple of other magi. She'd be jumping into a dangerous fight, but she couldn't let them corrupt Balor. Amanda canceled her dampening effects and focused on bringing her defenses up to full strength. She split her mind once more before flooding her Aegis with Essentia. A second later, as a few of the more sensitive magi and scions turned towards her, she ported and appeared beside the magus who stood over Balor. Amanda released a powerful wave of kinetic energy along with several pointed Essentia strikes at the magus. It was as though a battering ram had hit him as he flew back 20 feet and crashed into the ground with a grunt, his magic failing. At her feet, Balor writhed on the ground as the Magi's telepathic probe was ripped from his mind. Horlock's claws scythed in towards her. Amanda turned and blocked. She'd not been sure she needed to, given her Aegis, but Horlock's attack had been incredibly powerful. It reached through her Aegis, his claws ripping whirring rents into her defenses, only to slam into her forearm as she blocked him. It was almost comical to see her thin arms bringing Horlock's tree trunk-sized ones to a standstill. Deflecting his arm, Amanda lashed out with a kick that crunched into his stomach and sent the shocked scion sailing backwards. He rolled before his claws bit into the ground, bringing him to a stop as he looked up.
"Amanda!"
he roared. Amanda smiled as a couple of men with swords ran at her. Amanda turned and moved like lightning, ducking under and around the swings of the two attackers before lashing out and knocking the two men to the ground in short order. Magic crashed in on her. The Essentia strikes were powerful and hit her Aegis from a couple of angles. They damaged her defenses, but she had one of her multitasking minds doing nothing but funneling more energy into her Aegis, repairing the damage that it was being dealt. The magus that she'd thrown away from Balor was the closest one to her and started throwing rocks and debris at her with his mind. Amanda reached out and hit him with another kinetic ram, this time from his rear, smashing him towards her. He stumbled and fell, but started to pick himself up. Amanda hit him again from above with another powerful kinetic and Essentia-charged strike and cracked his Aegis. Spotting the weakness and the sudden look of fear on the Magi's face, Amanda hit him again, ramming a spike into the crack and disintegrating his Aegis entirely before she magically kicked him up towards herself. She swung her fist and caught him in the face. He fell to the street, covered in blood and clearly in a bad way. Nearby, she spotted Horlock walking calmly towards her as anger seethed behind his eyes. She used her magic and assigned a few sets of senses to her multiple minds, allowing them to look out around her, independently of the others. Horlock's forces surrounded her, but held their ground as Horlock approached. Suddenly, he rushed her, leaping in close. His lethal claws, each one as big as her forearm, slashed at her as she spun, ducked, and dodged around him. Horlock could move faster than his size should allow, and she had a tough time keeping away from him. His claws caught at her Aegis every few hits, cutting considerable rips in it each time. She knew he was a powerful scion, but she'd not really been in a pitched battle with him before, so seeing it from this side of things and seeing him make short work of her Aegis was more than a little scary. Out of nowhere, Essentia flared, and Amanda and Horlock were thrown apart. Crashing into the ground, Amanda rolled and brought herself up to her feet in short order, looking around. She quickly spotted 2 more arrivals in the courtyard on the other side of Horlak's main forces. They were both cloaked, with deep hoods concealing their features, and in addition to that, they were clearly powerful. Both figures glowed brightly in her magical vision and were shifting around a considerable amount of essentia with little effort. "Feck me, now what?" Amanda cursed. 1302 AD, near-Earth orbit. "This is incredible," Amanda said, looking out from the balcony and over the Earth below. "I mean, I've been to Ultima Thule, so I knew this was possible, but actually being on one of these... What is this? A spaceship?"
"Yes, technically, but we call them etheric craft," Cyric said. "Or ether ships."
"So, the Magi have been in space for a while, haven't they?" Amanda asked.
"For a long time, yes. Estimates vary, but we're sure that the Magi have been traveling through space for over 10,000 years, using etheric craft like this one,"
Cyric said, guiding Amanda into the ship and indicating that she should take a seat while he spoke.
"They've been in space since the time of the Archons, and before their sundering of the Magi."
"I've heard of that. Isn't that when the Archons tried to cut the Magi off from magic entirely?" Amanda asked.
"That's right, yes. But, as you must know, they didn't succeed. They weakened us, but didn't end the Magi. There are Magi out there who are more powerful than any Magi who has come about since. Anyway, the Magi have traveled through space, creating colonies, space stations, and entire empires out in the cosmos. Earth has been left to develop on its own, and was left behind in technological advancement many millennia ago by the Riven humans in space, of which there are billions upon billions."
"You mean there's a whole human empire out there, in our galaxy, using super advanced tech that the humans on Earth have no knowledge about?"
"That's right. There are a lot of Riven humans out there, and they have been free to push their scientific advancements, aided by the Magi and without being held back by superstition, to a degree unthought of by modern scientists. The Riven in space were crossing the void between stars before the humans on Earth had created their first city," Cyric said.
"And we've crossed our entire galaxy?" Amanda asked.
"We've reached other galaxies," Cyric said.
Chapter 10. Sentinels, 1204 AD. As she watched, the 2 new arrivals were attacked by Horlak's forces. Magic flared as these 2 new Magi ripped into their attackers with a strength that concerned Amanda. Horlak seemed frozen with indecision and was entirely distracted by the 2 new Magi who were holding their own against his followers. Amanda grabbed the opportunity and lashed out at Horlak, her magic smashing into his aegis. Horlak whipped back to face her and roared before lunging for her again. Amanda ducked, managing to stay out of reach of those wicked claws for a few more seconds. Hammering him some more with her magic, she ripped at his aegis. Dodging and keeping her distance, Amanda did her best to keep Horlak occupied with a near-constant barrage of magical attacks. Meanwhile, another of her minds reached out and hauled an immense boulder into the air before smashing it down on top of him. Horlak howled. She smiled and set more of her minds to throwing objects at him. All around him, Amanda telekinetically lifted rocks, boulders, and bricks into the air before launching them at the scion. Horlak was no longer trying to attack Amanda. Instead, he thrashed about, waving his arms around, trying to fend off the endless barrage of debris that was hitting him from all directions.
"Amanda!"
He howled as she hit him again and again. Casting around, she spotted a huge stone pillar leaning against a nearby building. She reached out and willed the pillar to tip and then fall onto Horlak. She watched the whole thing almost as if it were in slow motion. The pillar shifted slowly, reaching the point of no return, all without Horlak spotting it because he was too busy trying to fend off her other attacks. When gravity took over, Amanda let go and just watched as the pillar arced over like a felled tree and smashed into Horlak's head. The great scion crumpled beneath it, dropping to the ground where he lay still. Amanda watched him for a moment, not quite believing she'd actually managed to subdue the brute. But he didn't move. Amanda glanced left and saw the pair of new Magi were still fighting with Horlak's forces. Leaving them to fight it out, she was about to move towards Horlak when she remembered Balor. He still lay on the ground, now fully transformed into his scion form and looking somewhat peaceful. Amanda concentrated and reached out to his mind, pressing into it to find that Horlak's Magi had done a lot of irreparable damage. Almost all of his human memories were gone, everything that made him who he was, including his identity, but Horlak's Magi had also started to implant the idea that Horlak was his master. Feeling more than a little disgusted by this, Amanda reached out and pulled the allegiance to Horlak from Balor's mind and proceeded to install some fundamental good morals and standards into him instead, as well as the name Balor. She was only maybe half a minute into it when Balor woke up. Withdrawing from his mind, she stepped back as the scion stood up and grabbed her, wrapping his huge hand around her shoulders, arms, and chest. Her aegis strained under his grip, but it kept him from hurting her or even really touching her at all. Balor looked at her and then all around. She could feel the confusion within him and how scared he was. "Balor, it's okay. I can help you. You've been hurt, but I stopped them," she explained. "I helped you." Balor looked back down at her and seemed to notice his grip on her and let go.
"I'm sorry,"
he said and took a step back, looking at his hand in horror.
"What is this? What am I?"
"It's okay. You're a scion now. I think you understand what that means," she said, knowing full well that she'd gifted him that knowledge during her telepathic exchange, as well as imparting some basics about remaining hidden from the Riven world. Balor nodded and looked up from his stone-like hands.
"Who was I?"
he asked haltingly. "I don't know. I'm afraid those memories were taken from you," she answered. "But I know you as Balor. You're an honorable man and a good friend, and I want to help you if I can."
I think I need a little time,"
he said, backing off from Amanda and holding his head. She could sense the pain there. He'd had his mind invaded twice now, and both times he'd been subjected to some fairly major psychic surgery. The second time, Amanda's attempt, had only happened to save him from becoming something horrific, and unfortunately had been necessary. She didn't want to push him. He needed to find his own way. "Of course," Amanda said. "You've been through a lot. If you need to find me, come to Paris and ask for Amanda, okay?" Balor turned to look back at her and nodded once before his great wings unfurled and with a single beat launched himself into the air before flying off at an incredible speed. Amanda watched him go, feeling pleased that she'd helped someone. After a moment, she turned, looked down at Horlak, and sighed. He was still unconscious and hurt, but his wounds were healing rapidly. He wouldn't be unconscious for long.
"Do it,"
said a male voice from not too far away. Amanda looked up and spotted the two cloaked Magi walking towards her, leaving the scattered bodies of Horlak's troops dead or unconscious behind them. "Sorry?" Amanda asked.
"Do it. Kill him."
Amanda frowned. "Why should I?"
"He's a scion, a dangerous one. He's been running around this city in full sight of everyone here. He's proven that he cannot live in this world. He needs to be ended."
Amanda looked down at the unconscious scion. In many ways, this unknown Magi was right. He was a danger, but Amanda had a fairly significant investment in this scion. He would be the catalyst that would turn her into a magus, and that was not something she was able to ignore. She simply could not kill him. It would change everything. She looked back up at the magus. "No, I won't, and neither will you." The magus cocked his head slightly.
"Really?"
"I'm going to leave now, with Horlak," Amanda explained, eyeing the magus. He pulled back his hood, revealing jaw-length hair and a face that spoke to centuries of experience. His companion, a young woman with short, nearly white blonde hair that was barely an inch long, did the same. She hung back, watching with narrowed eyes.
"No, you're not,"
the man warned her. Amanda ignored him and reached out to Horlak with her Essentia as she readied herself to port. Suddenly, an aegis snapped into place around herself and the man, but not Horlak. The magus flooded it with Essentia, building up its strength. Amanda reached out with her own magic and canceled his feeding of Essentia into the aegis.
"Hey," Amanda said. "You're not leaving here with that scion,"
the man said. "I will, and you're not going to stop me," Amanda said as she threw a series of Essentia strikes at the aegis that surrounded them both. She could have attacked the man, but so far, apart from objecting to her not killing Horlak, he'd not done anything to directly hurt her. Also, from what he said, it sounded like he wanted to protect the Riven in the city, something she could relate to.
"I'm warning you,"
the man said. Amanda looked back at him, watching as his stance changed into a more aggressive one. "I wouldn't," Amanda said.
"Ariston,"
the woman called out, raising her hand in a gesture that suggested he stop. Amanda noticed the simple black mark on her palm and knew who they were. They were Sentinels. Amanda had run across one once before, back when she and Maya had visited the nuclear power plant and first met Mr. Black. A Sentinel had attacked her then, but between herself and Maya, they had subdued him and taken him back to her house. Of course, he then proceeded to commit suicide before she'd learned much about them. She still only knew a little, as did the majority of the Magi world, but what little they did know was that the Sentinels didn't side with either the Nomads or the Arcadians, and instead remained impartial and fought to protect humanity from the supernatural as a whole. An admirable cause if ever there was one, but it seemed like they occasionally took things a little too far. "You're Sentinels," Amanda stated. The man frowned.
"Last warning."
"You really want to do this?" Amanda asked.
"Ariston, stop this. You're being pig-headed," the blonde replied. "Stay out of this, Crystal,"
Ariston answered her.
"No, you're being unreasonable."
"Shut up." A volley of Essentia launched at Amanda and slammed into her shield. Amanda staggered but responded in kind. This man wasn't holding back, and she could see the rage behind his eyes. He was furious. Keeping her aegis pumped, Amanda returned the favor and threw an incredible volley of magic at the man. An intense light show of magical energy rushed between them as they desperately tried to break through each other's aegis. She could feel the effort and power that this magus was throwing at her. He was skilled with a strong connection to Essentia, stronger than the vast majority of magi in the world. She could feel her aegis taking a considerable pounding as he threw massive amounts of energy at her. With most magi, he'd win without too much trouble, maybe even against a master or archmaster magus. As far as she knew, the connection that all magi had to Essentia was only so strong. She was already aware that she was unusual, not least of which was because her own connection to that Essentia was much stronger than any other magi she'd ever come across. But Arston changed that. Suddenly, she found someone who had a connection that rivaled her own. Her own connection was so strong that she often found herself regulating it unless it was a life or death situation. But she needed that power here, and so she opened the floodgates. Amanda threw Essentia's strikes, kinetic rams, lightning bolts, fireballs, and anything else she could think of at the figure before her. The rush of energy through her body was exhilarating. She could feel her heart thumping as she just went with it and threw everything she had at the man. Without warning, the Sentinel's aegis faltered and disintegrated. All of a sudden, she was throwing magical attacks at the man rather than at his aegis. She didn't notice right away, being too swept up in the thrill of just letting go and unleashing everything. Seconds passed, and she realized that the counterattacks had stopped and Crystal was screaming at her. She pulled back as quickly as she could, canceling her effects as the aegis around them both faltered and died. The blackened remains of what was once Arston lay smoking on the ground before her. There was little left of him, and Crystal fell to her knees by his side. Amanda looked down at the young woman and felt bad. She hadn't intended to kill him, but he'd forced her hand. Had she not thrown everything she had at him, he might just as likely have killed her instead. She noticed that her own aegis was in terrible shape after having it hammered nearly to death by the Sentinel's magic. Amanda sighed. "I'm sorry." "Get out of here and take that monster with you," Crystal barked. Amanda hesitated, wondering if Crystal did actually need someone. Amanda felt terrible for what she'd done, but she hadn't had a choice. "I said go!" Crystal shouted up at her again. Amanda nodded. "Sure thing." She mumbled and backed off, walking over to Horlak. Amanda paused and looked back at Crystal, who had started to cry silent tears as she sat beside Arston. As she watched, Crystal's magic flared, and with a burst of astral magic, the pair of them were gone. Amanda nodded. She felt regretful that she'd killed him, but he would have done the same to her. She heard Horlak moan. Looking back, she quickly reached into his mind and put some safeguards in place, blocking him from waking up for now. She needed time to work. Concentrating, Amanda reached out and pulled herself and Horlak through into her null realm, appearing in the lobby with Horlak's hulking body laid out on the floor next to her. "Now what do I do?" she said to herself. Samhain, who was still laying by the fire, lifted his head. When he saw Horlak's body, he growled and got to his feet. "Hey, Sam, no, he won't hurt you and he's not staying here. Calm down." Samhain turned to look at her and cocked his head to one side. "Don't give me that look. This is my home as much as it is yours," she said to the large cat. The saber-toothed cat sighed before it stalked to the door leading to the cottage, pushed it open, and skulked through. "Sure, you go that way," Amanda said, shaking her head. She sometimes wondered who was in charge around here. Amanda walked over to the table where she ported the stone tablet and picked it up, It was heavy and beautifully carved, she thought. So she had the book and Horlak. Surely this could only mean one thing. She was the one to put Horlak in that tomb. Walking over to the welcome mat, Amanda focused on the tomb that she'd visited with gentle water before pushing through the gate and into the real world. Suddenly appearing on the rocky plateau in the middle of the Egyptian desert, she could see the depression where the entrance to the tomb was. It was covered with sand, as it would be for hundreds of years before it was excavated and explored. The desert was hot and dry, and the wind whipped around her medieval dress, her skirts rippling around her ankles. She was about to port into the deepest part of the tomb when something occurred to her. There was no dead magic zone here. When she'd visited with gentle water, they'd been unable to port in this close due to the zone, but it wasn't here. She looked around, doubting her senses for a moment, wondering if she'd come to the wrong place. But she was sure she was right. One way to know for sure. She created a second set of senses and sent them through the sand barrier, into where she thought the tomb would be. Sure enough, a few seconds later, her senses were in the tomb. It was pitch dark, so she expanded the range of light that her vision could pick up and slowly brought the interior of the tomb into view. She quickly located the little alcove where the stone tablet was found and poured it into the deathly quiet interior of the tomb. It was a little creepy in here, even though her enhanced vision cut through the darkness. She gently placed the tablet into the alcove and stepped away, feeling happy with what she'd done. She turned and walked deeper, soon finding the sealed-up final chamber. Porting to the other side of the barrier, she appeared in the final room with the human-sized sarcophagus in the middle. The room looked quite different to when she'd been here last. Back then, the place had been trashed, with bits of rubble everywhere and dead bodies littering the floor. Looking at the sarcophagus, it was abundantly clear that Horlak was not going to fit inside, so she concentrated and called on her magic to increase the size of the coffin. The room was large enough, so that wasn't a problem. Satisfied with the size of it, she reached out and opened the gate to her null realm and pulled Horlak through with her magic, placing him directly inside the sarcophagus.
"Well done,"
said a voice from nearby. Amanda jumped at the sound, nearly falling over from the shock of it. "Jesus!" she exclaimed, clutching her chest. "Don't be doing that. You nearly made me shite myself."
"Apologies,"
the weaver said.
"I am here to finish the work you've started."
"Oh?" Amanda asked.
"I'll place Horlak in stasis, so he will not wake until the sarcophagus is opened, and then, once you're out of here, I'll create the dead magic zone around it."
"Ah," Amanda said. "Okay, so, I think I need to write the warning on the wall, even though it isn't heated." The weaver seemed to nod before turning away. He was a strange, curious creature, and yet she quite liked him. She felt like there was a natural connection there. It wasn't something she could easily explain, but she certainly felt it. She thought it strange how she naturally referred to the weaver as a him, but then she wasn't sure that she really fit, and using it felt odd. Dismissing that train of thought, she returned to the wall and thought back to her previous visit and the writing that had been carved into the wall. She remembered the words quite clearly. "Do not lift the slab. Horlak lies within." Holding out her hand, Amanda worked her magic and conjured a dagger into it and set to work carving the words into the wall. The sandstone yielded easily, letting her write the phrase without trouble. Satisfied that she'd written it as she'd remembered it, She stepped back to admire her handiwork.
"Are you finished?"
the weaver asked. "I am."
"Then we should retreat a good distance,"
the weaver suggested. The sudden flash of magic and the ease with which the weaver used it marveled Amanda. She stood atop a large sand dune, looking out over the nearby plateau. The weaver hung in space, a hole in reality beside her, as she felt the incredible magical power that rushed out of him and took hold of reality as he forced his will upon it. She watched as the impossible happened right before her eyes. A bubble of almost Essentia-free space grew over the tomb and the plateau and then stopped. As far as she was aware, no magus could do something like that. But the weaver wasn't a magus.
"Thank you,"
the weaver said, and suddenly he was gone again. "No problem," Amanda answered, looking out over the plateau and the tomb it contained. Her future lay within that ancient tomb, the very start of her life as a magus, and it had all been set up by her own hand. She felt satisfied with today's events, and also felt the weight of her future history bearing down on her. She had done so much already, setting up her younger life to come, and she still had hundreds of years yet to live through. Amanda focused her mind and disappeared, leaving the desert behind. 1302 AD, near Earth orbit. "We've reached other galaxies?" Amanda asked. "That's right," Luxana answered, walking back inside, followed by Israel. She was a striking woman, Amanda thought, with her shock of platinum blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. "People have crossed the void to Andromeda and a couple of others, but it's not currently a common thing to do. Most of the Magi covens on this side of the galactic core are based on a rough circle around Earth, but there are sizable groups of Magi and Ribbon scattered throughout the galaxy." "That is incredible," Amanda said. "I had no idea that was possible. I mean, I suppose I guessed, but knowing that it's actually happening is something else. So, does everyone have a ship like this?" True interstellar travel at faster than light speeds is only really possible through the use of magic, and that's usually done on a ship like this. They're powered by magical items that propel the etheric craft forward. So, there are Magi that create these ships for others to use. Yes, they usually work in groups known as crafting guilds, and there's a few of them. These are Magi who'd love to create magical works of art. But anyone can create such a ship, providing they're powerful enough, Lux answered. "And providing they're happy to navigate the dangers of deep space," Cyric added. Chapter 11. Friday the 13th, 1307 AD. Innisfail, Amanda's null realm, had become her primary home. She liked that it allowed her to withdraw from the material realm and remain undisturbed by outside forces. She could escape here and never worry about encountering anyone she didn't want to, minimizing her impact on the Magi community. Not only that, but because the null realm didn't correspond to any point on Earth, she could step out of it to anywhere on the planet and return the same way. She tied one portal, though, directly to Maya's living quarters beneath the palace in Paris, allowing her daughter to visit whenever she needed or wanted. She wanted to remain in close contact with her daughter, and Amanda had made a point of visiting her often. Also, she quite enjoyed the pomp and ceremony of the royal court. Having dressed in a suitably elegant dress, Amanda walked through into the lobby and over to the welcome mat, where she directed her null realm to deposit her within the palace, in Maya's quarters. Maya lived in a well-appointed apartment hidden beneath the palace, allowing her to retreat from court life for months or years at a time, and then to reappear when she chose to get involved again. "Good morning," Amanda said, spotting Maya sitting on the edge of her bed, fixing her hair. "Morning, Mother," Maya greeted her. "Although I'm not sure it's a good one." "Oh, really? How come?" "Something is afoot in the palace. Last night the talk within the court was that King Philip was planning something with his closest aides. Something that the rumors said concerned either the Knights Templar as a whole or just Grand Master Mole. Whatever it is, the general feeling is that it isn't good." "The Templars. Do you have any idea what it could be?" Amanda asked. The Order of the Knights Templar had been around for over a century, having been involved in the Crusades before moving over to more of a banking role in recent years. "I think something has been brewing like this for a while. Philip has been in debt to the Templar Knights for some time from his war with the English, and I would guess that he's seen a chance to rid himself of that debt." "You think he's going to try to take down the Order?" Amanda asked with a note of incredulity in her voice. "Philip has been vocal about his views of the Order for a while, and there have been some charges laid against the Templars by an ousted former member of the Order. I think Philip has seen his chance." Amanda frowned, remembering that the legacy counted one such knight among its members. "We have a Templar who's a member of the legacy," Amanda said. "Ulrich Pascal? I know. Maybe you should head over there and see if he knows anything. I'll stay here and see what I can find out," Maya said, rising from her bed and moving to the door. Amanda nodded to her daughter. "Good idea," she said, and watched Maya slip out of her room. Amanda concentrated, porting across the city and into the legacy house. The Coven House's aegis had been keyed to her magical signature long ago and let her port inside without issue. Amanda immediately sent an alert through her link to Israel. It opened a second later.
"Amanda," Israel replied.
"Where's Ulrich?"
"I'm not sure. Why?"
"We believe the king is about to move against the Order of the Knights Templar, and I think Ulrich needs to know, at the very least," she answered through the link.
"You're sure?"
"Pretty sure, yes," she answered.
"All right, hold on,"
he said, closing the link. Less than a minute later, Israel appeared in the lobby.
"It's early, Amanda."
"If the king is going to act, he'll do so early. I doubt we have much time. We need to find Ulrich and see what he wants to do."
"Are you planning to save the Order?"
Israel asked. "I don't know, but one of our own is a member and might be in danger. Also, I don't know how, or even if the disciples are involved in this. But if they are, Ulrich might be dealing with Magi as well."
"I see your reasoning,"
Israel said.
"So, what's the—"
The door to the house slammed open, and Ulrich stumbled inside, looking like he'd just taken a beating. "Shite," Amanda cursed.
"Ulrich!"
Israel called out.
"It's the king's guards. They're arresting the Order," Ulrich said.
"It started already?" Amanda asked.
"Started? It's been happening since before daybreak. Most of the Order has already been moved to the conciergerie." "The king's palace?"
Israel asked. "Maya's there," Amanda said.
"That's your daughter, right?"
Ulrich asked. "That's right."
"Do you think she could get us into the dungeons? We might be able to liberate a few of them,"
Ulrich said.
"I'd scry the area and port in and out, taking one at a time, but it would take a while and would be noticed by the disciples."
"It would. We need to do this quickly and quietly, but liberating the entire Order is going to raise some questions with the Riven," Amanda said. the disciples would cause problems if they noticed a magus porting in and taking people out.
Amanda's right. We can't interfere too much,
Israel said.
But if we can free a few, maybe the order can live on in some form. I have some friends within the order, men who see things the way I do, who distrust the disciples, and who are working with me against them for within the order. If I can just free them,
Ulrich suggested.
And these men have been arrested,
Israel asked.
They have. I saw them being taken. I only escaped because of the grace of God.
Your magic, you mean? Amanda said, deadpan. She liked Ulrich, but many of his quirks reminded her of the Inquisition and the way they viewed magic. It was something that never really sat comfortably with her.
As you say,
Ulrich replied.
Then they should be at the palace or nearing it,
Israel said. Ulrich nodded. Okay, we'll port in there, find the prisoners, and rescue your allies in one go, all right? Amanda said.
Perfect,
Ulrich said, smiling at her. Let's go then. What are we waiting for? Amanda asked.
Nothing. I'm ready.
Ulrich? Israel asked.
Ready,
he agreed. Amanda nodded and concentrated, enveloping Ulrich and Israel in her magic and porting them all across the city and into Maya's quarters. They were empty, as Amanda had anticipated. The moment she arrived, Amanda sent a link request through to Maya. It was accepted, and Amanda heard Maya's voice in her head. Mother, I'm back. I'm in your quarters with Israel and Ulrich, she sent. You're here? All right. Tell Israel not to get mud on my rugs this time. That was one time, Amanda replied incredulously as she shooed him off the rug he was standing on. He made a mess. Anyway, the arrests have been going on since daybreak, and the order has been brought to the dungeons. We know. We were hoping that we can free a few of those who Ulrich trusts. You're meddling in riven affairs, Mother, Maya warned her. I'm helping a friend. We can't and won't free all of them, or even most of them, but if we can get a few out of there, then maybe Ulrich can keep the order from disappearing completely, Amanda explained. I understand, Maya said. I'll make my way to the dungeons. Port to me when I say. Will do, Amanda said, and left the link open, turning to Ulrich and Israel.
So,
Israel asked. Maya will help us. She's making her way into the dungeons now. We'll port to her when she tells me it's safe, Amanda said, looking at Israel and then Ulrich. She noticed that Ulrich was still wearing his white surcoat with the distinctive red cross on his chest. Amanda frowned. I think we need to get you changed.
Excuse me,
Ulrich asked. Well, you can't go swanning about the palace with that on, can you? You'll be arrested in moments. She walked towards him and reached over to help him. Ulrich backed off and battered her hands away from him.
Don't touch me,
Ulrich said. What? Amanda asked.
The Latin rule dictates that a knight of the order may not touch a woman,
Ulrich said. Oh, don't be so silly, Amanda protested. Let me help you. Once again, Ulrich backed off, holding his hand up to her.
I'm sorry, but I cannot. Even now, with the looming threat of the end of our order, I must stick to the order's tenets.
Amanda backed off, holding her hands up in surrender. All right, okay, sure. I'll go find you something a little less conspicuous while you sort yourself out, she said, and left Ulrich to the problem of removing his surcoat. She soon found several plain brown cloaks and robes, 2 of which she handed to Israel, who then passed one to Ulrich. Amanda shook her head slightly at Ulrich's pig-headedness, but she couldn't think too badly of him. At least, he was sticking to his morals in the face of the destruction of his order. A few moments later, Maya spoke to her through the link as Amanda pulled on her own cloak.
I'm here, and it's quiet where I am. Board to me now, she said.
Understood, Amanda said and turned to the two men. Ready? A feeling of calm and seriousness descended over the room as she spoke, and both men nodded. Amanda nodded back and reached out with her magic, porting the three of them across the palace to the dungeons. They appeared in a dark, poorly lit tunnel of bare brick standing beside Maya. Amanda stepped up to her daughter and spoke through the link. Hey, Mother. Maya greeted her and fixed her with a serious look.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Honestly, no, but it feels right, and I want to help members of the legacy.
All right, I'll follow your lead,
Maya answered, and then spoke aloud.
The prisoners are along the next few corridors.
Amanda turned to Israel and Ulrich. Okay, come with me. Let's find these allies of yours, but keep things quiet, she whispered.
Just you two go, Israel said. I've had an idea for keeping them safe that I want to work on.
Amanda nodded. Sure. Ulrich followed her to the next junction where they turned right. There were strong wooden doors set into both sides of the corridor, and what looked like a wider section up ahead. Moving along the dim hallway, Ulrich approached the first door and looked inside. He peered in for a moment before shaking his head and moving on. Amanda followed, creeping from door to door and peeking through some of them after Ulrich had looked in. Inside each were several men in white or brown surcoats with the distinctive red cross emblazoned upon them. Some of them were chained to the walls, others were unrestrained, but most of them were nursing wounds or bruises of some kind. Few people talked, but there was plenty of pained moans and even some crying. Up ahead, Amanda spotted a couple of guards. One of them turned and peered up the corridor towards her and Ulrich. Amanda focused and pulled on the local essentia as she reached into their minds and changed their curiosity to thoughts of acceptance and the certainty that she and Ulrich had every right to be there. The magic was subtle and carefully used. She didn't want to alert any nearby magi to her presence. Her magic complete, the guard looked away with a shrug and paid them no more mind. Amanda smiled to herself and looked over at Ulrich, who was waving at her and pointing into one of the cells. Stepping over, Ulrich directed her attention to a man inside.
Him, over there, sitting in the corner, he whispered.
Amanda nodded and used her multitasking effect, splitting her mind into as many fragments as she could. One of those minds then used more magic to place a set of senses in the room, watching that Templar. I've got him. Who's next? Amanda asked. She wanted to port the group as one, rather than do lots of separate workings of magic to try and mitigate the amount of essentia she would be pulling on, but she needed to keep track of who each of Ulrich's friends were until that moment. Amanda followed on behind Ulrich, moving from door to door, looking into each cell to try and find his allies. By the time they reached the end of the corridor and passed by the first set of guards, Amanda had tagged several people. They moved through into a more open area with rows of manacles chained to the wall, each of them with a Templar or other prisoner connected to the order attached to them. There were so many of them, Amanda thought, as well as more guards. Amanda repeated the psychic effect on these guards too, and they soon lost interest in them. Ulrich picked out a couple of people in here before they moved down another guarded corridor. Partway down, Ulrich stopped and moved closer to one of the doors.
Grand Master, they got you too, he whispered.
Amanda turned. surprised by his sudden outburst. He hadn't spoken too loudly, but he was still being reckless. Amanda glanced up the corridor towards the nearest guards. They were looking down at them, but didn't seem too worried or concerned for now. Amanda turned back to Ulrich.
"Shh! Keep it down,"
she hissed at him.
"Sorry,"
he said to her as a face appeared at the barred window set into the door.
"Ulrich, what are you doing here?"
the man asked.
"I'm getting a few of you out,"
he whispered.
"You're running?"
the man asked.
"I'm saving the order,"
Ulrich answered. The man inside the cell smiled.
"The order is finished. Philip wants it destroyed. But you're welcome to try, my brother. I can get you out as well, take you to safety." "No, my place is here, with the order. I shall defend its honor with my dying breath. But I wish you well, Brother Ulrich." "Very well, No, I am merely your brother now."
Ulrich nodded, his face solemn.
"As you wish, Brother Mole,"
he said before stepping away from the cell. Amanda followed and nodded to the man he'd been speaking to. The man nodded back and watched them go. "We're leaving him?" Amanda asked as they moved away.
"We are,"
he said, his voice level and calm. Amanda glanced back at the cell door, but the man had gone. She was impressed by the Grandmaster's sacrifice. It was the right thing to do. The pair of them walked through the next few corridors, uncontested, and found a few more of Ulrich's allies. "All right, let's get back to Maya and Israel," she said and led the way around to where they had left them. "Did you do it?" Maya asked. "I've them tagged. The next thing is to pull them out of here," Amanda said, "but I'm not sure where to take them."
"Take them to the house. I have an idea I've been working on while you were wandering the tunnels. I think it should work well," Israel said.
"Oh, really? Care to share?" Amanda asked.
"Let's get them out of here first," Israel said. "I have to say, I'm surprised. I would have thought you would have come up against a bit more resistance than that."
"I agree," Amanda said. "I thought the disciples would have been here."
"Actually, I think I know where they'll be,"
Ulrich said, realization and concern etched on his face.
"I should have realized."
"What now?" Amanda asked, her voice low.
"It can wait. Let's do this first."
"To be sure. So, I'm guessing none of these men have experienced magic before."
"Most have not, no,"
he said. "All right, this should be fun," she said and closed her eyes, concentrating and focusing her many minds on the task at hand. Within moments, her Essentia flared, and they all appeared in the garden of the Legacy House, along with 14 other men. There were shouts of shock and surprise from them as they looked around. Some were worse than others. A couple of them started to get a little hysterical, saying it was the work of the devil. Several others took the opposite angle and began to praise God, getting down on their knees and thanking him for deliverance. Ulrich stepped forward.
"Brothers, please, calm down. I know this is a shock, but by the grace of God, I have managed to liberate some of you from King Philip's dungeons. Our order is on the brink of annihilation, brought low by those who wish us ill. As a knight of the order, I cannot sit idly by and allow them to destroy us. I must act, and so I have taken matters into my own hands. It is my belief that the disciples of the cross are to blame for this atrocity,"
he said. As he spoke, the Templars calmed. At the mention of the disciples, some of the group jeered the name, clearly sharing Ulrich's view.
"But we will not die today. Our order shall live on.
We shall survive this cowardly attack on our brothers, and we shall remember their names." The group of men had been quiet, listening intently, but now cheered Ulrich's words. "I have worked with these good people, enemy of the disciples, like us, and they have freed us and given us new life. We face an uncertain future where allies and friends might be in short supply. These people have freed you today, but this is just the beginning. We have a long journey ahead of us," he said to more cheers. Amanda stepped up beside Israel. "So, what's the plan?"
"They can't stay here or in France. In fact, I think staying on Earth might be difficult for them," he said.
Amanda raised her eyebrows and knew what he was talking about. "You found someone to take them?" Israel nodded.
"It will be a new start for them, and somewhere that the disciples will not follow," he said.
"That is true." Amanda smiled and looked over as Ulrich walked over to them. "Amanda, thank you for helping us, but I must ask you for your aid once more. I have an errand to run, and I think I will need your help." With a snap of air, Amanda and Ulrich appeared inside another poorly lit subterranean room. They were in the corner, hidden by shadows, and looked out over the tops of wooden chests and boxes that were stacked randomly around the room, and they were not alone. 3 men stood in the middle of the room, holding torches and directing others who looked more like knights or crusaders with their swords and chainmail. These knights were smashing open the crates and chests, spilling their contents over the flagstone floor, and generally ransacking the place. The careless and indiscriminate nature of the search reminded Amanda of the sacking of Constantinople. The moment they appeared, Amanda noticed that the 3 men directing the looting seemed to notice something and began looking around the room.
"Someone's here,"
one of them said.
"Watch out,"
said another. One of the knights closest to Amanda spotted them in the shadows and stepped back in shock.
"What the?"
he said. Amanda had come prepared, though. With a thought and a flick of her wrist, the knight closest to them was hit by an invisible battering ram of kinetic energy and was thrown across the room with a scream. Amanda stepped forward, leaving the shadows, and everyone looked over at her. Focusing on her magic, Amanda released a general wave of kinetic power that swept through the room in all directions, knocking everyone else off their feet. The magic flared and hissed as it crashed into the aegises of the 3 magi in the middle of the room, but they fell too. "Go," Amanda said to Ulrich, who then sprinted from behind her over to the side of the room. A couple of her mines focused on the Riven Knights, lashing out at them with powerful kinetic strikes, knocking each one unconscious in turn. Meanwhile, Amanda focused the bulk of her multitasking minds on the 3 disciple magi who were picking themselves up and seemed to be muttering prayers to their god for aid. Essentia flared from them as they strengthened their defenses, but Amanda didn't wait. She lashed out at them with several simultaneous Essentia strikes, pummeling their aegises. The weakest shield cracked and faltered almost right away, allowing Amanda to follow it up with a quick adjustment to the man's mind, causing him to fall to the floor unconscious before he even had a chance to try and defend against it. "Bredicanti!" one of the 2 remaining magi called out.
"I leave him tomorrow,"
said the other.
"Focus on her."
"Listen to your friend," Amanda said and hammered them again, cracking Morrow's aegis in her latest attack. He panicked and did his best to repair the damage. "Ah, she's got me!" Morrow yelled. The third man, who seemed the least scared, ignored the yells of his compatriot, focusing entirely on Amanda. He was channeling large amounts of Essentia into his Aegis and returned strikes that crashed into Amanda's Aegis. He was strong, she thought as she glanced over at Ulrich, who had opened a disguised door and was pulling items out of the hidden compartment. Amanda focused on Morrow for a moment and lashed out at him with her Essentia strikes.
Marcus!
Morrow yelled as his Aegis finally failed, leaving him open to attack. Amanda lashed out again. She didn't try anything fancy and just threw him across the room. As she looked back up at the final disciple, Marcus, she realized she'd seen this Inquisitor once before. It was hearing the name that triggered the memory. It was the same man she'd seen in Constantinople, the Crusader who had been limping away from Horlak, aided by his fellow knights.
Marcus, Amanda muttered.
Do I know you?
The man asked.
No, but I saw you during the siege of Constantinople, after Horlak had defeated you,
she said as she threw more Essentia at him. Marcus scowled back at her and returned fire, but her Aegis held firm.
And now you're helping the blasphemous Templars. Is that Ulrich I see with you? Adulterers and sodomizers, the lot of them,
Marcus yelled. Amanda had heard enough. She lashed out with another kinetic strike and smashed Marcus backwards. He flew into the back wall. Holding her hands out before her, Amanda called on her magic, and lightning flashed out from her hands, leaping across the room and smashing onto Marcus's Aegis. The man yelled in pain and anger as he tried to fend her off.
All right, I'm ready,
Ulrich called out from behind her. With a wave of her hand and another working of magic, Amanda brought down a whole section of the ceiling on top of Marcus as she canceled her Essentia strikes and looked back at Ulrich. He stood close by, holding a wooden box in his arms.
Excellent,
Amanda replied and pulled on the threads of magical energy. They snapped back to the garden to find a hole in reality, hovering in mid-air above the grass as the last of the liberated Templars stepped through. A blue-haired woman in a tight-fitting, futuristic-looking catsuit with padding, glowing lights, and bits of armor attached to it stood beside the portal with Israel close by.
Thank you,
Ulrich said, turning to Amanda.
That's okay. I'm just happy to help,
she answered as she looked at the wooden crate he was holding with her etheric sight. It glowed with Essentia. I take it they were after these magical items.
These are relics that the Order collected. I'm glad we got to them before the disciples did.
Well, look after them.
Actually, I want you to have one of them. Most of them don't do much, but this one,
he said, holding up a rolled-up piece of parchment.
This one is more powerful, and I think more dangerous. I would prefer for you to have it. I have no idea what we will find out there, and I'd feel better if I knew this was in safe hands,
he said, holding it out for her. The item glowed brightly in her magical sight, announcing its power. More shocking to Amanda, though, was that she recognized it right away. She'd seen this item before. In her time, it was known as the Lazarus Scroll, and it had played a part in her younger life several times already. Amanda reached out and took hold of it, nodding to Ulrich. I understand. Knowing its importance to her future life, this was another of those moments that felt almost meant to be, and because of that, she wasn't about to refuse the gift. Instead, she accepted it gracefully. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. The thing has brought plenty of pain and misery through the years.
Amanda smiled. She knew just how powerful this thing was. Looking up, she saw Israel and the blue-haired woman she didn't know, waiting for them. Maya was close by, too. I think it's time, Amanda said. Ulrich picked up his box of items and walked over to the portal. "Everyone on board?" he asked.
"Ready and waiting for you," said the blue-haired woman. "I'm Astrid, a friend of Israel here, and through this portal is my ship," she said with a smile.
"Thanks," Ulrich said before he looked back at Amanda and Israel. "Thanks again. You've done so much for me."
"Come and visit,"
Israel said.
"I will,"
Ulrich answered and stepped through the portal, saying goodbye as he went.
"Astrid here is a friend of Cyric and Nuxana,"
Israel explained to Amanda.
"She's agreed to help. She'll take the Templars to the Sol Prime Station, but from there, they're on their own."
"Thank you," Amanda said to both of them.
"What's that he's given you?"
Israel asked. Amanda held up the Lazarus scroll and looked at it. "This is nothing but trouble," she said. 1302 AD, near-Earth orbit. "I take it that it's as dangerous out there for Magi as it is down there?" Amanda asked, pointing to Earth with her thumb.
"It certainly is,"
Luxana answered.
"Of course,"
Cyric agreed.
"The nomads followed the early Magi out into space as well, and found new masters to serve in the process. The nomads of Earth serve the Archons, right?"
Amanda nodded.
"Out there are the Crux, powerful, ancient creatures that once fought a war with the Magi. They're intelligent and dangerous, and the biggest threat to the Magi. They're served by scions and nomads, in much the same way as they serve the Archons on Earth."
"If only they were the sole danger," Luxana interjected. "The Magi out here fight amongst themselves as well. They're divided into dynasties within the larger nexus and disagree on all kinds of issues. Conflicts over things like territory often bubble up into small-scale local wars, even though we're supposedly on the same side."
"Civil war within the Nexus has always been a possibility,"
Cyric agreed. "The Nexus?" "The Nexus Arcadia," Luxana explained. "The main group of Arcadian Magi."
"A bunch of entitled idiots who think they're invincible,"
Cyric continued.
"If only they'd focus their attentions on the Crux. The rumors I've heard come out of Crux space suggest they've been building their forces for millennia. I'm convinced they're not the broken, ragtag band of fugitives the Nexus Council thinks they are."
"Speaking of nomads,"
Israel said.
"Have you had any more trouble with Cade?"
"No, not recently. But we know he's not very happy with us,"
Cyric said. "Who's Cade?" Amanda asked. Chapter 12. Campaign 1476 AD. Smoke rose from the town before her as she looked over the heads of the advancing forces. Amanda sat on her horse, riding a short distance behind Stephen Bathory as they approached the capital, Targovist. They were surrounded on all sides by cavalry and infantry, their spears raising high above their heads as they advanced on the Transylvanian city. Vlad's forces were already in the city, fighting to liberate it from Basarab Leota, and from what little they'd heard, the fight was going well. Amanda knew this to be true, having scried the city several times now. One of the best things about living through the history of the world was actually meeting some of the famous historical figures that she had heard so much about. Vlad Dracula, the legendary impaler, had been one of those people she'd been keen to meet. The legends of him were colorful, and then there was the whole thing about him being a vampire. Given that Amanda knew vampires to be real, she'd been curious to see what the truth was. So far, he was certainly not a vampire. A charismatic, patriotic, and driven ruler of Wallachia, yes. A hero of the people, certainly. But he was not an immortal drinker of blood. Well, not yet, at least. Right now, he was very much alive, so she supposed there was still time. There were Magi and other members of the supernatural community around Vlad, though, not least of which was Stephen Bathory, who sat on a horse just a short distance ahead of her. Amanda had first met Stephen back in the modern day when she'd visited Ultimate Thule on Saturn's moon for the first time. He'd requested a meeting with her. She'd not thought anything of it back then, figuring he was just curious who Trevelyan had brought to the castle. But looking back at that meeting now, and knowing she had met him here, in this time, threw a whole new light on it. She'd come to Transylvania to meet Vlad and to experience his court in 1460, purely out of curiosity. She'd enjoyed that first visit, finding the Count to be a charismatic host, and returned to Vlad's court often over the years. She'd also become somewhat friendly with his wife. It was during one of these visits that Amanda met Stephen Bathory. She'd recognized him immediately. They talked, and over the next few days became friends. Vlad could be charming, good company, and an excellent host, but she found him a little too intense to spend too much time with. Despite this, she remained fascinated by the ruler and often returned to see how things were going for him and Stephen, including getting involved in some of the offenses, like this one. Being a known close friend of Stephen's had its benefits, including the fact that she could move about more freely and dress how she wanted, such as today. She usually had to wear long skirts in an attempt to blend in, but here with Stephen, she was able to wear trousers without anyone confronting her about it. The way people dressed at this time on Earth had been further highlighted by her contact with those who lived beyond Earth, who wore clothing that people in the modern day would consider futuristic. But it was a contrast she enjoyed. Spending time out there beyond Earth was fascinating and a welcome break from her time here on Earth, not least because the restrictions on her involvement with the Magi community didn't apply so much. Her younger self had almost no contact with or experience of the Magi beyond Soul. Despite the endless wonders of deep space, though, there was just something about the Earth and its history that Amanda found utterly fascinating and thrilling, and when she was out there in deep space, she sometimes longed to be back home in case she missed something important. As they neared the city gates, Amanda saw someone run towards Stephen and deliver a message to him that seemed quite urgent. Stephen read it and quickly looked back at Amanda. "There's trouble in the capital," Stephen said to her through their mental link. "Do we need to go in ahead?" she asked. "I think so," he answered, before turning to his men and hand-picking a few of them. Amanda recognized the group as Stephen's initiated, the Riven humans who knew he was a Magus. "Keep moving forward and follow my generals in through the west entrance," Stephen shouted to the rest of his troops. "I ride to the east to join my forces there, who have encountered greater resistance than they anticipated. Onward, for the glory of Transylvania and for victory." Stephen nodded to his generals, who continued to rally the troops. With that, Amanda spurred her horse forward to follow Stephen and his initiated, as he rode left into the fields and through the thickets of trees until they were out of sight of the troops. About halfway to the next gate around the city wall, within a lightly wooded area, he came to a stop. Stephen jumped off his steed and handed the reins to one of his men. Amanda did the same, anticipating they would port into the city from here. She was curious about what the problem was, though. "What's going on? Is Vlad all right?" she asked. "Vlad is unharmed as far as I know, but there does seem to be a group of what I suspect to be scions in the city. They've commandeered part of the palace residence.
and are killing any who come near. We should get in there and deal with them before they become a real problem," Stephen explained.
Amanda nodded. Understood. "Do you want to port us in? You probably know better where we need to be than I do," she suggested.
"Of course."
He turned to his men and issued them some instructions before he nodded to Amanda and gazed into the middle distance as Essentia flared all around him. A second later, his eyes flicked up.
"Ready."
"Always," Amanda answered him as the glow of Essentia reached out and took her. Amanda found herself standing within the Capitol. They'd appeared between houses in a muddy, shady alleyway alone. "Are we close?" Amanda asked.
"Very,"
Stephen answered, looking in both directions up and down the alleyway before choosing a direction and moving off. Amanda followed him around a corner and found herself looking up at the outer wall of the palace. They were close to a tower with darkened windows. Amanda noticed a few of Stephen's militia standing close to a heavy-looking door that led into the tower. Stephen walked towards them.
"Sir,"
said one of the men, a look of relief on his face.
"Captain,"
Stephen greeted him.
"They're inside." "That's right, sir. We're all that's left. They've slaughtered the rest inside."
Amanda stood behind Stephen and looked down at two badly injured men who sat up against the wall of the tower. They'd been mauled, slashed by something with claws, and seemed to be in a state of shock. A couple of other people were already ministering to them, though, so Amanda left them to it.
"Come on,"
Stephen said to her and approached the door. One of Stephen's men opened it for him, forcing the door to shift despite its sticking. Stephen stopped partway, though, and looked at the man holding the door and back at the captain standing behind them.
"You close this behind us. Got it? You close it, and don't let anyone else through until I say otherwise." "Yes, sir,"
the captain said. Stephen nodded and stepped into the darkened room beyond. A couple of dusty windows let a meager amount of light into the room, but Amanda's enhanced vision allowed her to see easily enough. This part of the palace looked like it wasn't in regular use. In fact, it looked like it was used for storage more than anything else. Furniture was stacked up next to the boxes and ornaments and toys, as well as piles of clothing scattered about the place. Adding to the sinister air, Amanda noticed several trails of blood leading to the door they had just come through. The blood probably belonged to one or both of the men she'd met who had been hurt. To her left, Amanda saw stairs leading up, while a couple of doors on this level led deeper into the building. Amanda looked at both, but saw little to indicate which way they should go. She could sense some knots of Essentia nearby, though. They were close to something supernatural, that was for sure. "Which way?" Amanda asked.
"Either. Both. Depends. Do you want to stick together or split up?"
Amanda couldn't help but smile. It was the classic Hollywood movie trope where the heroes split up to cover more ground and ended up ambushed and sometimes killed for their stupidity.
"What?"
Stephen asked when he saw her mirth. "Nothing," she answered. He wouldn't understand or get the reference. Not for a few 100 years, anyway. Movement caught Amanda's attention. She turned just in time to see a huge creature leap at her from beyond one of the doors. It grabbed for her throat, but slammed into her aegis before it got there and slashed at her with its claws. Her aegis flared as the creature's supernatural talons raked over its surface. The creature's weight knocked her off her feet. Amanda expanded her aegis into a bubble, throwing the thing off her before contracting it back to form just over her skin again. She looked up as the thing nimbly righted itself and stepped forward into a pool of light. It was humanoid, but covered in fur with a wolf's head on its powerful shoulders. The werewolf growled at them both. Drool dripped from its maw of evil-looking teeth. Amanda flipped herself back onto her feet. "Right, you little fuzzy fecker," she said to it and stepped forward. A sentia flared from Stephen and slammed into the werewolf's natural aegis with a flash in her etheric sight. The creature roared in defiance as Amanda swung for it. Her sentia-laced fist smashed into the werewolf's snout with a burst of magical energy, knocking the beast back. Stephen hit it again with more Ascentia strikes. Splitting her mind into several parts, Amanda sent Ascentia strikes of her own at the creature and quickly reduced its aegis to nothing. The thing howled and slashed at her. Amanda ducked under its claws, caught its arm, and twisted it up behind its back. The werewolf tried desperately to reach for her, but couldn't quite manage it. Ahead of her, Stephen drew his sword and tested its weight in his hand. The scion struggled, trying to release itself from Amanda's grip, but she was too strong. Adjusting her hold on the thing, she forced it forward, so it was bent over in front of Stephen, who raised his sword without preamble and brought it scything down on its neck. The blade bit halfway through. The creature gurgled and coughed. Stephen yanked the sword from the grip of the werewolf's flesh, raised it again, and hacked at the thing's neck twice more before the head fell away and the body went limp. The creature immediately started to lose its fur and shift back into its human form, and within seconds, a naked, headless man lay on the floor in front of them. Amanda looked at the scion in disgust. "Thanks for the help."
"Anytime,"
Stephen answered.
"I'll take this way. Why don't you head upstairs?"
"Sure thing," Amanda said and made her way over to the stairs before creeping up them. She reached the top and found herself standing on a wooden floor. The room was less cluttered than the one below, but there were still detritus of all kinds littered about the place. A single door led off from the tower, down a stone corridor with moldy, spiderweb covered drapes hanging from the walls. She could hear movement and sense the distinctive feeling of something magical. Stepping forward into the hallway, she saw doors and open arches leading off into more rooms and corridors. The first side rooms were empty, unlit spaces with more junk piled up inside. As she approached the next door to her left, movement drew her eye. She saw a figure grappling another by the neck. The aggressor was a woman in a blood-stained dress, holding a young man by the throat. He looked terrified and was leaking deep crimson blood from a wound in his neck. Spotting Amanda, she bared her teeth, including 2 elongated canines, and hissed. For a moment, Amanda stood in a kind of shock and had to actually stifle a snicker. She'd met vampires before. Hell, her daughter was one. But whenever they acted like they usually did in the movies, part of her couldn't help but find it mildly amusing. In truth, it was both comical and quite unnerving at the same time, and it didn't happen often. To the best of her knowledge, Maya had never hissed at anyone. "Well, hello to you too," Amanda said.
"Get away! Don't come any closer. I'll kill him,"
the vampire threatened. "Is that right?" Amanda said, not feeling very charitable towards the scion.
"I'm warning you,"
the vampire said. "Oh, well, if you're warning me, then I'd better take notice, right?"
"What? Who the hell do you think you are?"
"I'm the one who's going to stop this madness," she replied and took a step towards the woman, drawing up towards the doorway into their room.
One more step,
the vampire warned her. Amanda took another, slow step forward, noticing the worried look on the man's face. And you'll what? The vampire tensed, but never managed to do whatever it had planned to, as Amanda ported the man into a nearby alleyway.
Ah, damn you,
the vampire cursed, giving Amanda an accusing stare.
Negus!
She hissed and charged at Amanda. With her claws out wide and her teeth bared, the vampire charged. Amanda sent a wave of kinetic energy sideways into the vampire, knocking her into the wall. She grunted with pain and hissed again. We'll have less of that. Amanda scolded and brought more sentia to bear. A bright bolt of lightning whipped out of her hand and smashed into the vampire with an almighty bang. The flare of light faded and the dim room came back into view. The vampire lay slumped against the wall, her skin blackened and crispy from the powerful bolts of lightning. Amanda could see right away that she was dead. Properly dead this time, not just undead. Moments later, she heard a few bangs and noises of movement coming from below her. Everything okay down there? Amanda sent to Stephen through their link.
Yes, indeed, Stephen answered. The noise you made brought them out of hiding. I've dealt with them now, though.
Excellent. I have a few more rooms to check up here.
Same for me. Meets you back at the door shortly, Stephen replied.
Will do, Amanda answered as she stepped out of the room and looked down the corridor. Without warning, a furry-looking humanoid fell into the hallway covered in deep, painful-looking wounds that oozed blood. The figure didn't move, but more sounds were coming from ahead. Crashes, bangs, yells, and footsteps. All the distinctive sounds of a fight. Amanda strode up the hall, checking the side rooms on the way, but saw nothing else before she reached the body. She looked right into the room the now dead werewolf had come from. Inside, a slim woman with very short-cropped blonde hair, wearing dark, strange-looking clothing, lifted a large, powerful werewolf off the floor by his neck and slammed him into the wall. A sentia flared from the woman, and the werewolf's head was suddenly crushed into a small, bloody mess. The blonde let go of the scion's neck and stepped back, letting the body crumple to the floor. Amanda recognized her. She'd seen her before, but it took her a moment to place the face. The young lady looked up at Amanda, but her expression was blank. Suddenly it clicked. She was in Constantinople and had appeared when Amanda had been fighting Horlak. "Crystal?" Amanda asked, feeling sure she'd heard the man she'd fought refer to her by that name.
"Amanda, the confidant of weavers,"
Crystal answered in greeting. Surprised, Amanda raised her eyebrows at the comment. Was she under surveillance again? She wondered. "So what's a sentinel doing here?" Amanda asked. Two could play that game, she thought. Crystal smiled. "Touché. I see you've been doing some research of your own. Constantinople wasn't the first time I encountered your kind," Amanda said, feeling wary of this clearly powerful magus. "Was it not? Well, if you know who we are, you might know why I'm here, so it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise." "I hear rumors of your mission," Amanda commented, "and given the circumstances, I suppose it's understandable." Crystal sighed. "All this double talk and skirting around the issue is tiresome. While I did not like that you killed Arston, I understand he brought that on himself. He was brash and attacked you without provocation. He deserved what he got. I also, personally, appreciate the work you have done over the years. Your goal of protecting humanity aligns with our mission quite well, and I'm not in the habit of killing people who help us complete our task." "Thank you," Amanda said, feeling a little more relaxed by her words.
However, we're not your friends, and we're watching you.
Crystal added, the warning clear in her tone. I'd expect nothing less, Amanda replied. Crystal nodded and ported away, leaving Amanda alone again.
Everything calm up there?
Stephen asked through their link. Everything's fine. Amanda smiled to herself. 1302 AD, near-Earth orbit.
Cade is a nomad,
Cyric answered.
He's part of the Corpus Nomadica, the largest group of nomads that serve the Crux. We've had a long-running rivalry, and he usually does whatever he can to annoy and infuriate me, and disrupt whatever mission or plan we're embarking on. I'm sure he'd quite like to kill me as well.
Sounds like some nomads I know, Amanda sympathized.
I'm sure we all know nomads like that,
Israel joined in.
So, what do you think?
Of what? All this? Israel nodded. It's amazing, Amanda exclaimed. I knew that the Magi had explored space, at least a bit anyway, but I had no idea the extent of it. It's awesome. Chapter 13. Tinder Box, 1666 AD. Amanda stepped out of her null realm and appeared in the entrance lobby of the Legacy House in Paris. Hearing the sound of talking nearby, she walked through to the front room where she found the entire Legacy Coven, including Israel and Aaron. With them was Godfrey Belrose, a former knight of the Crusades, the alchemist Niccolò, and his partner Romany Gray. The final person in the room was the huge gargoyle scion, Balor. He stood in the corner and smiled at Amanda as she walked in. He'd finally appeared on the doorstep of the Legacy House 200 years ago, wanting to reconnect with Amanda and join Legacy. Amanda made sure he was welcomed with open arms. Since then, he'd become a valuable Coven member. Everyone here knew Amanda's full history, including the time travel. The Legacy was set up to help her, after all, and membership of the group was not an easy thing to attain. Ultimately, Israel gave Amanda the final say on whether someone was allowed to join or not. There had been some concern over Balor, with him being a scion, but Amanda was quick to remind them of her daughter, Maya, and asked them to trust him as they did her, which they did. Maya was a member of the Legacy as well, although she didn't take much of an active role in the Coven. She preferred to live the high life in the royal courts of France, as well as being a part of the vampire community, which remained separate from Magi society. Good evening, what's the crack? She asked, curious to know what they'd called on her so close to midnight. They were used to most of her Irish slang by now, even though her accent had mellowed over the centuries as she traveled around the globe and beyond.
Amanda, thanks for coming,
Israel greeted her.
Sorry to disturb you.
It's no bother, really. What's up?
We've just heard from the Albion,
Israel answered, referring to the English Coven led by Trevelyan. While they might be friends in the modern day, she had yet to meet him since time traveling.
Some of their members were ambushed and kidnapped by Yasmin and her Black Knights Coven. They have no idea where they are and have asked for our help.
I hope you said yes, Amanda said, feeling a little cold. She adjusted the temperature of the air close to her and took a step towards the open fire in the nearby fireplace.
Of course,
Israel said.
But we're unsure where to start looking. Do you have any insight?
Insight? I'm not sure. So were the Magi kidnapped in England?
That's right, London,
Aaron answered her.
You know Yasmin better than anyone. Do you think she would stay in the city?
Amanda nodded, agreeing that she probably did know Yasmin better than they did, although that wasn't saying much. Yasmin didn't seem to let anyone get very close to her, and she doubted that many of the members of her own coven, the Black Knights, really knew Yasmin very well either. Amanda said, looking away from the other Magi as she tried to think where Yasmin might go. London did seem to be the obvious place, she thought as she looked into the fireplace. Given her unique position of being someone who had traveled back in time, she had knowledge and experience that the others in the room didn't have. I'm not sure.
You're from the future. Is there anything that happens in 1666 that might hold a clue?
1666, Amanda mused. What happened in 1666 in England? She thought back to her history lessons in school and tried to think of the year as she picked up a poker from beside the fireplace and prodded at the logs. There was something about that date, something that played at the edges of her thoughts as she tried to recollect something that might help them. She felt sure something had happened in 1666, something important, something. As she stared into the fire, deep in thought, one of the logs cracked, popped, and fell off the woodpile. Amanda nudged it back in before it could start a fire, and suddenly she remembered. The Great Fire of London. That had happened in 1666. No, she whispered to herself. That couldn't have been caused by... Could it?
Who could have caused what?
Israel asked. A small part of her just couldn't believe it, but a much larger part felt very differently. It just felt right for some reason. She tried to recall some of the details of the fire. She remembered it started in a bakery, but where? She screwed up her face in concentration as she tried to recall the details. And then it came to her. Pudding Lane. The fire had started in Pudding Lane. I know where she is, Amanda stated, convinced that this was right.
You do?
Israel asked.
Are you sure?
Aaron said. Pretty sure, she said, feeling confident, but still with a healthy level of skepticism about the whole thing.
How come?
Amanda sighed. I can't say, but if this night goes the way I think it will, then...
Then what?
Then it will be remembered for a long time to come. Right, we need to move. I'm going to port over to London. Who's coming? Everyone stood up or stepped forward, their faces set with determination. Amanda nodded and smiled. Okay then. Concentrating, she worked her magic and sent her senses over to London, where they appeared in one of the many thin, winding, cobbled streets. Quickly, she reached into the mind of the nearest person she could find and hunted to see if the man knew where Pudding Lane was. He didn't, so Amanda moved on, jumping from person to person, running a quick hunt through each mind, looking for the knowledge she needed. It took her several attempts to find someone, but eventually she did. The location of the infamous street blossomed within her mind as she drew those thoughts from a woman. With that knowledge set in her head, Amanda shifted her senses and moved them east to Pudding Lane. Like the previous street she'd seen, this one was covered with cobbles and flagstones and was barely wide enough for a single cart. Above her, the 5, 6, and 7-story tenements encroached onto the street as each level above the first jutted out further and further until, in places, the top floors nearly touched. Now that she looked, it was painfully obvious to her how much of a fire hazard these wooden buildings were. Amanda moved her senses around, looking at the street with her etheric senses, searching for any hint of Yasmin. Within moments, she'd spotted the infamous bakery of Thomas Ferner, the place that was widely accepted as the origin of the fire. Amanda swung her senses around, hunting for something, anything that might give Yasmin away. There was nothing obvious, but she kept hunting. Looking up at the top story of a building on the opposite side of the street to the bakery, Amanda noticed something was a little off. There was a distinct lack of essentia around that top floor. It was subtle and well hidden, easily missed by someone searching the whole city. She only caught it because she was so close. Shifting her senses up through the air, it grew clearer as she got closer. The entire top floor of the building was surrounded by an aegis. It wasn't terribly powerful, but it didn't need to be. Instead, it was subtle and skillfully woven, designed only to hide the magic happening within from casual viewing. As she examined the aegis, she realized she recognized the signature of the magic. It was Yasmin. "Got them," she said, opening her eyes again in the Paris mansion. "You found them?" Israel asked. "I'm as sure as I can be without breaking down the aegis I'm looking at, but I'd prefer us to be in position before we do that. Are we ready?"
"Absolutely,"
Balor replied. "Indeed," Israel added. "Reporting to a rooftop. Be ready," Amanda said and worked her magic, bolstering her aegis and multitasking her mind before reaching out to port the group. They appeared on the rooftop of an adjacent building. She dropped slightly onto the sloping roof, but landed easily, as did the others. If she were right, Yasmin would likely have detected that, which meant there was little time to mess around with any half measures. Amanda set all her many multitasking minds to the single purpose of destroying the aegis before her, bombarding it with essentia. The other Magi joined her, throwing a withering attack at the protective aegis. It fell within moments. Reaching out again, Amanda blasted a hole in the roof, collapsing a whole section of it to reveal the interior beneath. Amanda stepped forward and dropped inside, followed swiftly by the other members of the legacy. The entire top floor of the building had been knocked through into a single open-plan space. Stairs led down off to her left, and dirty windows showed the street outside. Yasmin stood at the far end of the room, looking at Amanda with one eyebrow raised. Around the room stood several other Magi and Scions, most of whom Amanda had never seen before. "Really, Amanda, your timing is terrible, as always," Yasmin said. She stood beside a circle that had been drawn on the floor in blood. Knelt within the circle were several Magi, probably waiting to be sacrificed. "Oh, I disagree. Looks to me like I've arrived at just the right time," Amanda said. "Again," she added with a knowing look. Yasmin rolled her eyes. "Oh, dear God. Am I going to have to listen to you, hopping on about that every time we meet?" "No," Amanda said lightly.
"What is this?"
said a huge, demonic-looking man with dark red skin, huge bat-like wings, and wicked-looking horns jutting from his forehead.
"Are we going to allow these Arcadians to disrupt our ceremony?"
"Hey, quiet down over there," Amanda said to the hulking Scion. "The grown-ups are talking." The creature turned to her and took a step forward.
"Mock me at your peril, witch," he rumbled. "I am Baal Malak, and you would do well not to anger me."
"Do you want to have a word?" Amanda said to Yasmin, jabbing her thumb at the Scion. Yasmin looked at her for a moment, before finally speaking. "Kill them," she said, and started to move away from the summoning circle, apparently giving up on it. The Scion, Baal, roared and was suddenly engulfed in a flame of his own creation. He really was embodying this whole demon thing. "Figures," Amanda said to herself. So, this was how the fire of London was started, by a Scion who could set himself on fire. Baal took several steps towards her before leaping, but he was caught in mid-air by Balor, who slammed into him and knocked him to the floor. Chaos erupted. The nomads in the room attacked Amanda and her friends, throwing essentia, lightning, and fire around the room. Anything big and heavy that they could move with their minds was also fair game. Essentia smashed into her aegis from her right, but Amanda only had eyes for Yasmin and strode across the room, looking for her. Yasmin was talking to another nomad, a woman in dark, slightly worn-looking robes with a hood. Amanda concentrated and poured it across the room. "Hi," she said, appearing close to Yasmin, before grabbing her by the throat and slamming her up against the wall. "What the feck are you doing?"
"Amanda, why, it's lovely to see you,"
she replied as their two aegises sparked and popped where they touched. "Shut up."
"My ball, should I?"
the robed magus next to Amanda asked. She was a strange woman, Amanda noticed, with an odd-shaped face that looked both deformed and yet oddly attractive, like a doll. "Try it," Amanda warned her.
"No kiss, there's no need. Amanda won't hurt me, will you?"
Yasmin taunted. "I won't kill you," Amanda clarified.
"Close enough."
Yasmin shrugged as the fight continued behind them.
"And as for what I'm doing here, well, nothing that really concerns you, but it's quite normal behavior for an up-and-coming nomad like me."
"Whatever, it's finished." Amanda let go of Yasmin's neck, letting her stand on her own 2 feet once again.
"You're in no real position to dictate anything to me, Amanda,"
Yasmin muttered. Amanda looked back at her with a scowl and unleashed a powerful series of essentia strikes at her, as well as a battering ram of kinetic energy that slammed her back into the wall. Her magic crashed into Yasmin's aegis, ripping at it, but she didn't break through. That surprised her. Yasmin had grown in power at a very unexpected rate. Amanda turned to face her a little more, knowing that a look of surprise and curiosity had settled on her face. Yasmin looked up and smiled at Amanda.
"Not as weak as you remember, am I?"
Amanda shrugged and shifted her expression to a more neutral one. "What of it?"
"Nothing."
Yasmin smiled smugly. A roar from behind her caught Amanda's attention. Turning to look, she saw Balor throw the flaming body of Baal Moloch through the already buckled wall of the building. He smashed through the front of the bakery on the other side of the road, which immediately caught fire, erupting into flames around the scion as he picked himself up. "There goes the neighborhood," Amanda whispered to herself.
"Catch you later,"
Yasmin said, and with a flare of essentia, poured it away, along with the remaining nomads who were still alive. Amanda looked back to the bakery, but Baal was gone too. Amanda sighed. Bound as she was by future events, her inability to put a final end to Yasmin frustrated her. She could have kept Yasmin from escaping and ended her right here, but she couldn't. And worse still, the nomad was advancing in power at an alarming rate. She already had the swagger and confidence that Amanda had seen back in the modern day. Luckily, none of the legacy magi had lost their lives today, she noted, although a few of them had been hurt. But the best part of it was that they had saved the Albion magi. Within moments, they had untied them and were treating their wounds. A short time later, Trevelyan and a few other Albion magi appeared as Amanda stood at the hole in the wall, watching the fire from the bakery take hold, spreading across the block of buildings and already leaping across the narrow streets. She could stop it with a thought, but she wouldn't. The Great Fire was one of those moments that defined the nation. she'd already forbidden the legacy Magi from interfering, lest it change history too much.
"Amanda, I presume,"
said a familiar voice from beside her. She turned to see a face she had not seen in centuries, and yet knew well. Trevelyan smiled at her. He wore his graying hair short, with a neat, close-cropped beard. She enjoyed the fact that his clothing didn't seem much different from the style he wore in the modern day. Amanda smiled back at him. "Yes, lovely to meet you. You must be Trevelyan. I've heard so much about you," she said.
"Not all bad, I hope."
Amanda shook her head as Trevelyan looked back out the window.
"Another fire,"
he said, looking out over the city. "You get them a lot here?" she asked.
"We do, and we help put them out when possible," he said. "I'll get the coven onto this one when we're
Don't," Amanda said, somewhat more forcefully than she'd meant to.
"I'm sorry?"
"I mean, you need to let this one run its course," she said.
"Really? But left unchecked, it could reduce the entire city to a smoking ruin."
"I know. Look, I can't explain it in a way that you would believe, but..." Suddenly, everything stopped, and the room fell into silence. The fire froze in place. The people in the room became like statues, and beside them floated the Weaver.
"Perhaps I can help with that,"
the Weaver said in his deep, melodious voice with its odd pitching effect. Trevelyan jumped and stared up at the Weaver, first in confusion and then in shock, as a look of slow dawning realization fell over his features.
"You're a weaver?"
Trevelyan asked. "He is, yes. And I'm from the future, from the 21st century, in fact. The Weaver here took me back to the year 750, and I've been living here ever since."
"What? But how? This is crazy. Why would he do that?"
"You know of the prophecy of Helene, I believe. In fact, I know you do. You told me about it once. Or you will tell me, a much younger me."
I suppose, yes. I know of it, sure,"
he said, clearly trying to remember its contents.
"It speaks of someone, a beacon, a torchbearer, when the Archons return, I think."
Amanda smiled at him, waiting for him to catch on.
"Oh, is that you?"
he said, glancing from Amanda to the Weaver.
"And she will keep the company of weavers,"
he muttered under his breath. "Guilty as charged," she said, enjoying this moment of realization in him. Trevelyan looked around the room once more, and then back to Amanda.
"Do they all know this, too?"
"The legacy was founded by Helene to find, protect, and help me. So, yes, they know, but very few others do. I'm trying to keep a kind of low profile and not get too involved in the Magi community. But people like Yasmin don't make it easy for me."
"Then we should redouble our efforts to find this nomad and—"
Amanda shook her head and smiled up at him.
"Yasmin, too."
"I'm afraid so. She is integral to my future, or her survival is," Amanda answered with a shrug.
"Lord above, what have I gotten myself involved in?"
he asked. "We can talk about this more another time," Amanda said. "But for now, we need to get everyone out of here, and you need to make sure no Magi interfere with that fire." Amanda looked up at the Weaver and smiled. "Thank you." The Weaver folded in on himself, and as time reasserted its endless progression, everything started moving again. Amanda looked over at Trevelyan and smiled warmly at him. "Welcome to the club." 1310 AD, Paris. "I want to build one," Amanda said.
"Build one? You mean one of those?"
Israel asked, pointing up. An etheric craft, yes. I'm going to build one.
That's quite an undertaking,
Cyric said.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done right, you know.
They were sitting in the front room of the Legacy House, listening to some of the adventures that Cyric and Lux had been on, and as she sat there, listening to them talk, Amanda couldn't help but think how much she wanted to get out there, travel the stars and see other worlds. She loved Earth, but there were times when it was just too stifling. She could get involved out there in the stars, actually do something for a change, and it would keep her away from Earth and from getting too involved in the Magi world. The more she thought about it and heard how separate Earth was, the more she liked the idea. She stood and began pacing. Over the last hour of talking, she'd basically made up her mind. She was going to do it. She was going to make a ship of her own and travel the stars, but she guessed she needed a little help to make sure she did it right. Amanda turned to Cyric with a smile. I know, but I was hoping you'd help me. Cyric looked a little taken aback by the request for help, but he chuckled and smiled before looking up at Amanda.
Sure, why not?
Amanda looked over at Israel with a beaming smile. He looked back at her, rolled his eyes at her, and shook his head. Amanda looked back at Cyric. That means yes, he's happy. Chapter 14. Party Crasher, 1682 A.D. This is beautiful, Maya. Truly beautiful, Amanda said as she walked through the palace grounds at Versailles. Well, I can't take credit for the design and the quality of the craftsmanship, but thank you all the same. You wanted the king to move his court here, though, right? You said to me a while ago that you wanted the court to move to Versailles. I did, and I have been subtly nudging the crown in this direction for a while, Maya admitted. First, they built the hunting lodge here, and now Louis has finally moved the entire court here. They're working through extensive renovations now, as you can see. Amanda looked over towards the building, which had been massively expanded on from the hunting lodge that it used to be. They were still working on it, and would likely continue to do so for a few more years yet. Still, the work that had been completed was exquisite, and it seemed like France would soon be leading the way in courtly fashion. Well, it's grand, and you live there now. I have my own hidden private quarters beneath the palace, yes, giving me unfettered access to the royal court. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Of course, I wouldn't be doing it otherwise, Maya agreed. I am glad you like it, though. I love it, Amanda confirmed. So, I have a confession. I didn't just want to show you the palace today. I actually wanted to ask if you would join me in attending a celebration here tonight. Louis is hosting a party to celebrate the official moving of the royal court from Paris to Versailles. It should be quite the affair. Amanda smiled at her daughter. To be sure, I'd be honored, she answered with a smile. A thought occurred to her, and she looked back at her daughter. Do you just want me here, or would you allow me to invite some guests of my own? Other Magi, I'm guessing, Maya asked. Amanda nodded. That's right. I'm sure they would appreciate such an invite. Providing they don't cause any trouble, I don't see why not. Maya agreed, although she didn't look 100% convinced. Don't worry, I'm not going to invite Yasmin or anything, Amanda grinned. I'm guessing they won't have a problem getting into the party, given their magic. Amanda smiled. It'll be easy as pie, I'm sure. Maya smiled at her modern turn of phrase. Excellent. I'll get word to a few people, Amanda said. Amanda looked at herself in the mirror, turning left and then right, examining the extravagant dress that Maya had procured for her. It was beautiful, but also slightly constricting. She'd been strapped into a corset, and could feel the thing pulling her ribs in and threatening to make her short of breath. Above that, she wore a beautiful gold dress that included a plunging neckline, which, combined with the corset pushing her up, gave her cleavage that she had to admit was damned impressive. She felt reasonably sure people would be talking to her chest more than to her face. At her waist, where the dress was at its tightest and her waist was at its most narrow, the petticoat sprouted out and cascaded down to the floor in layers beneath the outer skirt. The whole ensemble weighed a ton, and it was not terribly easy to move about in. Amanda tried sitting in it a moment ago and practically burst out of the dress. The process of bending her body constricted her lungs even more, making it harder to breathe while pushing her boobs up, so they were up to her chin. She would have laughed, but the dress made doing that a life-threatening proposition. Still, with her hair tied up in an elaborate style and the impressive gold jewelry she wore around her neck, she was delighted with the overall effect. Her daughter looked just as stunning in a darker blue dress that had a similar shape to Amanda's. Above them, the party was already underway, so Amanda and Maya made their way up and out into the main palace, walking arm in arm through the grand ballrooms filled with royal courtiers and the king's guests. One of the rooms was dominated by a huge long table, filled to overflowing with food of all kinds, while servants slipped through the crowd, making sure everyone had a drink. People talked in small groups, laughing, giggling, or whispering conspiratorially. Amanda felt reasonably sure there was a lot of political maneuvering going on. Maya pointed people out as they went, telling her who they were and what their importance was to the Sun King. Outside in the early evening, various entertainers were showing off feats of gymnastics and dance as musicians played, filling the night with melody. Amanda soon spotted members of the Legacy Coven, including Israel, Aaron, Nicola, and Romany. Standing with them was Trevelyan, dressed for once in the fashions of the era, rather than his Magi robes. She'd not seen him since the Fire of London, despite agreeing that they really should meet to discuss things. Amanda greeted the group warmly and soon moved towards Trevelyan. "Would you like to talk now?" she asked. Trevelyan nodded and smiled.
"That would be good."
"Come then, let us walk." Leading him off through the garden, she gave Maya a brief nod before they set off. "How have you been?"
"I've been well, thank you for asking, and I've been thinking a lot about our conversation in London. That was my first time meeting a weaver," he admitted. "I'd heard tell of them, of course, but I had never actually met one. He's, a formidable thing."
"He is," Amanda agreed. "Enigmatic, too. I've seen him a few times now, but he's not given me much to go on. I'm convinced he knows more than he's letting on, but I wouldn't want to try and force it out of him."
"Neither would I,"
Trevelyan agreed. "How's London?"
"Well on the road to recovery,"
Trevelyan said. "Sorry you had to let it burn."
"Had it been any other day, and we not been in the city, it would likely have been days before we'd heard about the fire anyway. It was a big one, though. It will most certainly be in the history books."
"You have no idea," Amanda muttered.
"You know, I find it incredible to think that you're not actually born yet,"
he said. "How do you think I feel? I'm the one living it," Amanda answered. "I don't know what to do half the time. Should I help out here? Should I intervene there? I never know if my actions are going to be the cause of some huge time paradox that will change the future, or worse. I mean, I guess the Weaver would step in if I did anything too crazy, but still, it's madness."
"So, How do I fit into this?
Trevelyan asked. Well, my younger self knows you. We meet, and one of the things you do is at a party in the city of New York.
New York?
Amanda smiled. A new city on the other side of the ocean in the colonies. It's not been settled for very long, but it's there. Thinking about New York made Amanda think about her house, the brownstone. She made a mental note to visit the New York colonies soon and look at securing some land out there. She got the feeling that the house she ended up buying all those years ago was always meant to be hers.
Ah, yes, the New World. I'm aware of it, but I have yet to visit. So, what is it that I do at this party in New York?
You take me to Ultimate Thule, show me the original document of the prophecy of Helene, and tell me your thoughts on it.
My thoughts?
You say you believe it, and in me. It was a moment, that's for sure.
I can imagine.
Look, I think you have a part to play when my younger self first comes into her powers. By then, you're on the Magi Council. In fact, you're leading it, and having someone that high up in the Magi community would be very useful in safeguarding my younger self. Some nomads and Arcadians dislike who I am and what I did, and I think you play a vital part in those early days, as does Stephen Bathory, another Magus who's on the council by the time my younger self goes through her epiphany.
That's a lot of trust you're giving me,
Trevelyan said. I know, but I think I can trust you, Trevelyan.
I shall do my best to be worthy.
Amanda smiled. They walked some more, talking further until they made their way back to the main legacy group. The night wound on, and the group came and went as the hours passed. People laughed, enjoyed themselves, and generally had a good time. Later in the evening, as they were walking through the palace, Amanda passed a side corridor with a couple of other legacy magi and happened to glance down it, spotting a figure at the far end. Amanda stopped, feeling sure she recognized the person she'd seen, and stepped back, looking back up the hallway. It was Yasmin. The nomad looked right at her and smiled. Had she been waiting for her? Amanda raised an eyebrow quizzically before she turned back to the two magi she was with and told them she would catch up to them soon. She had something she wanted to do. They nodded and moved away, but Amanda waited another few moments to make sure no one was watching before she turned and walked up the corridor. To what do I owe this pleasure? Amanda asked, her tone even. She was on guard for any dirty tricks, but interestingly, she didn't think there would be any.
A pleasure? I doubt it,
Yasmin said, falling into step beside her. Amanda turned and looked at Yasmin as they strolled through the gilded hallway. She looked away again. No, you're right. It's not a pleasure at all. So, do get on and tell me why you're here, Amanda said.
You might not like to be in my presence, but it does look like our fates are entwined, Amanda, and I think we will probably be seeing more of each other. But I didn't come here on a social call, although I do need to say congratulations on your attack on my ritual in London. Very well done. Pointless, of course. I found more magi to replace the ones you liberated and enacted the ritual a few months later anyway. But at least you managed to save a few. Oh, hang on. But your attack caused the fire of London, didn't it? Ah, well, you tried to save lives, I suppose.
Yasmin grinned to herself. Anyone who died in that fire did so because of you. Had you not attempted to enact that ritual, it would not have happened, Amanda said.
Are you sure, future girl?
Yasmin asked. Amanda frowned. She had to admit, thoughts about what would have happened had Baal not started the Great Fire had crossed her mind. Would the fire have started anyway? Was it one of those moments in time that would have happened no matter what? She didn't know because it did happen, and she'd never known otherwise.
I thought so. You have no real idea, do you? And I don't think the Weaver is telling you all that much either, is he?
He wasn't telling her much. Yasmin was right about that, and it was frustrating at times that she had to find her own way through this, and yet Amanda didn't feel badly towards the Weaver. The Weaver had to have his reasons for doing things the way he did. Maybe knowing too much would be bad. Amanda already knew so much about what was to come anyway that she kind of enjoyed the surprise when she was less knowledgeable about something. She enjoyed finding out how things happened. He doesn't need to, and actually, I'd rather not know.
Is that right? Well, how lovely for you. However, our meeting in London has shown me that our futures are very much tied together, and my guess is that I have a greater part yet to play. So, I think I need to be aware of some of these things. I need to know when I need to be in certain places and what I need to say.
Amanda guided the walk over towards a window and looked out over the lit-up, glittering grounds outside, listening to the music that was being played. You're probably right, Yasmin, and there are a few things you do need to be aware of. However, tonight is not the night for that, but I will make you aware of what you need to know when I deem it necessary, Amanda said. She hated playing nice with Yasmin, especially now that she knew who the real Yasmin was. But there was little she could do about that. Yasmin was as vital to her early years as Maria, Gentle Water, and Trevelyan had been, or will be, depending on how she looked at it. Yasmin didn't answer for a few seconds.
So be it. I'll see you around,
she said finally and walked away. Amanda watched her go inside. She was looking forward to the day that she didn't have to play nice with Yasmin anymore. That day, the day she went back in time with the Weaver, was a long way off yet though, so there was little she could do until then. She was determined to enjoy the rest of the night though. With a shudder, she shook off the dirty feeling she had picked up from talking to Yasmin and headed back towards the party and her friends. 1311 AD, Innisfail.
Well, it's a beauty,
Cyrex said, looking up at the large craft that floated a meter or so above the rolling grasslands of Amanda's Null realm, just outside of her cottage. Amanda stood on the grass barefoot in her jeans and tank top, enjoying the feel of the soft ground and looking up at her first etheric craft. She smiled to herself and felt an upswelling of pride within her chest. She was quite pleased with it, really. It looked something similar to a huge, futuristic trimaran with a large, sleek central main hull and two outrider hulls on wing-like arms on either side. In fact, she designed it so that she could transform it and land the craft in the sea to use it as an actual floating ship when she wanted to. She loved it already, and she hadn't even taken it for a test flight yet.
She's a good-looking ship,
Israel agreed.
Sure is,
Luxana said.
So, do you have a name for her?
Astrid asked. Amanda had only met Astrid a couple of times during Cyric and Lux's stay on Earth, but she'd been curious to see the finished ship and made the trip back when she'd heard it was ready for its grand unveiling. I do. I've been playing with a few in my mind, but I think I've settled on the Arcady. The other one I thought of was Bozeman, but I think I like Arcady better.
The Arcady. I like it,
Israel said.
So, when's the first test flight?
Chapter 15. Music and Revolution, 1789 AD. With her eyes closed, Amanda sat back on the cushioned sofa with its wooden animal feet, listening to the music that was being played for them. Maria sat beside her, holding her hand and gently caressing it with her fingers. Across the room, the pianist seemed to be having a fun time, having lost himself in the music, adding flourishes while glancing over at Maria and herself with a smile. Amanda missed the modern music she'd grown up with, but she'd come to appreciate the music and instruments of whatever age she happened to be in, and sometimes, like today, paid for the more famous or skilled composers to play for her. She enjoyed being a patron of the arts, and when she heard a name she recognized, she made sure to meet them at least once. The sketches that Da Vinci had made of her during her visits with him were some of her most prized possessions, with some of them displayed in her Null Realm lobby. The musician glanced over once more with a cheeky smile before building to a crescendo and then finishing with a few silly-sounding notes to which the musician sang along.
"Lick my arse,"
he said, using each beat to punctuate the words. Amanda laughed. The musician had a fondness for toilet humor, and she'd asked him to end with something funny, as this was the first recital that Amanda had brought Maria to since meeting her a few decades back. "Why, oh my word," Maria said, laughing with surprise. Amanda sat forward and clapped enthusiastically. Maria followed suit. "Bravo, sir! Bravo!" Amanda cheered.
"Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it,"
the man said. He was a small man, with an unremarkable appearance, save for his pocket-marked skin, a remnant of smallpox, and his bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to be forever moving. "That was wonderful, Wolfgang. We loved it, didn't we?" Amanda said, urging Maria to agree. "Absolutely. Thank you so much," Maria agreed. Picking up a small bag of coins, Amanda passed the money over to the man. He accepted it with grace and a slight bow, weighing it in his hand.
"I trust it's all there."
"All of it, and some extra," Amanda replied. "I know you've had some tough times recently, and I wanted to help a bit. I do hope that's all right."
"Of course. Thank you. I appreciate it,"
he said. Amanda sensed the small flare of magic from Maria beside her, who then produced a bag of coins of her own. "And a little something from me," Maria said. Amanda could see how eagerly Mozart accepted the payment, while still remaining poised and gentlemanly. He was still a well-known and successful musician, but the Austro-Turkish War had seen the decline in fortunes of people like Wolfgang, as the money available to support the arts in Vienna shrunk. Still, she knew she wasn't the only person to still appreciate and support artists like him, even during these fraught times. Wolfgang was gracious and grateful and said his goodbyes to the pair before leaving the building to head home. Amanda closed the door behind Mozart and turned to Maria with a smile. "Did you like it?" "That was wonderful, yes, even with the little flourish at the end." "He can be a cheeky one, that's for sure," Amanda agreed. "I can see that." Finding and meeting Maria again after so long had been a wonderful feeling, and they quickly struck up a close friendship upon meeting for the first time. But that soon developed into more. It was almost as if they had always been friends, as if this was meant to be, because they just clicked back into place and carried on as if they'd never been apart. Of course, this Maria had never met Amanda before, and there was a certain amount of talking that had to be done to fill her in on the possible future and on Amanda's past, but that was easy enough to do. Maria joined the Legacy Coven soon after to be closer to Amanda, and the pair saw each other often, with Maria sometimes going with Amanda on her trips away from Earth as well. Amanda stepped in closer to Maria and kissed her. That music was starting to get me in the mood, if you know what I mean, Amanda said, pressing herself into Maria.
I always know what you mean.
Maria purred and kissed her again. Amanda ran her hands over Maria, pulling on her dress with an urgency born of passion and love. It seemed like Mozart's music had put both of them in the mood. Amanda reclined on the chaise lounge, her skin glistening with sweat, her lover lying next to her. She hugged Maria close and played with her hair.
Thank you for a lovely evening, Maria whispered. It's been great.
Thank you for coming. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, she said.
Always. But I guess we should be getting back.
Probably, Amanda agreed as Maria stretched up and kissed her before climbing off. Amanda watched Maria move, picking up her clothes from around the room. She enjoyed the moment and admired Maria's figure, watching her muscles tense and relax as she moved. Maria caught her looking and winked at her.
Come on, stop staring at me and get dressed, she said.
Yeah, all right. Amanda grimaced and moved to do the same. She loved spending time like this with Maria, and it was always a shame when it came to an end. She dressed quickly, swapping jokes with Maria, and after a brief working of magic, appeared in the main lobby of the Legacy House. Something was wrong. The front door was open, and someone was screaming outside. Amanda turned and ran out through the door.
What's going on?
Maria asked, following. No idea, Amanda answered, pausing outside the door to see smoke rising from various points around the city. The sounds of fighting outside the gates spurred her on. She ran to the open front gate, leaving Maria behind. The scene in the street was carnage. A large weirtiger with white fur fought several people at once, its black claws ripping at their flesh, spilling their insides onto the Parisian street. Aaron and Nicola stood nearby, their magic flaring as they sent powerful Essentia strikes at the scion. Siobhan O'Shea, a newer member of the Legacy, crouched beside a man at the side of the road who was going through the transformation into a scion. Was that the weirtiger's doing? What's going on? Amanda asked through her mental link with the Magi.
We're not sure,
Aaron answered her.
This scion just started attacking people on the street for no reason.
There must be a reason, Amanda insisted. It's too much of a coincidence that he's doing it right outside the Legacy House. Looking around, she could see people further up the street, running, shouting, and looting. Something else was happening in Paris. Something bigger than a random scion going crazy, but that would have to wait.
We know, but he has to be stopped. He's killed several innocents already.
Amanda frowned and joined the fight, splitting her mind and throwing a Sentia at the scion. It was strong, though, and seemed to have more than one Aegis. This isn't right. He's being protected. Amanda called through the link as she hammered at the magical shield.
Yeah, but by who and why?
Amanda didn't have any answers, but there had to be a reason. Her best guess was that this was a distraction. Amanda glanced back at the house. It was protected by an Aegis, and a powerful one at that. It would take an all-out assault to breach it, she thought as she threw more Essentia at the scion. Magic flared, and the scion was ported from the street. For a moment, silence fell as the threat of the weirtiger disappeared, but it was soon replaced by moans of pain and the distant sounds of unrest within the city. Close by, Siobhan, a scion weir creature herself, tended to the fallen man who had shifted into a weirtiger after being transformed by the attacker. She managed to calm him down, and he was changing back into his human shape. Feeling sure that Siobhan had that situation under control, Amanda walked over to the other bodies that were strewn along the street. 5 of them were clearly dead, having been ripped asunder, while 4 more were lying on the road, injured, but still alive. Aaron and Nicolo were already moving to tend to a couple of them. Amanda did the same. "We should wipe their memories of this," Amanda suggested.
"I agree," Aaron answered. "Leave the dead to us. We have people who can deal with them."
Amanda nodded and stepped up to the nearest living victim and knelt down beside him, concentrating. As she magically knitted his wounds back together, healing his physical form, she reached into his mind and wiped his memories of the last few moments before putting him to sleep. As she worked on him, she looked deeper into his mind to get an idea of what he was doing here and to see if he knew what was happening in the city. It seemed there was unrest amongst the people of Paris towards the monarchy and the clergy, and the people were taking to the streets to make their anger known. It was a revolution. She did the same to one more, noticed that Aaron and Nicolo had the others covered, and moved over to Siobhan. "Is he okay?" Amanda asked her. Siobhan was a beautiful girl with luscious honey-colored golden hair, and Amanda had seen the sleek, similarly colored weirtiger she turned into several times. She was a kind and compassionate woman, and she knew this freshly changed scion would be in good hands with her. He lay unconscious in her lap after what would be a traumatic time for him.
"He survived the transformation, but honestly, the hard part is yet to come," she said. "The adjustment he will now need to go through will be tough."
"Can you help him?" Amanda asked. Siobhan looked up at her. "Of course," she said. "Thank you. He could be a valuable ally," Amanda said. Siobhan shrugged. "Sure," she answered and reached down to pick him up. Like nearly all scions, Siobhan was much stronger than she looked, and picked the man up easily in what Amanda knew as a fireman's lift before she walked back into the house. Amanda turned to Aaron and Nicolo. "Are we done here?" she asked, as a couple of the sleeping people they had just healed started to stir. The dead bodies had already been ported out and up the road. She could make out a small crowd heading their way.
"I think so,"
Aaron said, leading the way back into the grounds of the Legacy House and closing the gate behind them. Siobhan was already taking the new scion into the house. Nicolo stopped just inside the doorway and turned to Amanda.
"Actually," he said, "I'm just going to have a look around the rest of the surrounding roads. Something about this doesn't feel right."
Amanda nodded. "Good idea. Keep in touch." She felt the same. On its own, the attack by the white weirtiger seemed odd and far too suspicious. It only really made sense if it was part of a larger scheme. "And be careful. There's unrest in the city," Amanda added before he poured it away. After another moment, she saw Israel appear further down the corridor.
"This way, we have a problem,"
he said. There it is, Amanda thought. She knew there would be more to this than meets the eye. She hurried up the corridor with Aaron and moved into another side corridor to find Israel and Maria crouched down beside Romany, who was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. Romany looked up as Amanda approached.
"I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her,"
she said. "Stop who?" Amanda asked.
"Claudia,"
Romany replied. Over the years, the Legacy Coven had grown and taken on a few more Magi. Some eventually moved on, and some stayed, but its growth was steady. Claudia was one such new member. Like all the Magi who had joined before her, she'd been vetted and tested, and references had been taken, but there would always be 1 or 2 who slipped through the cracks. Amanda looked up at the open door on the opposite side of the corridor. She got up and walked over to it, stepping inside. It was little more than a closet for storage, but it had been protected and shielded although nothing remained of those shields. No aegis was unbreakable. All it took was time and patience. Claudia could have been working on that shield quietly for who knew how long. How often were these aegises checked? She wondered. She didn't know and would be as guilty as any of the other magi who lived here for not checking. But for the moment, this wasn't her biggest concern. Stepping inside, it looked like nothing had been moved at first, but Amanda's eyes went to one spot she feared being empty the most, and sure enough, the item that had been there was gone. Feck! She turned back to the entrance. It's gone. Israel looked up. What's gone? The Lazarus scroll. It's missing. That's what she took, Romany confirmed. I saw her. I knew I should have held onto it. Amanda cursed herself for asking Israel to look after it. At the time, she hadn't felt confident enough to look after it herself. You did what you thought was right at the time, Israel said. Maybe, Amanda answered. It's Claudia. I've found her, Nicolo said through the Legacies group link. She's on the street on the west side of the house. Amanda shared a look with Israel. Let's go, he said. We're coming, Amanda informed Nicolo. Amanda concentrated and ported them both out into a nearby alleyway. Stepping out into the street, Amanda soon spotted Nicolo a short distance up the road. He turned and waved for them to approach. The street was quiet, but it looked like a mob had recently been through, judging by the damage to the buildings and street furniture. They jogged over and found Nicolo standing at the end of a gap between two houses. She's there, he said, pointing into the shadows. With her enhanced vision, Amanda picked her out of the darkness easily. She'd been ripped apart. If Amanda had to guess, it looked like a magical attack, but she needed to be sure. Concentrating, Amanda pushed her vision back in time, looking for the moment of her death. The world around her moved backwards at high speed, as if she were rewinding a film on a TV. Suddenly, Claudia was standing up and facing a magus Amanda knew all too well. It was Yasmin, taking the scroll from Claudia before working her magic and killing her. Amanda canceled the effect and looked up at Israel. It was her. It was Yasmin. 1311 AD, Deep Space. The Arcady slipped through space, gliding silently as if she weren't moving at all, but Amanda knew better. She sat at the helm of her new etheric craft, its holographic displays giving her all the data she would ever need, including a map of the Sol system and the ship's location within it. She'd already tested the pulse drive, which was similar to conventional thrusters, and moved her at fast but sub-light speeds. She'd maneuvered the ship around Earth, zipping out to the moon, taking the Arcady in an orbit around it a few times before firing up the displacement drive. Although a conventional antimatter photon drive and a gravity drive had been installed, the ship didn't really need any engines. They were merely backups. Instead, like all ether ships, it was the core, a magical item embedded in the craft, but controlled from the helm, that made the ship move. The pulse, displacement, and flux drives were not drives in the conventional sense. They were terms that referred to the different magical effects that propelled the ship through space. When Amanda brought the displacement drive online, the core created a time dilation effect on the ship, but not on Amanda. That made it move a lot faster. Suddenly, the ship was capable of going up around 10 times the speed of light. It was fast, but still really only good for in-system travel between planets. She boosted the ship through the solar system for the next after an hour, passing Jupiter and Saturn as she made her trip. Flying through the Sol system had been magical, but now she needed to test the flux drive. This added another layer of magic on top of the displacement effect that did two things. It started to port the ship forward at many hundreds or thousands of times a second, and also, if needed, allowed it to slip slightly into the etheric realm, where distance was not always as it seemed. This moved the ship forward at an incredible rate, allowing for interstellar travel. Amanda set a course for Proxima Centauri and fired up the flux drive. Chapter 16. Hunters, 1812 AD. Amanda stood at the window, looking out over the city from one of the upper floors of the building. Moscow burned. The city was awash with flames that were tearing through the mostly abandoned city, sending endless plumes of thick, acrid black smoke rising into the air above the orange glow of the fires beneath. The sight before her reminded Amanda of the fire of London and the ferocity of that conflagration. What was it with Yasmin and fires? Looking down towards the river, she saw a huge mass of soldiers, mostly on foot, although a few officers were on horseback, moving along the bank. History would have much to say about Napoleon's invasion of Russia, calling the battle that had preceded their entrance into the city a Pyrrhic victory. As she watched the army march along below her, she was able to pick Napoleon out of the crowd on his white horse, wearing a thick coat as he tried to shield himself from the cold. Amanda pulled her own coat closer. She was too far from the nearest fires for her to feel any benefit from the hot air they created. She watched the army march by before she heard a crunch behind her. Turning, she saw Siobhan stalk into the room in her huge, weird tiger form, standing upright on her digitigrade legs. Anthony Denau, in his weird tiger form, followed her in, dragging a man into the room by his throat and throwing him to the floor. Anthony lunged forward at the man and roared. "Tell me where Gotcha is!" he shouted. The man glowed in Amanda's etheric sight, marking him as a magus. Clearly terrified, he looked around the room for help. His eyes locked on Amanda, and he backed away from Anthony, moving towards her. "Help, please. I don't want to die," he pleaded with her in Russian. "You're talking to the wrong person, to be sure," Amanda replied, also in Russian. "Answer my friend's questions, and maybe you'll survive this." The nomad's face fell as he looked back up at the powerful weird tiger that was looming above him. "Okay, all right. I think I know where he is." "You think you know?" Anthony asked. "Look, I'm pretty sure, okay? Kochai doesn't exactly get involved with us or the Acadians, you know." "This better be good," Siobhan added. The nomad visibly gulped as Anthony bared his claws at the man. It had been 13 years since the attack by the white weird tiger in Paris, who they now knew was called Sergei, but was better known as White Fury. He transformed Anthony into a scion that day and created a sworn enemy in the process. Sergei was a scion who owed allegiance to Yasmin. That much was clear from the way he'd been used as a diversion to allow Claudia, a mole placed in the Legacy Coven, to steal the Lazarus Scroll for Yasmin. Since the Great Fire of London, Amanda had made it a priority to try and keep an eye on Yasmin. She did her best to track her and map out her and her coven's influence. It worked to a point, and as a result, Amanda often had a reasonably good idea of what Yasmin was doing, but not always. Her investigations into what Yasmin's plans for the Lazarus Scroll might be led her to believe that she seemed to be trying to figure out how to use the scroll. She was hunting down and visiting anyone she could find who knew more about the artifact. She seemed particularly interested in translating it. Kochai was the latest figure in the Magi world that Yasmin was looking to speak to. Amanda wanted to find Yasmin, and Anthony wanted to find Sergei, so when Amanda heard that Sergei had been seen with Yasmin in her hunt for Kochai the Lich, Anthony was keen to go with her to find him. Of course, nothing was ever that easy, and when they ported in, they found the city in flames. It seemed to be the way of things when it came to dealing with Yasmin. Chaos and death followed her everywhere.
"We think he lives in a house outside the city,"
the nomad informed them.
"You think?"
Anthony asked.
"I'm pretty sure."
Anthony looked up at Amanda, his face filled with meaning. She knew what he wanted and stepped forward. "Drop your aegis," Amanda said to the nomad.
"Sorry, what?"
"Drop it, or I'll break it. It's in tatters anyway," she said, no doubt from Anthony and Siobhan's attacks. The nomad cursed before shaking his head with a sigh. As she watched, his aegis fell away. Amanda pulled on her magic and delved into the man's mind, hunting for confirmation of what he just told them. She soon found the information and the reasons why he thought it was accurate. Basically, he'd heard from several separate sources who'd been reliable about other things. Amanda nodded. "He seems to be fairly sure, and it's the best lead we've had so far," she said. The nomad nodded.
"See, I wasn't lying. I wouldn't do that. I'm helping you. So can I go?"
Anthony looked up at Amanda. She looked back at him and shrugged. "Your choice," Amanda said, and waited to see what he'd do. Anthony looked down at the nomad and in a sudden movement slashed at him with his claws. The nomad was dead within a few seconds, his blood leaking over the floor as Anthony stepped away calm, focused, and all business. He looked up at Amanda and Siobhan. Amanda didn't say anything. She could sympathize with his position. He was angry and desperate for revenge on Sergei for attacking him and turning him into a scion. Sergei had effectively ended Anthony's life. Amanda and the Legacy Coven had done their best to support him and aid him in his adjustment into the hidden world of Magi and Scions, but it was never going to be smooth sailing the whole way.
"What?"
Anthony asked as he looked between the two women. Siobhan shifted back into her human form, shrinking as the honey-colored fur on her body melted away and her bones snapped and popped back into their human shape. It only took a few seconds and was clearly painful, but she eventually stood naked and smoothed her hair back away from her face. "Nothing," Amanda said. "We're not judging," Siobhan added as she pulled a curtain from the floor and wrapped it around herself.
"Least of all me."
"Good," Anthony stated. "This lead seems like the best one we've had, so remember, this is not just a revenge mission. If Yasmin is there, I don't want you charging in and getting yourself into trouble," Amanda said, turning to Anthony. "I will deal with Yasmin and Kochai. If the opportunity presents itself, then I have no problem with you taking your revenge on Sergei. But remember, do it together. He's older and stronger than either of you. But if you take him on as a pair, he'll be at a disadvantage. Also, I'll try to help, provided I'm not already occupied. So stay with me and don't rush in, understand?" Both scions nodded their agreement. "All right, let's go," she said, pulling on the threads of Essentia and porting the three of them beyond the outskirts of town to appear just outside the gates of a large property in the countryside, the location of which she pulled from the mind of the nomad. Looking up, Amanda could see the remnants of what had once been a substantial aegis surrounding the property, but it had been ripped asunder, leaving the area unprotected.
"There's magic here,"
Siobhan stated.
"Yeah, I can feel it too,"
Anthony seconded her. The edge of the Aegis is right in front of us, Amanda nodded. But it's been ripped open. Come on, she said, stepping forward. Moving through the gates, the house soon came into view. It was old and had not been looked after, sporting broken windows and vines creeping up the exterior. Ahead, 4 figures stood talking in front of the house, deep in conversation. Amanda recognized 2 of them right away, spotting Yasmin and Sergei in his white weird-tiger form beside her. Looking closer, she realized she recognized one of the others as well. Standing next to what she could only describe as a walking corpse was a man in a long, dark coat. It took her a moment to recall the name. It was Dmitriev, the German nomad who had attacked her in the Jade Palace. She also remembered Yasmin stepping in to help her to stop Dmitriev's attack. Every now and then, she'd come upon a link to her younger years in the 21st century, and it was always something of a surprise, in a moment of connection and revelation. Seeing Dmitriev rekindled some of those memories and emotions. It made her pause for half a second before she continued on, striding towards the 4 figures. They spotted her approach early and broke off into 2 pairs, Yasmin and Sergei on one side, while Kochai and Dmitriev were on the other. As she approached, she remembered how Dmitriev had spoken to her as if they'd met before, which, of course, now made sense. She wondered if this would be the only meeting they would have before the modern day. Amanda spoke through the link with Siobhan and Anthony. Remember I said that Yasmin should survive, she reminded them. I also need the man in the dark coat to survive too. Understood? They both answered in the affirmative.
Amanda, we meet again. How wonderful,
Yasmin greeted her.
Who's this?
The walking corpse asked. Amanda looked over at him, and a shiver went rippling along her spine. This must be Kochai. He was not an easy person to look at. He looked like some kind of zombie. His skin was a dirty brown, yellow, and green that had shrunken to his face, while his lips had peeled back to permanently show his teeth. The Lich's eyes were a cloudy, dead-looking color, and his joints cracked as he moved. Amanda could see the magic that coursed through his body, keeping him alive. If this could be called living. Most Magi were long-lived, but some were not, and for those who would otherwise live an average human lifespan, or even just a few hundred years, you eventually had to make a choice of either accepting your death or taking steps to live on. One of those methods was to become a lich. It was necromancy, of course, and seen as a crime amongst the Arcadians. But if that wasn't a concern, then it was one way to keep living. She'd heard of Kochai before. He'd been around for a long time and was one of the more successful liches around. You took the scroll, didn't you? Amanda accused Yasmin, wanting to get straight down to business.
So what if I did? You lot weren't doing a lot with it.
I want it back, Amanda said.
Oh, I'm sure you do. But you know what? I'm not done with it. Not yet.
Yasmin answered her, smiling smugly.
Who do you think you are?
Kochai yelled at her. Amanda looked over. Apologies for the intrusion, but I have business.
So do I, and you have no right to charge in here,
he ranted. Amanda glanced over at Yasmin, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Yasmin's appearance had probably already annoyed the Lich, but having more Magi and Scions arrive was not likely to improve his mood. Hey, I didn't mean to. In fact, no, forget it. I'm not apologizing to you, Amanda said, wondering why she was playing so nice with this Lich. He was a necromancer and she owed him nothing. Besides, she wasn't here for him, and neither were Anthony and Siobhan. She realized she wasn't the only one having an argument, though, as she glanced at Anthony, who was hurling insults at Sergei. The two weird-tigers stood face to face, with Anthony backed up by Siobhan. It looked like a fight might break out at any moment between them.
Be bothered with. See, you weren't even listening to me,
Kochai continued. Standing a little way behind the lich, Dmitriev leered at her. What an odious man. Without warning, a sentia rushed out from Kochai as he attacked her. Energy splashed over her aegis, causing it to fluoresce in her etheric sight. Amanda stepped back, fracturing her mind using the multitasking effect as Kochai struck her again and followed it up with a string of lightning strikes and further Essentia hits. Amanda immediately flushed more Essentia into her aegis, strengthening it, following Kochai's withering onslaught as Dmitriev joined in and threw some Essentia at her as well. He wasn't anywhere near as powerful as Kochai, though, and with a sudden and powerful Essentia hit of her own, she ripped his aegis to shreds. Dmitriev staggered back, surprise etched on his face. Amanda hit him again with a kinetic ram, sending him sprawling over the ground. Meanwhile, the rest of her minds threw as much Essentia and destructive energy at the lich. The air flashed with light as her magic slammed into him with a series of deafening booms. Close by, she spotted Anthony and Siobhan in a deadly fight of their own with Sergei. Their claws flashed and thick red blood flew, while Yasmin calmly looked on. She was probably quite amused by all this. The lich fought back, sending more magical strikes towards Amanda. But her powerful connection to Essentia kept her aegis strong. Simultaneously, she threw a barrage of attacks at the undead Magus. Kochai flailed as he tried to fend her off, but he just wasn't up to it. His aegis buckled and flickered until it couldn't handle it anymore and burst. A final kinetic blast sent him sprawling to the floor.
I yield to you. Please, no more. You win,
Kochai said, looking up at her. Amanda paused, her hands crackling with Essentia. Are you sure?
Yes, you win. Just no more, please,
he muttered. Amanda glanced over at the scions and saw Anthony and Siobhan standing over the torn-up corpse of Sergei as they caught their breath. They were all covered in blood, but Sergei himself was quite dead.
You coward,
Dmitriev yelled. Amanda looked up to see the nomad approaching. He looked down at the lich in disgust.
I have nothing more to learn from you,
he spat before turning to Yasmin and going down on one knee, his head bowed.
I pledge myself to you, my ball,
he said before looking up at her.
If you'll have me.
Yasmin's grin was entirely too smug for Amanda's taste.
Oh, do you know? Well, then, I accept. Especially since I seem to have lost one of my black knights today,
she said, dismissively waving toward Sergei's corpse. Dmitriev stood, a smug grin of his own on his face, as he looked back at Kochai.
My business here is done,
Yasmin said, and with a last smile back at Amanda, Yasmin ported away with Dmitriev. Amanda sighed and looked back over to where Kochai lay. She walked over as Siobhan and Anthony moved to join her. Kochai merely watched through milky eyes. It was difficult to read the lich's expressions, but she wondered if he was afraid. As she got close, she crouched down to bring herself more level with him. I need to know what Yasmin wanted from you, she said.
Of course,
Kochai answered.
She wanted help with a translation, and I gave it to her.
A translation? Amanda asked. It was a strange thing for a Magi to need help with.
She had an artifact. It's known as the Lazarus Scroll, and it's been missing for hundreds of years. It was last seen in Constantinople, but was lost in the siege of the city during the Crusades. I was surprised to see Yasmin with it.
You know of the scroll?
Of course. It is a legendary artifact. Any good Magi scholar would know of it. It's powerful beyond measure and dangerous in the hands of the wrong people.
People like Yasmin, you mean?
Of course. If she has the scroll, she certainly plans to use it.
Use it? How? Amanda asked.
It has many powers, but Yasmin is most assuredly interested in using it to increase her own magical potency.
Amanda had suspected that this had been her mission and nodded as Kochai continued.
We all want to grow in strength, of course, but for Yasmin, it's more than that. I am unsure why, however.
Amanda nodded. She had suspected that Yasmin was focused on increasing her power. It was a common feature of Magi nomads. But the speed in which she had become so powerful was surprising. However, she'd not thought about it too much until now. As for why she wanted that power, there could be many reasons, but there was one that felt obvious to Amanda. It also felt a little egotistical, but she couldn't help but wonder if it might be true. She was the one Magus who had power over Yasmin, and it was not because of her superior Magi rank or ability, although those were part of it. No, Amanda also had a hold over Yasmin through the circumstances of their relationship. Yasmin could not hurt or kill Amanda for decades to come, lest she risk her own life in the process. And this had probably been gnawing at the edges of Yasmin's mind for centuries now. She had to wait before attacking Amanda. For a nomad like her, this was probably torture, and yet she also knew how powerful Amanda was, and how powerful she had become to stand against her. She was preparing herself, Amanda realized. She was getting ready for the day that Amanda's younger self was taken back in time, because from that point onwards, it would be open season on Amanda, and Yasmin wanted her revenge. This was probably also the reason for Yasmin's manipulation of her younger self. Yasmin knew her well, and it would be a simple matter for such a person to manipulate an impressionable young Magus to get what she wanted. Getting close to her younger self might also tell Yasmin when she was taken by the Weaver. She would notice her absence. It dawned on her that Yasmin manipulated her to regain the Lazarus Scroll, which meant that she must lose it at some point between now and then. But what was it about the scroll that was so important to Yasmin? Does the scroll grant such power?
In a way, yes. It has many effects woven into it, not least of which is the power to siphon magical power from a victim, allowing the user to take that power as their own.
She wants to learn how to use the scroll to steal the magic from others, to increase her own magical strength.
That is my assumption,
Kochai said. Amanda could almost feel the weight of this knowledge coming to rest on her shoulders, and she did not like it at all. 1311 AD, Earth. Settling the Arcady into a geosynchronous orbit high above Europe, Amanda powered down the displacement drive after returning from her first interstellar trip to Proxima Centauri. She couldn't help the huge grin that seemed stuck to her face. seen the Red City at Proxima and the incredible feats of magic and engineering, she felt excited to explore more of the cosmos and meet more of the people out there. She'd stopped off at Sol Prime, the station just outside of the Sol system, on her way back as well. Now she was back in range of her mental link with the Legacy, and she sent a pulse through to Israel.
"Get down here,"
Israel said, opening the link immediately. He sounded stressed. Okay, sure," Amanda said, confused at Israel's harsh tone. Had she done something wrong? Working her magic, she ported down from the Arcady, appearing in the front hallway of the Legacy house. Israel was waiting for her, looking concerned. "Everything okay?" she asked.
"Not really,"
Israel answered. Luxana Nix stormed up the corridor.
"I'm going to find him and destroy him. That's what I'm going to do,"
she fumed.
Cyric had a confrontation with the nomad, Cade, in the city. Cyric's dead. Cade killed him,
Israel explained. "Shite," Amanda cursed. "Where's Cade now?"
"Not on Earth, as far as we know,"
Israel said. "He won't stay hidden for long. I'll find him," Lux said. Amanda took hold of Lux's arm, stopping her from pacing back and forth, and looked her in the eyes. "I'll help," she said. Chapter 17. Raven, 1833 AD. Rising up through the water, Amanda broke the surface and wiped her face with her hand, smoothing her hair back. Looking over to the edge of the freshwater pool, she spotted the figure of a man sitting on a rock, watching her.
"What are you doing following me?"
the man asked. Amanda smiled. The man was tall, fit, and looked every bit of the part of a Native American shaman with his long dark hair, swarthy skin, and strong nose. He had all kinds of feathers, animal bones, and other decorative items hanging from his clothes and belts. Amanda enjoyed hearing his voice. It had been so long since she'd spoken to him. "I was trying to find you," she answered, "but it looks like you found me instead."
"You were not difficult to find, white woman."
"The name's Amanda, and you're Raven," she stated. She noticed the brief look of surprise on Raven's face. "Care to join me?" She bobbed slightly up and down, showing off her bare shoulders and the rise of her breasts before sinking lower again.
"I'm happy here,"
he answered. "Shame," Amanda answered. "I could do with warming up."
"You're trying to seduce me, white woman."
"Maybe," she said with a cheeky grin. She shook her head. This wasn't how she wanted this to go, so she decided to change her approach. "Sorry. Look, I happened to see you in town the other day, and well, I wanted to meet you."
"In town? So you saw the fight I got into?"
"They weren't Magi, so they didn't really stand a chance, did they?"
"No,"
he said.
"So you followed me?"
"As much as possible. I spoke to some of the locals, and they knew you lived around here somewhere."
"And now you found me,"
Raven said. "Actually, you found me, I think. Tell me, did you watch me undress and get in here?" The raised eyebrow and a slight smile playing over his lips gave her the answer she needed.
"So, why did you want to talk to me?"
Amanda sank back in the water, moving her arms and legs to keep afloat. "You live out here alone, right?"
"I do, yes."
"How are you finding that?"
"I am content,"
he said. "Out here, all alone?"
"It wasn't exactly my choice."
"What happened?" she asked. She heard talk of what had happened to Raven and his people, but she wasn't sure what was hearsay and rumor, and what was the truth. She wanted to hear it from Raven himself.
"You've talked to people. You've been following me. Someone must have related the tale to you."
"I've heard a few things. Some say you're a thief, others think you're dangerous, that you scalp people. Still, others say you're out here alone, the last of your group.
People will believe whatever they want,
he said, clearly finding her comment amusing. That's for sure. These kinds of tales always get embellished and blown out of proportion, she said. I'm sure it's no different for you.
What else do the people say about me?
They say you're a shaman, a magic man. They say you're immortal, a very long-lived at least. They say that people come to you when they need help sometimes, bringing you offerings, food, supplies in return for advice or other magical help, she said, eyeing him as she spoke to see what got a reaction from him.
Some of them do come to me. I help when I can.
I bet it's difficult, though, knowing that some people would happily kill you.
They don't ever find me if their intentions are not honorable. Unless I want to scare them, of course,
he said with a knowing grin. Are you alone? Amanda asked, throwing the question out there, hoping he might open up. He looked at her.
My people are dead, killed by the white man years ago. I am the last of my tribe. I live here, where my people lived for generations before the white man came.
I'm sorry, she said.
You didn't do it. Most of the people who live here now didn't do it. I don't blame the innocent for the crimes of the guilty.
They killed your family.
In a way, yes. But my wife and children, no, they did not. I outlived them and saw my grandchildren and great-grandchildren live, grow up, and die. Such is the gift and the curse of the shaman.
I understand.
You've lived a long time as well.
I've outlived loved ones. Some died naturally, and others were killed. I've known both kinds of pain.
Then you understand.
I have an idea, sure, but each of our experiences is unique. Raven nodded. Am I what you expected? Pretty close, to be sure. My history is, well, it's complicated. I'll explain it to you sometime if you like.
I'd like that. Are you planning on staying locally?
Not really, which is why I wanted to speak to you. I'm here to offer you a place in my coven.
You want me to leave here?
I want you to consider it, and come to a choice in your own time. Living alone out here in the shadow of the past cannot be good for you. Floating on her back, she enjoyed the cool water against her skin, as opposed to the burning heat from the noonday sun. Of course, the sunlight didn't actually bother her anymore, thanks to her magic, but even so, cooling down the old-fashioned way had a charm all its own. When she'd found this inviting freshwater pool, she just couldn't resist taking a dip and letting the bracing water bring her temperature back down in a much more natural way. Riding through the frontier on horseback, enjoying the scenery, soaking up the atmosphere, wearing the clothes, it was all part of the same thing. Remaining grounded, she could have poured it around, extracting the information from the heads of the people she wanted, but where was the fun in that?
And why would you do that for me?
Why? Because I like you, I suppose.
You've only just met me.
And yet, it feels like I've known you for years.
Do you need an answer now?
No. Right now, I want to enjoy my swim, she stated.
How's the water?
Fresh and cool. Perfect, really.
It's been a while since my last wash,
he admitted. I shall resist the urge to make a joke about that, and instead invite you in, she grinned.
You want me to undress right here?
Amanda smiled and moved closer to the edge. Finding the ground under her feet, she took a few steps out until the water was just above her knees. I did, she said with a cheeky grin and her hands on her hips, showing him everything. Raven looked her up and down before shedding his clothes until he was as naked as she was. He stepped into the water and hopped about at first as the cold made him gasp. Amanda giggled and threw herself back into the water with a splash. Her body had long since adjusted to the temperature of the pool, and now it was merely cool and enjoyable. Looking up, Raven was in up to his waist when he quickly crouched and submerged himself entirely. Breaking the surface once more, he wiped the water from his eyes as she swam in closer to him so that she was right there before him when he opened his eyes. "Hi," she said. "You're right. It's certainly refreshing in here," he said. "Want me to warm you up?" "You're a very forward woman," he commented. "I don't believe in wasting time for no good reason. Life is short for most. Even for us Magi, time can be fleeting." She reached out and touching his chest. "I like you, Raven." He smiled and reached for her. She felt his fingers gently caress her sides and reach around to pull her in. She let him and moved her arms around his neck, keeping her eyes fixed on his. She pressed into him, and he glanced down, seeming to enjoy the view of her boobs squished up against him. "I never expected," he said, looking up. "I know. I want this," she said. "You do?" "I do," she answered, feeling his arousal grow beneath her as she wrapped her legs around him. "I accept your offer," he said. "My what?" "I'll join the legacy, your coven, if the invitation is still there. There's little for me here anymore, anyway. I should join the Magi community with you. We'll be glad to have you," she said as she leaned her head closer to him, their nose brushing. "You want me. I want you," she agreed and kissed him. 1311 AD, 26,483 light years from Earth. "We're a long way from Sol," Amanda said, looking at the holographic map of the galaxy on the display before her. It was the furthest the Arcady had ever flown. "You're sure Cade's here?" "He's here," Luxana replied, looking down at the small planet below them. Apart from the shape of the continents, it was very Earth-like, and the sensors showed a similar medieval society to what Earth currently had. There wasn't any electricity in general use down there, and from her investigations, she could see the level of sophistication was comparable to Earth. "I thought all the planets out here would be significantly advanced," Amanda said. "The galaxy is vast, and there are countless lost civilizations out there. Planets where people were stranded or abandoned. Or maybe they were fed up with the society around them and wanted to start fresh. There are whole sectors of the galaxy that have societies which are quite different to Earth, or the Nexus Arcadia society." "Amazing. Okay, so how do we find Kate?" Amanda asked, looking down at the planet. They'd been following leads and looking for Cade for months, moving between stations and colonies, hunting down known associates, Magi and Riven alike. Through it all, Lux had remained focused on the task at hand, determined that they would find him. Before they left the Nexus to come here, they had informed Astrid where they were heading. She was on her way, but Lux was clearly keen to head down to the planet as soon as she could. "Easy," Lux said and worked the console. The ship scanned the surface for magic and energy signatures, and within moments found several. Chapter 18. Resistance, 1944 AD. The flare of magic died away, leaving Amanda standing on a rise with Raven, Maria, and Balor close by, looking out over a small town in the French countryside. It had seen better days. She was sure of that. The buildings were pockmarked with bullet holes, or partially demolished from artillery fire. Whole sides of some of them were missing, revealing living rooms, hallways, and bedrooms inside. Sometimes, the furniture was still standing, seemingly untouched by the firestorms that had beset the streets. Fire burnt and smoke rose into the ashen sky above. The staccato pop of gunfire could be heard from where Amanda stood on the hill. Below, a column of troops moved up the roadway alongside a tank advancing on the town. They were on the leading edge of the Allied invasion as it swept through France, engaging the Germans and pushing them back. It was dirty, unforgiving work.
"She's down there?" Raven asked.
"Everything we've found has led here," Amanda said. "Yasmin is in that town or the concentration camp beyond." It had been a long road to find Yasmin and the Lazarus Scroll. Amanda was determined to retrieve it from her, and the intelligence she and the Legacy had gathered all pointed here. They had hunted down several of Yasmin's coven and other associated covens who had embedded themselves in the Nazi war machine, using the war, fighting, and death as cover for their own slaughter. Amanda felt fairly sure that Yasmin would be in the camp on the far side of the town, but she wanted to be sure. No stone would be left unturned, and with the Allied troops entering the area, she wanted to minimize their casualties at the hands of Yasmin's coven.
"Think we'll get the Lazarus Scroll this time?"
Maria asked. Amanda frowned. She already had a few encounters with Yasmin during the war effort, but thus far she'd been unsuccessful in retrieving the scroll. Theirs was a curious relationship. Neither she nor Yasmin wanted to really hurt the other, leading them to struggle against each other endlessly. Amanda knew Yasmin wanted power, and she had been very successful at getting it. She was now a formidable magus and could stand her ground against Amanda without much trouble. Amanda felt sure she was stronger if it really came down to it, but the power gap between them was narrowing. The Lazarus Scroll was one of the ways she was building her personal magical strength, and Amanda had a suspicion how she was using it. Arcadian magi had been disappearing throughout Europe, and the intel she received occasionally placed Yasmin at the scene. Amanda had a horrible feeling she was using the scroll to siphon the magical energy from other magi and using the death camps as cover. There would be plenty of Jewish magi out there, all of whom were not exactly welcome in the Nazi Empire. Yasmin's coven, the Black Knights, and the Riven they controlled were thoroughly embedded in the Nazi power structure, often in the camps, looking for these magi. What Amanda had seen over recent months as the bigger picture had come into view had horrified her, and now, with the Allied advance threatening to end this era of genocide, Yasmin had grown careless, and the location of her operation had been discovered. Amanda considered Maria's question. "We can only hope," she answered and turned to her friends. Much of the rest of the legacy was committed elsewhere, fighting against the nomads and helping the resistance when they could. She looked up at Balor, his face several feet above her atop his vast frame. "Balor, take to the skies. I suspect Baal Malik will be here somewhere. He's all yours." Balor smiled.
"I'm looking forward to our rematch,"
he said, referring to their previous encounters, of which there had been several. "Raven, left flank. Maria, take the right. I'll go down the middle. Keep the links open. Help each other when you can. Let's end this," she said. Everyone nodded, and Balor rocketed skyward with a beat of his vast wings. Amanda looked at the town and sensed a buildup of Essentia within it. "Looks like we have some magic use," Amanda said. "Let's go." Picking out a rooftop with her superior vision, Amanda poured it down just as Raven and Maria disappeared with a whip crack of air. Appearing on the rooftop, Amanda ducked to keep low, checking her aegis in case of any stray bullets. The sound of fighting was louder here, with pops and snaps sounding all around her as guns were discharged. She snuck towards the edge of the building's roof and peered down into the square below. Suddenly, a brick next door exploded as a bullet hit it, followed by the zip-snap of more rounds passing by too close for comfort. She wasn't in any danger. Her aegis would protect her from any gunfire, but sometimes her animal instincts still kicked in, like now, as she ducked back out of sight. She shook her head at herself, feeling a little silly when the door on the side of the little brick outbuilding that covered the top of the stairwell opened up and a German soldier stepped through. He saw Amanda, raised his machine gun, and fired. Bullets peppered the ground and wall all around her, kicking up dust from the small explosions they created as they hit. They ricocheted off her aegis, too, leaving her unharmed as the man yelled while firing. Keen to deal with this quickly, Amanda poured it to him. It was less than 10 meters, but she didn't care. She appeared beside him, caught the firearm in her left hand, and smashed her right into his face. The man grunted as blood and a tooth fell from his mouth before he looked up at her in shock. Spinning, Amanda kicked him in the face, dropping him to the rooftop. He coughed and moaned. Amanda stepped over and punched him once in the back of the neck, knocking him out. Amanda pulled the magazine from the gun and threw it off the building. She then ejected the chamber rounds and threw that away too, before dropping the weapon and moving to get another look into the town square below, being a little more careful about showing too much of herself this time. Essentia flared down on the German side. Someone was using magic to protect the Nazi forces. It looked to be coming from inside one of the buildings opposite. It was some kind of shop. The front of it had been destroyed and then barricaded with sandbags and whatever else could be found to protect a machine gun emplacement. The gun fired at the advancing Allies, hampering their advance. The Allies returned fire, but the Aegis held fast. The sound of German voices and heavy footsteps climbing up the stairwell towards the rooftop brought Amanda back to here and now. Concentrating, Amanda ported over to the opposite side of the square. She appeared on a small road that ran beside the barricaded building close to a side door. Glancing left, she looked up at the rooftop she'd just left, spotting the distinctive shapes of people moving around. German soldiers, no doubt wondering who had incapacitated their friend. Amanda refocused on the door before her, sensing the magic on the other side, and kicked it open. Inside the large room beyond, she saw a squad of German infantry supporting the soldier on the gun emplacement. Some were making sure he didn't run out of ammunition, while others crouched behind the barricade, taking pot shots at the advancing Allied troops through the invisible wall of Essentia in front of the shop. Towards the back of the room, a handful of German officers watched the resistance against the Allies. Amongst them were 2 Magi dressed in the same German uniforms as the others. Concentrating, Amanda sent out a general pulse of Essentia designed to knock people out. It wasn't strong and wouldn't affect anyone within Aegis, but that was precisely what she wanted. Nearly everyone in the room collapsed as her neutral pulse did its job. The 2 Magi and 2 more ribbon officers who had been gifted with an Aegis remained standing. The ribbon men looked around in shock, while the pair of Magi turned to Amanda. She recognized them right away. They were Tatiana and Ulrich, and they both were members of Yasmin's Black Knights. "Hi," Amanda said in a flat tone, waiting to see what they would do first. The 2 Magi glanced at each other, clearly understanding the threat they faced, but one of the ribbon officers looked at the other and shouted, "Sergeant, kill this woman! Wilhelm!" Tatiana called out to the man pulling his gun, her voice filled with caution. "Sergeant Klein," Ulrich added, but the sergeant wasn't listening. He raised his gun as he stepped towards Amanda. With a simple thought, Amanda brought her magic to bear on him and smashed Sergeant Klein with a battering ram of kinetic energy that sent him flying across the room with a shriek of pain. "Bye," Amanda said cheekily. Tatiana backed off, while Ulrich stepped forward, his aegis flaring as he pumped Essentia into it. "It's Amanda, isn't it?" "That's my name, don't wear it out," Amanda answered him. The remaining Riven officer moved to draw his sidearm. Essentia flared, and Amanda smashed him into the wall with a bang. Tatiana poured it out, while Ulrich lashed out with a series of Essentia strikes of his own. The Nomad's magic washed over Amanda's aegis, causing it to flare within her etheric sight.
"You're too late,"
Ulrich warned. "We'll see." Amanda followed up his attack with her own, unleashing a series of magical attacks upon the Nomad. Essentia strikes and powerful bolts of electricity slammed into his aegis, knocking the Nomad back. His aegis held for now as he attacked her again. His multitasking mind conjured simultaneous magical strikes that crashed into her aegis, damaging it while he raised his gun. Amanda had one of her mines refueling her shield, though, and paid it no mind. Ulrich opened fire with his Lugar pistol. The Essentia-fueled bullets peppered her aegis alongside the magic. Annoyed that he was actually shooting at her, Amanda lashed out with a spin kick that smashed into his hand. Their aegises flared as they interacted, and he dropped the gun. Sending another wave of magical attacks at the Nomad, his aegis finally cracked and then shattered. With his defenses down, Amanda smashed her fist into his face and then her foot into his chest, sending him sprawling to the floor. Picking up the dropped gun, she aimed it without hesitation and fired a single shot to his head. Blood and gray matter exploded out of the back of his skull. She lowered the gun and sighed. She'd killed many times over the years, but she always hated it, usually preferring to subdue in other ways. Nomads were nearly always worth killing, though, lest they bring death and destruction to others at a later date. The space she stood within had fallen silent with the death of the Nomad. Looking out the front of the shop, with the machine gun now disabled, Amanda could already see Allied troops advancing on her position. They wouldn't be here just yet, but it wouldn't be too long. She turned away and moved towards the back of the building, away from the Allies, towards the camp and hopefully Yasmin. She passed through a few more back rooms in a courtyard before reaching another street, lined with ruined buildings. A ball of fire fell from the sky and crashed into a corner building on the other side of the road. Half of the roof and supporting walls collapsed behind the fiery object with a thunderous explosion. "Balor!" Amanda hissed and poured it across the street. Inside, Balor wrestled with the fiery form of Baal Malik. He grabbed Balor by the neck with one hand while pummeling him in the face with the other. Balor struggled, but Baal seemed considerably stronger. A lance of magical energy smashed into the back of her aegis, knocking Amanda forward into the partially demolished wall with a crunch. Grunting, Amanda turned to see another of Yasmin's Black Knights standing a short distance away, her aegis glowing with Essentia. The Nomad lashed out again with another magical strike, but Amanda was ready and stayed on her feet before returning the favor with a ferocious Essentia blast of her own that seemed to surprise the female Nomad. Amanda recognized this one too. This was Olga, and she'd also outstayed her welcome. Amanda focused hard and hit the Nomad with the full force of her magical power. Her aegis cracked before falling away, and in the next second, Amanda had thrown her clear across the street into the buildings on the far side. She hit the wall and dropped to the floor, leaving a splatter of blood on the brickwork. Turning back to the two scions, Amanda jumped the wall into the building. As she landed, Baal delivered another mighty punch to Balor, sending him sprawling, spitting blood as he fell. Angry that her friend was being used as a punching bag, Amanda lashed out with a powerful kinetic ram, smashing Baal sideways into a wall, which he fell through before stumbling and looking up at Amanda, where she stood on a pile of bricks. The scion roared at her a gout of flame erupting from his maw at her. Amanda leapt sideways onto a wall before jumping to a ledge. Using her magic, she grabbed hold of Baal and threw him across the room. As he landed, destructive energies, laced with essentia, lanced out of her hands and smashed into his aegis. The scion shield flared brightly as the energy hit. Baal flew at her like a rocket. Amanda tried to dodge, but the scion caught her in its massive hand as it crashed through another wall, taking her with it. She grunted as the scion slammed her into the floor. Baal appeared to be made from flame and glowing hot rocks that bathed her in heat. Her aegis kept the scion's searing hot body from melting her skin, but she could still feel the heat. The scion roared again, shooting more magical fire from his mouth. Heat and light engulfed her. Amanda closed her eyes and instinctively raised her hands to protect herself. She forced essentia into her aegis to counter the damage. Another of her multitasking minds worked her magic, electrifying herself and blasting him with essentia-infused lightning. Baal let go and staggered back in pain, his aegis beginning to fail him. With a crunch, Balor charged into Baal's back, sending him flying across the room. Amanda flipped up into a standing position and turned to face the fiery scion. He lay in rubble, pulling himself to his feet. Amanda focused all of her minds on attacking the scion, blasting him with essentia and energy attacks. Lightning, fire, and kinetic energy pummeled the scion into the ground. Baal's aegis cracked and finally fell, leaving him defenseless. But Amanda didn't stop. Fire and fury streamed out of her and tore at the scion's body. The scion was tough and held out for several more seconds, fighting to rise up under the barrage of attacks that were smashing him back down. He faltered once, twice, falling lower while struggling to pull himself back up, until he finally dropped as his flesh was ripped apart, bubbling and burning from the firestorm. Amanda canceled her magic, the light show of strobing electricity and glowing essentia falling away. The fire that had engulfed Baal guttered and died, leaving a blackened husk on the broken floor. Amanda relaxed, satisfied that the threat Baal had posed was gone.
"Thanks for the help,"
Balor said from behind her. "No bother," Amanda replied, working her magic once more to disintegrate the body into a fine black powder that the wind kicked up into the air. She didn't want the Allied troops finding the corpse of a demon as they swept the town. "Have you spotted Yasmin yet?" she asked.
"No, not yet, no,"
Balor said. "Raven, Maria, any luck?" Amanda asked through their link. "Nothing yet on my side," Maria answered. "Just a few nomads on this side of the town," Raven said. "I'm approaching the death camp now, and I can already sense some powerful magic up ahead." "Understood," Amanda replied. She looked down around to find the highest point on a building on this side of town and quickly spotted the remains of a tall building not too far from the camp. "I'm going up there for a better look," she said to Balor, pointing to the building she'd spotted. Balor nodded and beat his great wings once to lift himself skyward. Amanda concentrated and ported over to the highest part of the highest building, appearing on top of the remains of a retaining wall. The brickwork crumbled beneath her weight, but held as she caught her balance. Looking beyond the edge of town, she could see the barbed wire fences of the camp that surrounded lots of squat single-story buildings. On the left-hand side, a train line snaked into the camp through the gates, and Amanda shuddered at the knowledge of what the cargo on those trains was. She knew all too well the horrors the Nazi Party inflicted on the Jews, travelers, and others. Anyone who didn't fit their worldview was fair game. wars like this were magnets for nomads. Gentle Water had told her of the Archons during her training as a young magus in Ireland. The Archons fed on the souls of humans sacrificed to them. The power that these souls gave to the Archons had been slowly waking them from their slumber in the abyss. Magi's souls, especially the powerful ones, worked doubly well. The Archons wanted to return to Earth, to rule humanity as they once did, and any death, corruption, and destruction done in their name furthered their goal. Nomad plans and the depravity that humanity could sink to were often in sync. Seeing the camps like this was a very different experience to reading about it in a textbook or watching a documentary about it. This was humanity at its very worst, and Amanda felt kind of ashamed to belong to the same species as the monsters who slaughtered innocents. From her perch, Amanda could make out a clever and subtle aegis that encased a large central building within the camp. It was the only one that was over a single story high, and it too was surrounded by razor wire fencing. Gotcha. Central building within the camp. Amanda sent through the link. I'm porting there now. Everyone confirmed that they'd heard her before she poured it, appearing inside the fencing that surrounded the building, but just outside its aegis. She peered at the subtle aegis and nodded. It was stronger than it looked. Within seconds, Maria and Raven appeared beside her. This looks encouraging, Maria said. You think Yasmin's in there? Raven asked. Best lead we've had, and everything looks promising, including the resistance we faced out there, Amanda stated, never taking her eyes off the aegis. With a whoosh of air from its mighty wings, Valor swooped in and landed beside the trio of Magi. Okay, Amanda said. Let's encase us and the building in an aegis. We don't want anyone porting out of there. The others agreed and worked their magic in unison, creating and bolstering a huge shield. It didn't need to be too powerful. It was merely to frustrate escape attempts. With that in place, Amanda, Raven, and Maria focused on the aegis beside them. Choosing a spot, they threw everything they had at it over the next few seconds, prizing the aegis apart and creating a hole in the shell that turned into a crack which quickly spread over the whole aegis before it shattered and faded to nothing. Let's go, Amanda said, running towards the building as she conjured several sets of senses inside. She hadn't reached the front door when one of her magical sets of senses spotted Yasmin in an upstairs room. Amanda immediately reached out and ported the whole group. As they appeared, a wave of horrendously powerful magical energy washed over her, making her stumble and nearly lose her balance. Amanda spotted an intricate circle painted on the floor in blood. It was full of runes and other items, while 4 clusters of burning candles dotted the edge of the outer circle. Hovering directly above the circle was a roiling, violent mist that crackled with blue electrical energy, lighting the dark cloud from within. Yasmin, sporting Nazi regalia on her gray shirt, paired with a pencil skirt and tall boots, knelt on the far side of the circle. Green mist surrounded her as she read from the Lazarus scroll, oblivious to their arrival. Amanda scowled as she looked at the dead bodies that surrounded the circle. Had Yasmin summoned an Archon? Whatever it wasn't good, and Amanda wanted that scroll back. She began to stride across the room towards the nomad. Yasmin, Amanda called out. Stop this right. The energy within the floating mist grew even more violent, and an arc of blinding light whipped out. Forking, the light slammed into all 4 of them, sending them flying across the room with yelps and screams. Amanda hit the floor and rolled. Her aegis held, but some of that energy had leaked through, hitting her and burning her skin. The pain was intense. For a moment, she remained crouched in order to catch her breath as she healed her wounds. She looked up in time to see bright green mist rise from the ground as Yasmin continued to mutter incantations. Energy leapt out and surged into Yasmin. The nomad welcomed it, spreading her arms wide as the energy flowed into her, tearing at her shirt as it poured into her chest. As she watched, the green mist around Yasmin began glowing. It rose up around the dark cloud and seemed to grab hold of it. The cloud began to shudder as a bolt of lightning lashed out, slamming into the floor and walls. Part of this room caught fire and furniture was thrown around. The flow of energy into Yasmin increased in strength and speed, glowing brighter. Amanda picked herself up.
"Stay down,"
said a male voice. Amanda looked up to see Dmitriev standing close by with Tatiana. "I don't think so," Amanda replied, getting to her feet.
"As you wish,"
Dmitriev answered and threw a blast of magical energy at her. The strike washed over her aegis, and with a flick of her wrist, she blew it away into the ether with a smile. "It's like that, then, is it?" she asked, and blasted the nomads with an attack of her own, slamming them into the far wall with a crunch. "You stay down," Amanda growled, before refocusing on Yasmin. As she watched, the cloud struggle grew more frantic. Finally, it emitted a blast wave of energy that pushed the green mist away. The cloud folded in on itself, disappearing down to nothing but a small flare of light as the green mist faded, revealing Yasmin sprawled on the floor. Walking over, Amanda glanced back at her friends, who were picking themselves up and moving to follow her. Yasmin looked up. "You found me then?" "Eventually," Amanda answered. Glancing left, she saw Dmitriev get to his feet to watch the conversation. Tatiana still lay on the floor beyond him, awake, but in pain. "Come to get this, did you?" Yasmin asked, holding up the rolled-up Lazarus scroll. "Correct," Amanda answered. "So, if you wouldn't mind." "Take it," Yasmin said, tossing it to her. "I'm done with it, for now." She caught it and briefly examined it. Glancing back at the circle, she looked up at Yasmin again as a question occurred to her. What was that thing? "Do you think we're friends or something?" Yasmin asked. "Do you really think I'm going to hold a friendly conversation with you about how my day has been?" "How has it been?" Yasmin laughed and lay back on the floor.
"Fuck me."
"That's good." Yasmin ported herself to her feet with a snap. "If that makes you happy," Yasmin answered.
"What are you doing? Kill her!"
Dmitriev yelled at Yasmin, sounding frustrated.
"Really, is that any way to treat our guest?"
Yasmin asked.
What are you talking about? She's an Arcadian."
"What of it?"
"What of it? What do you mean, what of it? She came here to stop you."
"Oh, do shut up," Yasmin replied. Magic lashed out and sent the man tumbling. He recovered quickly and pulled himself back up, looking at Yasmin, and then at Amanda and her friends with wild eyes, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
"This is madness,"
he said and stormed out the room. Amanda saw that Balor was about to follow him, but she waved him back down. "No, leave him." Dmitriev had to live. She encountered him a couple of times during her actions in this war, and her younger self would meet him again in the years to come.
"Is he vital to your future as I am?"
Yasmin asked. Amanda turned and looked at the raven-haired woman through narrowed eyes. "Possibly," Amanda said, not wanting to give too much away. Yasmin nodded and gave her a knowing smile that seemed very smug. Amanda shook her head.
"Well, this
has been wonderful," Yasmin exclaimed. "But I really must be on my way, so if you don't mind." Amanda stared at the nomad with gritted teeth, annoyed that there was little she could do to stop her. She would have preferred to destroy her right here and now, but she couldn't. Yasmin was vital to her future, probably in more ways than she knew. She could theoretically capture Yasmin and hold her somewhere, but there was no telling if that would disrupt the timeline. Yasmin probably affected the timeline in many tiny ways that shaped Amanda's past and future, and if she wasn't free to do that, it could have devastating effects on her younger self. Amanda reluctantly stepped back, canceled the outer aegis she had helped create, and watched the nomad nod her farewell before porting away. "Her time will come," Maria, who was standing beside her, said. "I know, but there are times when that day can't come soon enough," Amanda said. Yasmin had caused death and destruction on a scale that Amanda found sickening to even think of, and yet there was little she could do to fight it other than try to frustrate her plans. The time was close, though, and someday soon, Amanda would be able to finally fight back. She was looking forward to that day. 1311 AD, Planet Earth. Amanda and Lux stood over the body of Cade, the nomad who had killed Cyrac. They were on Cade's ship, which was located at the bottom of an undersea trench, having ported here to confront him. He'd been unrepentant and attacked Lux and herself, but he was no match for them both. "I can't believe he's gone," Lux admitted, referring to Cyrac. "He was more than just my apprentice, you know. He was my friend." "I know," Amanda sympathized, knowing there was little she could say to alleviate her pain. "I'm going to need some time. I might stay here, actually." "What? You mean on this planet?" "Why not? We're far enough away from everyone else out here." "Are you sure you want to do this?" "I've had enough of these constant fights against the nomads and of losing people I'm close to. I need to have some time away from all that." Amanda nodded. She understood. "Tell Astrid, please," Lux asked. "I will." Over 600 years later, moving through the murky insides of this crashed, well, he wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't look like anything he'd seen before. It looked like some kind of alien ship that they'd found in a trench on the bottom of the sea. The scuba gear he wore was heavy, but it fed him the air he needed to survive and kept him warm. Moving between the strange consoles and apparatus, through corridors and into other rooms, he stepped up into a pocket of air and up a sloping hallway to where a door blocked further progress. He tried it, and the door opened easily, allowing him entry. It looked like a study with piles of ancient books everywhere. He picked one up and opened it. It was in perfect condition.
"Hey, Cypress, did you find that wizard's books yet?"
asked one of his idiot crew through the comm unit in his ear. They always used that silly nickname they'd come up with for him, all because he was cryptic about their mission.
"I think I might have found Cade's study. I'll start bagging some of this stuff up."
Chapter 19. Closing the Circle, the 1990s.
"So, it is true?"
Gentle Water asked, looking between Amanda and the ominous, floating form of the Weaver. He seemed more than a little worried. "All of it. Everything I've told you is true. I am over 1,000 years old, and yet I have yet to be born, although that time is fast approaching." They were sitting inside Amanda's room in the Red Monastery, deep in the Himalayas, and Gentle Water was looking a good deal younger than when she'd first met him. Seeing him here, in his early 30s, she was reminded that some Magi aged at a more normal rate, and that Gentle Water was one of them. It made her sad, and yet he'd never shown her any clue that it bothered him, now or when she'd known him before traveling back in time. She'd been here, training him for several years now, but she felt the time of her birth was close, and he needed to know the truth. As sometimes happened when she was telling someone of her past and of the time jump, the Weaver had appeared to verify her story. It nearly always settled any questions they had, or washed away any doubt they might harbor that she was telling the truth.
So, I will be your mentor. I teach you magic and martial art.
That's right, just as I have taught you, she said.
You taught me so that I teach you.
Amanda nodded. That's basically it, to be sure, but I wouldn't think about it too much. It'll do your head in, so it will.
It already gave me headache.
Think how I feel, she said and looked up at Gentle Water when he didn't answer. She realized that she was outside of time again. Gentle Water sat motionless, like a statue. Everything else had frozen as well. Even the wind had stopped blowing outside her room. Looking up, the Weaver loomed a little nearer.
We have things to do,
it said. But what about, she said, waving towards Gentle Water.
You shall be returned here following our mission. He will never know you were gone.
Amanda shrugged. She'd learned a long time ago that there wasn't any arguing with a Weaver. If he wanted to do something, then it would be done, no matter what. Sure, why not? Let's go, she said, waving her hands in the air. Ascentia flared in a brief but powerful show of magical strength, and suddenly they were standing on the edge of a very familiar beach. The air was hot, and the palm trees swung lazily in the light but welcome breeze. The atoll? Amanda asked, wanting to be sure that her instincts and magic were right.
Correct,
the Weaver answered and started to float deeper into the island itself, through trees and bushes, until they reached a huge rock that rose from the sandy ground. Amanda knew at once that this was where the time device had been, and yet the door to it was missing. She frowned in slight confusion, but the Weaver just floated in place for a moment. Seconds later, Ascentia surged in temporal magic float, coalescing inside the rock before her, flaring in a light show that made Amanda shield her eyes momentarily. As it faded, she looked back to see the familiar-looking door to the time device set into the rock, exactly where she remembered it. More magic, this time from the Weaver, rushed around her, and suddenly they were standing inside the device itself, which was active. The blue, glowing ball of temporal energy rippled and sparked before them in the center of the chrome room. What's going on? Amanda asked.
Watch,
the Weaver said. Amanda shrugged to herself again. There was no talking to this creature sometimes, she thought. Looking around, Amanda noticed that she and the Weaver were suffused with temporal energy. She wasn't sure exactly why, but she'd learned to trust that the Weaver had her best interests at heart, and she was quite sure he wouldn't attempt to harm her. Without warning, the glowing blue ball of energy flared and then shrank away to nothing as a figure dropped out of it onto the circular, raised section of floor in the middle of the room. Amanda recognized the man immediately. It was Mr. Black. But again, just like when she'd seen him when she'd first traveled back in time, he was young. About 20 years old. He dropped to the floor, gasping for breath.
I've done it. I killed him, I think,
he said. After a few seconds, the young man looked up, confusion on his face. Huh? He grunted, looking around, his eyes wild and filled with questions.
Hey, anyone here?
He asked, turning in a circle. As he looked back around, he looked up and focused on the Weaver and fell backwards.
Whoa! What are you?
The Weaver floated closer to him, looming over Mr. Black, where he sat on the floor, looking increasingly scared.
"I am the Weaver,"
it said.
"What? Oh, the Weaver. You're the thing that helped my family."
"I am,"
it said.
"But where are they? They were all here when I left."
"They never existed,"
the Weaver replied.
"Sorry, what?"
"I aided your family. I answered their cries for help and gave them this device to allow them to free themselves from the bondage that Horlak held them in. But I warned them there would be consequences. Use of this device allowed you to change history and stop Horlak from ever meeting your ancestors. But it set your family on a different path, a path that led them to dying out during the Black Death. Your parents never existed, and neither did you until today."
"You mean they're dead?"
"They were never alive."
"But this is crazy. No, I don't believe it. You can't do this to us. Bring them back."
"I did not cause this. Your actions caused this. I warned them."
"Bring them back."
"I cannot."
"Then I'll do it. Make this thing work. Send me back. Let me save them."
"I cannot, and it will not."
"This is outrageous,"
Mr. Black raved.
"It is what must be, and so is this,"
the Weaver said. Amanda watched as magic flowed out of the Weaver and into Mr. Black. He staggered as his eyes went wide with shock. He clutched his heart and fell to his knees.
"What are you doing to me?"
he stammered. As Amanda watched, she saw the temporal magic take effect and age the 20-year-old about 50 years. His skin grew thin and wrinkled as liver spots appeared on his face and hands. His hair fell out and he thinned down. Mr. Black gasped for breath, where he sat and lifted up a hand to look at it in horror.
"What have you done?"
"You broke cosmic law. You created a paradox that changed history. Think yourself lucky that you're still alive. I have merely aged you 50 years as punishment."
50 years?
Mr. Black asked, incredulous.
"This is insane. You can't do this. Please, Look, I'll do whatever you want me to. Just, please, make me young again."
"What is done cannot be undone,"
the Weaver said as magic flared from him again.
"You will not see me again,"
the Weaver said. Mr. Black seemed to lose sight of the Weaver, although Amanda could still see it. They were apparently invisible to him, or, given the temporal energy that still played through her body, maybe they were slightly out of sync with the time stream.
"Please, come back. Help me. You can't leave me like this,"
he called out. That seemed harsh, Amanda said to the Weaver.
"I was lenient. He should have been erased from history for what he did. But I realized I had a part to play in this. So I bent the rules, as you say."
"Still seems harsh," Amanda said.
"Perhaps, but he will be fine,"
the Weaver said, and magic flared once more. They appeared on the beach of the atoll again and seemed to have jumped forward in time. Mr. Black was out here now, walking down the beach towards the very expensive-looking yachts that were anchored just off the island. They had not been here when Amanda and the Weaver had first arrived, moments ago.
"I brought some of his family's resources over to this new timeline with him,"
the Weaver said. "So, is he from a separate timeline?"
"An alternate timeline within the same universe,"
the Weaver said. "So, not a separate universe, then?"
"The multiverse is real, Amanda, and there are infinite other universes out there. But with each universe, there is a single timeline which usually cannot be branched. The future is not set, but history can, on rare occasions, be changed. If the change is big enough, it creates a paradox, which splits the timeline. This is dangerous and weakens the universe. It is my job to police this universe and its timelines, ensuring the actions of the few don't bring an end to everything.
Wow, Amanda said, mostly to herself. This entity had just confirmed some pretty major theories that would likely baffle humanity for millennia to come, and yet this thing had just come out and told her how the multiverse was structured and what its role in it was. The enormity of the information it had just given her was crazy. As she stood watching Mr. Black struggling to pull one of the small dinghies on the beach into the water, magic flared around her once more, and she found herself in her room in the Red Temple again, in exactly the same position she had been in when the Weaver had frozen time. A heartbeat later, time reasserted itself.
I cannot imagine how you feel,
Gentlewater said.
It must not be easy to live with.
Amanda blinked at her apprentice, having lost her train of thought from their earlier conversation entirely. Yeah, she said.
Are you all right, Master?
Gentlewater asked, looking at her. He then turned to look into the room to where the Weaver had been moments before.
Ah, well, looks like our guest is gone.
Amanda glanced to her left. Yeah, he never stays long, she said with a smile. Seeing Mr. Black's arrival in this timeline seemed to bring things full circle. It had been the first thing she dealt with when the Weaver had sent her back in time, and now she'd seen what had happened when Mr. Black had stepped back through the portal. It also meant that if Mr. Black had impregnated her mother just before he had traveled back in time, then her younger self would be born in around 9 months. Time was growing short, she thought, and it felt like they had a lot to prepare for still. I think our time here's at an end, Amanda said.
Here?
Gentlewater asked. At the temple, we have a lot to prepare for.
Of course, Graceful Phoenix,
he said. She smiled. From now on, outside of these walls, I'm Amanda, and it's time to introduce you to the legacy. 1500 A.D., Sol Prime Station. Amanda stood at the window, looking out over the countless spires of this part of the station, with its graceful lines and white architecture. Ships and skiffs zipped around, moving through the huge space station, while larger capital ships hung in space against the velvet black of interstellar space. Far off, Sol twinkled in the black. It was by far the brightest star that could be seen from here. Thinking what Earth was currently like in its pre-industrial era state, and knowing all this was out here still boggled her mind. I'm thinking of starting a group, Astrid said from behind Amanda. Amanda turned to the room. Astrid stood bolt upright in her fitted gray and black stealth suit, with her shoulder-length blue hair, looking over at Amanda, while Rain Ormond, dressed in loose fabric and glittering jewelry, studied Astrid.
A group? What do you mean, a group?
Like an elite team of Riven and Magi who fight for what's right. We'll offer our services to the Nexus and the dynasties as guards and special forces personnel, but we'll have a code of ethics, and we'll stick to it, she said. Where's this coming from? Amanda asked. It's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I don't know. I just think now's a good time, you know? And I think I could do with some help. Amanda smiled. You want help founding your group of Special Forces operatives? That's right. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll help, Amanda said.
Count me in, too,
Rain said with a smile.
I'll expect a discount on OMEN Dynasty missions, though,
she said with a smile. Chapter 20. Epic Calling. "You're all ready?" Amanda asked Gentlewater.
I think I am ready,
he said.
But it will be strange.
I know, but I have total faith in you. You remember where that clearing is that I showed you, right?
Yes, I practice there every day at same time when you tell me to start,
he said. Amanda smiled. She felt nervous. Today was a big day. You're sure you want to head over there so early? We're a few weeks away from when you need to meet. Well, me, I guess. Gentlewater nodded, his bald head catching the light.
I want time alone. It helped me to separate you from younger you, yes?
He said in his Chinese accented English. Okay, whatever works for you. She pulled him in for a hug. Good luck, she said, and watched her apprentice disappear in a flare of magic. The build-up to today had been huge in her mind. Maybe she was turning it into something it really wasn't, but she couldn't help it. In the weeks and months leading up to today, she looked into her old friend Georgina's family, and there was no family connection to Ireland. At first, she panicked, wondering how on earth Georgina had inherited the cottage in Donegal, Ireland, until she realized that she had been the one to set it up. She'd shaken her head at the realization. Of course she'd set it up. It was just too big a coincidence for it to happen any other way. Working with Royston and the team of Riven the Legacy employed, they soon had everything in place, and Georgina was the sudden benefactor after the death of a long-lost relative that she knew nothing else about and who didn't actually exist. Of course, there had been all the organizing of the people who were in the know about her and her younger self, from the Legacy members, Balor, Royston, Raven, and Gentlewater, through to people like Trevelyan and Stephen Bathory. But everything was now in place, and the next big milestone was just about to be reached.
Are you nervous?
Amanda turned to see Maya standing in the doorway, her pale skin almost glowing in the dusky hallway. Of course, Amanda replied.
It'll be fine, I'm sure,
Maya reassured her.
If the Weaver trusts you, then everyone else should too.
Thanks, Amanda said to her daughter. Maya stepped forward and gave her a hug. Amanda smiled and hugged her back.
Shouldn't you be going?
Yeah, I should, Amanda said. I was just
procrastinating.
Amanda nodded. Go on, go,
Maya said.
Okay, Jesus. I'm going, don't you know? She said in mock exasperation. With a smile, Amanda worked her magic, and with a flare of golden light, she was standing on a New York rooftop. It was nighttime, but the sounds of the city were as loud as ever. Buildings towered all around her, their incandescent lights glowing a yellowy orange with a few white LEDs mixed in. A siren blared several streets away as a helicopter buzzed by in the sky above. Ah, New York. She loved the city. Amanda walked over to one edge of the building and stopped, looking down onto the street below, being careful to stand in the shadow of a water tower to hide her shape. Below, she watched a familiar scene play out from an unfamiliar angle. She could see her younger self down there chatting with Stuart. She remembered the clothes she wore. The thigh-high boots, the red tartan skirt, and the denim jacket over a black lace top. It was bizarre to see herself all those years ago. Looking up, she saw a dark shape on the rooftops opposite, peering over the edge and looking down onto the street below. The dark shape, which she recognized as Horlak, spotted the young Amanda before moving quickly and dropping into an alleyway a little way up the road as her younger self started to walk in that direction. She could spot the glowing pinpricks of red light coming from Horlak's eyes in the shadows of the alleyway. As young Amanda drew level with the scion, he lashed out, grabbed her, and threw her down the alley. She couldn't help but wince as she remembered that night and the pain Horlak inflicted upon her. Up the road, she noticed Stuart, who must have seen Amanda get attacked, begin sprinting up the road and charge into the alleyway, running straight into the back of the great hulking scion. With her enhanced hearing, Amanda could hear the shouting and screaming, but it was being drowned out by the traffic and some emergency vehicles a few streets away. Seconds later, Horlak smashed Stuart into the wall, killing him before he advanced on her younger self. Amanda could feel the buildup of essentia and the feeling of something being pulled, like a balloon that's being squeezed until eventually it pops. With a bright flash in the darkness of the alleyway, her younger self threw lightning at the scion. He resisted for a while, but within moments, his aegis was gone as raw power from her epiphany tore it down before blasting Horlak himself. Back then, she had no idea what she had been doing. She had no idea that she'd broken down his aegis before hitting Horlak himself. There was another flare of magic, astral magic this time, and Horlak was gone. Amanda smiled as she watched young Amanda get up and run deeper into the alleyway, ducking out of sight. Back then, she thought she'd killed him, but she'd learned later that wasn't the case. Instead, somehow, she'd managed to throw Horlak into the abyss, only for Dust Devil to bring him back years later. With the show over, Amanda stepped back, away from the edge of the building. It had finally started, and there was no going back now, but there was still so much to come. Still so much she needed to do, but all in good time. The next step would be to meet up with someone she never really enjoyed the company of, but it needed to be done. There was no getting around it. That would not be just yet, though. Concentrating, Amanda focused on her null realm and crossed over into her lobby. She needed some time alone. It didn't seem like 5 minutes since she'd been standing on this very rooftop, looking down at her younger self getting attacked by Horlak, and now she was here again, but this time to meet someone else. As she watched, Essentia flared in her magical sight, and Yasmin popped into existence in the alleyway below. Amanda grimaced. It had been a while since she'd last seen her, and she wasn't sure if Yasmin would make it here, but it seemed that the information about the attack in the alleyway had indeed reached Yasmin's ears. The Inquisition had investigated and pinpointed the alleyway where the attack had taken place, and now Yasmin knew that information as well. Amanda knew it would only be a matter of time before she showed up, and sure enough, she soon did. Magic flared again as Yasmin investigated the site of the attack. At least, she seemed genuinely interested in what had happened. Amanda worked magic of her own and poured it into the alleyway, just a few meters from Yasmin.
"Good evening, Amanda,"
Yasmin said without looking around. "Is it?"
"For me, it is,"
Yasmin answered. "I bet.
"It was you, wasn't it? This was where you had your epiphany, right?"
Amanda smiled. "Correct." Yasmin smiled at her briefly.
"So, you have things to tell me, places I need to be, right?"
"The children are being held in a police station in London," Trevelyan told Royston. "We deal with this usually, but we all know this isn't a normal situation." "That's putting it mildly," Royston said before turning to Amanda.
Things were going well so far, she thought. It had been a year since her epiphany, and now her younger self was a fully fledged magus and had arrived here in the Legacy House in Paris not long ago. She'd already been on a mission with Raven to a magic shop in London where they'd encountered Angel and the kids Liz, Fran, Stephen, and Ben, who were now in possession of the golden tablet that she'd planted in that Egyptian tomb so many years ago. It had been a dig sponsored and monitored by Yasmin that had found it, drawn to it by the dead magic zone that was there before Horlak had escaped, killed everyone, and fled the tomb, leaving the golden book to be found by a passing local. It had eventually ended up on the black market and been bought by Stephen. All the dominoes were falling into place, she thought, marveling at the way things were coming together. So, the younger me, she's off looking at the tomb. They were closing the circle there too, giving her younger self the information she needed to make sure that Horlak and the book were in the right place.
That's right,
Royston confirmed. When she's back, send Raven off to rescue those children. Ask if she wants to go with him. She will, by the way.
This would normally be handled by more senior magi,
Royston noted. She'll cope, and she needs to build her relationship with Liz.
Okay, I'll brief Raven,
Royston said. Amanda smiled. I'll be watching. 1511 AD. Sirius System.
So, what do you think?
Rain asked. Amanda stood to one side of her friend, and sometimes lover, looking out over the nearby planet and its orbiting moon. The binary stars of the Sirius system burned brightly in the black, with one of them being significantly bigger and brighter than the other.
I think that moon is perfect,
Astrid said.
The planet's settled, correct?
That's right, but not heavily,
Rain said.
There's a central capital city known as Silver City on Sirius Alpha.
And the moon? Amanda asked.
Canis. It's relatively untouched. There's been some mining, but not much,
Rain said. Sounds like the perfect place for a base, Amanda said.
On the moon?
Astrid asked. Or in it, Amanda suggested.
In it? I like it.
Chapter 21. Shadows of Darkness. Amanda's magic flared, and she appeared in one of the rooms of her brownstone in New York.
Whoa,
Raven said, turning to her in surprise, wearing only a towel. He must have just climbed out of the shower.
Geez, don't do that.
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. I was just curious to know how things are going with, young me, Amanda said. She still hadn't settled on the way to refer to her younger self. Everything she tried always felt clunky and strange, but she guessed it wouldn't be for too much longer.
Oh, sure. I was fairly sure it was the older you, but you're so similar. It can be difficult to tell sometimes.
Amanda smiled. Sorry.
No problem. So anyway, yeah, the move to New York went well, and Lucian has already put in an appearance. He didn't attack us, though.
Amanda smiled. I have been putting things into place, so no, he shouldn't attack. Not right away anyway, she said, thinking back to her recent chat with Yasmin about how to deal with Lucian. She might be a nomad, but she did have her uses.
Good. We didn't need that happening right away.
Be careful, though. He'll still cause you trouble.
I'd expect nothing less,
Raven said. Are you okay?
It's all a little strange, having two of you around. The younger you seems to be interested in me, which is just bizarre, you know?
You're not in a relationship with me, Raven. We mess around, but we're not monogamous. You can be with her, too, you know.
I know, but it's just strange. Also,
I'm kind of scared I'm going to say something I shouldn't, you know? Pillow talk and all that. Oh, okay. I see. I understand. Well, do whatever you feel comfortable doing, but you're right. It's imperative that this all goes smoothly, so best be careful. Wouldn't want you revealing too much, now would we? Stepping up to Raven, she pulled his towel from his waist and dropped it to the floor. With a thought and a working of magic, Amanda's clothes fell away. You don't need to worry about that with me, though, she whispered to him as she reached around and took hold of his bum and pulled him in. I guess not. You're getting dressed. Where are you going? Amanda asked. What? You want more? Raven asked. Can you blame me? She said, waving at his body as he stood there in just his underwear. So what am I supposed to say to that? There was a knock at the door. Raven looked at the door and then back to her. Well, go on then. Get the door and then jump back in here with me. I'm not finished with you yet, she said. You're insatiable, he said and pulled a sheet from the floor to wrap around his waist. She giggled as he opened the door, smiling back at her before turning to look out at who had knocked. No bother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, said a voice that was both familiar and strange-sounding from the corridor outside. It was her younger self, and she'd known this was going to happen today, which is why she'd come to see Raven. It was so strange to hear her own voice as others heard it, and wow, she really sounded Irish. Her accent had mellowed through the centuries, but she could still slip back into it whenever she needed. She watched as Raven stared out through the door, his smile fading before he finally spoke. No, you're okay. It's not a problem, but I'm sorry, I can't invite you in. I have company. The voice outside finished for him. I understand. Amanda heard the sound of receding footsteps and knew that her younger self had walked away. Raven shut the door behind him and looked back at her. She held her hand over her mouth, smiling and enjoying his discomfort, her eyebrows raised. That was close, he said. She nodded and dropped the hand from her mouth, revealing the smile. Certainly was, she said knowingly. You weren't worried she might see you? Nope. No, I guess not. He smiled at her before he put his hands on his hips and dropped the towel. Well, Monsieur Raven, where were we? She said enticingly and flung the bedsheet that had been covering her away, revealing herself to him. Aroused, he climbed onto the bed as he dropped his underwear and descended into her embrace again, her arms and legs wrapping around him as she pulled him into her, moaning in delight. 1514 A.D., Canis, moon of Sirius Alpha. Amanda moved towards the edge of the gantry and looked down through the enormous shaft that she, along with Rain and Astrid, had already hollowed out of the moon. Lower down, the walls were still just sheer rock, but up here, near the north pole of the moon, there was already walkways and gantries running around the edge, while long corridors led off into the rock, leading to rooms of all shapes and sizes. I love it, Astrid said, moving up to stand next to Amanda as they looked out over the colossal feat of engineering they had already completed. And I'm happy to help, Amanda said. Will you be involved in the wraiths at all? We'd love to have you. So you're settled on that name, are you? Amanda asked. Astrid had been working through a series of names for this elite group of personnel she was planning to create, and the race had been one she kept coming back to. I think so. I like it. Well, sure, I'll be involved. I've helped you this far. I can't help you run the thing. That's not really my style. I prefer to have a small coven of my own, but I'll be there if you need me for anything. Excellent. Thank you. Astrid smiled. Any help is wonderful. You are one of the founders of the group, after all. To be sure, Amanda replied, pleased that Astrid had finally found something to concentrate on since Lux had decided to stay on Earth. Astrid had been melancholy for a while over that, and seemed to almost be mourning the loss of her friend, so to see her bright and happy again was wonderful.
Chapter 22.
Black Dawn. The dust of the Arizona desert whipped up around Amanda as she appeared out of thin air. It was the middle of the night, as she stood on the edge of a dusty road that cut through the dry wilderness. Next to her, a small ramshackle hut, made from brick and wood, which looked like it might collapse under its own weight at any moment, stood like a lonely sentinel in the night. There was no aegis in place around the outbuilding, but she could sense the magical signature coming from within, dampening the sound around her so as not to cause a disturbance. She walked up to the door of the hut and pulled it open. Inside, where she knew he would be, was the nomad that went by the name Dust Devil. She'd been tracking him for a while, knowing this moment would come, and tonight was the night. He lay asleep on a wood-framed bed, wearing a tan leather coat, but with his wide-brimmed cowboy hat placed on the cabinet beside him. The man was a mess. She guessed he'd not had a wash for quite some time. Reaching out into her null realm, Amanda poured the Lazarus scroll into her hand and placed it gently on the cabinet next to his hat. The remnants of a poorly maintained aegis surrounded the nomad. Taking her time, she carefully pried it open as gently as she could, before quickly reaching in and using her magic to take hold of the man's mind, making sure he stayed asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief now that she had control over him, and implanted a series of memories about what he'd been doing recently, including killing an Arcadian he didn't know in order to steal the Lazarus scroll. She then gifted him enough knowledge to use the Lazarus scroll in the way she needed him to. Finally, she gave him a singular drive, a goal of freeing Horlak from the etheric realm, along with the knowledge that there was a pooling northwest of here. She checked over her work before withdrawing her magic from his mind and stepping back. Job done, she muttered to herself before stepping out of the hut and closing the door behind her. Things were moving quickly, and this was just the latest thing she had to do to make sure things progressed as they needed to. While she was out and busy, making sure everything was going as planned, she remembered she had someone else to see and thought now would be as good a time as any. Concentrating, Amanda worked her magic and poured it nearly halfway around the world, appearing in a wood-paneled lobby. Leather chairs surrounded a couple of low, decoratively carved mahogany tables. Close by, behind a polished wooden desk, sat a smartly dressed man, one of the receptionists the place employed. Amanda glanced over at the chairs to her left to see another man in a suit smoking a pipe. The green leather chair creaked as he shifted and looked up at Amanda. He nodded at her and then at the receptionist. He was a magus on guard duty, but Amanda had been through here many times over the years and knew the people who stood sentry well enough by now. When she walked up to the desk, the receptionist looked up and smiled.
Miss Page, lovely to see you again.
How may I be of service? The young man asked. He was dressed in a fine tailored suit and very well turned out. I'd like to see Trevelyan, please, Amanda asked.
Of course. I'll ring through and see if he's available. If you wouldn't mind taking a seat over there,
he said, waving towards the empty circle of chairs on the opposite side of the room as the magus who was on guard. She followed the man's directions, took a seat in the chairs as asked, and looked out through the window at the London streets. It was cold out there, and people moved about in coats and hats to warm themselves against the crisp November air. She waited for a little over 5 minutes, watching people walk past this small, unimportant-looking building in the heart of London, unaware of its magical nature. The world had come a long way over the course of the last 1,000 years. Now, half the people out there were looking at their smartphones as they walked the streets, talking to friends and family around the world, keeping up with events on other continents, listening to thousands of hours of songs, or enjoying the latest episode of Game of Thrones. Things had changed so much, she thought, and yet it was good to be back in a time period she recognized. She was so close to the moment that her younger self would travel back in time. Things were coming together quickly. The stakes were high, and she hoped she hadn't screwed anything up.
"Amanda, it's lovely to see you,"
Trevelyan said from close by. She looked up to see the kind face of the Archmagus looking down at her as he approached. Amanda stood and smiled. Trevelyan wore his salt and pepper hair short, with a trimmed and well-maintained beard. He wore his usual layers of mystical-looking coats over a tunic and breeches that were tucked into tall boots and secured with a few belts.
"What brings you here today? I wasn't expecting a visit,"
he said. "I know. Can we talk somewhere private?"
"Of course,"
he said.
"Follow me."
He led her into a back room and through another doorway, wreathed in flux magic. Stepping through, as she had many times before, they shifted to one of the Albion's null realms, which, like many coven houses, were used as a security buffer. Taking a left, they passed through another doorway and shifted back into the material world. The corridor beyond was several meters wide, stone-walled and lined with doors. Rugs were spaced evenly along the hall, and intricate tapestries hung from the walls, giving the place a medieval feel. Amanda's keen etheric senses placed her around 300 miles west of the coast of Cornwall and over 1,000 feet beneath the sea on the Pendragon Escarpment. Trevelyan's magic flared, and they were both ported to a cozy, well-appointed office. She'd been here many times through the centuries. It was Trevelyan's main office in Lyonesse, the Albion's main coven house. She'd not seen much of the building, mainly because Trevelyan took pains to make sure he wasn't parading Amanda through the corridors in front of the other Magi, who might wonder who she was. But she looked out through the windows of the room she'd been in to see the scale of the building. Lyonesse was a vast, sprawling, underwater castle in the Albion's main base. They had smaller places, such as the office in London, dotted around the UK, many of which were linked to Lyonesse in some way, but this was their primary coven house. Trevelyan offered her a seat and a drink. She sat on the leather sofa and took a glass of water, sipping it as Trevelyan settled into a worn leather seat beside her.
"So, tell me, what brings you to the Albion today?"
he asked. "I need you to do something," she said.
"With you or your younger self?"
Amanda smiled at the fact that he had a good idea of why she was here. "With my younger self," she said.
"But of course, how can I help?"
"Young Amanda will be throwing a celebration in New York shortly. You will be invited, and during the ball, I need you to show her something."
"Like what?"
"I need you to take her to Ultimate Thule and show her the original prophecy of Helene, and then to be honest about who you think it relates to, and your personal belief in this person."
"In you, you mean?"
"Yeah, in me," she smiled.
"I see."
Trevelyan nodded and sat back in his seat with a sigh.
"So, the time is nearly upon us. The truth of the prophecy will be revealed."
Amanda nodded. He was right. And she could remember that day like it was yesterday. She could remember the red dress she wore, the fantastic feeling of looking up at Saturn from its moon Enceladus, where Ultimate Thule is located, and then seeing the prophecy and hearing Trevelyan tell her he thought it was talking about her. It was a moment she would not soon forget. Even now, centuries later.
"This is a critical time," Trevelyan stated. "How do you think the council will react?"
She looked up at him. "There'll be a period of adjustment. There'll be those who challenge it, but that's to be expected."
"And young Amanda, how will she react?"
Feeling confident that everything would work out, she smiled. "She'll be just fine." So far, everything had been going as planned. Amanda stood on the rear open deck of the Arcady that hung invisible to any ground telescopes or sensors in geosynchronous orbit above New York. The ball had been a success, and Trevelyan had done as she had asked, giving her younger self a guided tour of Ultimate Thule and showing her the prophecy of Helene. But there was so much more still to come, and the next phase would require a little nudge to set in motion. She'd been tracking Dust Devil, following his progress across the desert in Arizona as he walked towards the Palo Verde nuclear power station and the confrontation that would happen there. He was there now, finally, and it was time for her younger self to pay Dust a visit and finally meet her father. Concentrating, Amanda worked her magic and sent her senses down into the vast mansion that Maya owned and lived in on Long Island, New York. She found her soon enough, and with another quick working, poured it down from her ship into one of the dark, moonlit rooms to see Maya walking across it. Her floor-length black dress made her look like a living shadow. Maya stopped, apparently sensing Amanda's arrival, and turned to face her.
"Hello, Mother. To what do I owe the pleasure?"
Maya asked, her bright white face almost glowing in the reflected half-light of the moon, her blood-red lips glistening. "It's time to head into the desert," Amanda said. "Mr. Black is making his move for the Lazar Scroll, which means you need to take Amanda and capture the scroll before they do." "When? Now?" Amanda nodded. "Right now," she said with finality. "Yes, Mother," Maya said with a smile. Amanda raised her eyebrows at the comment, but smiled at Maya's spiky sense of humor. "The nomad there has the Lazarus Scroll, and he's summoning Horlak back to the material world. Mr. Black is already on his way, and he's looking to take the scroll for himself."
"Horlak? So he didn't die in that alleyway then?"
"No, he didn't."
"What do you need to happen?"
"Young Amanda needs to meet her father. That's paramount. And survive, obviously. But other than that, you can handle this however you choose."
"Okay, good. As I have some unfinished business with Horlak."
"Of course," Amanda nodded. "Young Amanda set up a mental link to you, right?"
"Yes."
"Then use that. Get her to port you there."
"I'll bring her here, but meet her outside," Maya said.
Amanda nodded and let Maya go before moving to one of the windows. Moments later, as she looked out over the courtyard, she saw Maya walk outside, only to be joined by her younger self as she appeared out of nowhere. They talked for a few seconds before Sentia flared again and they were gone. "Good luck," Amanda whispered before working her magic and porting away. 1517 AD, Sirius Alpha. "You always bring me to the nicest places," Amanda quipped, mirth in her voice.
"You deserve nothing less,"
Rain replied as they walked through a dark, rain-soaked street. People walked back and forth, but kept their distance from the pair of Magi. It was cold and wet, but neither of these things bothered them. Rain had expanded her aegis and adjusted it to keep the rain off them. Meanwhile, Amanda's own magic kept her body warm. "Do you know where you're going?" Amanda asked.
"Yeah, he's in here,"
Rain said and walked over to one of the bars that lined the street. Moving inside, Amanda paused on the threshold and scanned the bar. Everyone in the room turned to look at them. A Dynasty member like Rain was not hard to spot. Her magic made her clothing trail sparkles and float while other parts of her outfit hovered around her. She didn't always dress like this, but she wanted to make an impression today, so she played up the look of a dynasty magus. Rain spotted who she was looking for and walked over to a nearby table with a single patron. The man looked like he was in his 40s, although he could effectively be any age. Regular human lifespans were very much a thing of the past out here in the cosmos. He didn't look up, though, and stared at the glass on the table before him. Rain waited a moment, and then, with a quick working of magic, telekinetically picked up the glass and threw the half-finished drink over the man. Amanda stepped back in surprise. The man roared, stood up, and kicked the table away before he looked up at Rain. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide and his jaw slack as he stared at her. 2 seconds later, he seemed to remember himself and snapped to attention.
Miss Ormond,
he said.
My apologies. I had no idea.
Rain had raised a single finger to silence him.
General Malix, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Rain greeted him.
I'd like to talk to you about a job.
Chapter 23. Infinity's Edge. Thank you for coming. Amanda addressed the assembled Magi. Trevelyan, Stephen Bathory, Israel Roth, Count St. Germain, and Maya were all present, along with another council member who, on Trevelyan's recommendation, had been brought into the fold and knew what was happening.
How can we be of help?
Trevelyan asked. Right now, my younger self has found herself in something of a situation. She's been seduced by Yasmin into an intimate encounter, one that has been recorded by a Magi Legion spy. The Legion has taken it upon themselves to take Amanda into custody, along with Liz and Gentle Water. They're hoping to extract a confession out of her and discredit her, or me, I suppose.
And you want us to help?
So far, we've never really stepped in and forced our hand. We've been able to gently nudge and direct things from afar, but it's going to take some serious clout to dissuade the Legion from this course of action. So, for the first and only time, we will be stepping in to make sure things proceed as they should.
You're sure about this? We've never taken direct, overt action before,
Trevelyan said. Tomorrow, my younger self will travel back in time with the aid of the Weaver, so it won't make much difference if we do this today, as we only have one more day of this ruse to go. It's tomorrow, Maya asked from where she stood behind Amanda. Maya had come to the Arcady to warn Amanda that her younger self had been taken by the Legion, but Amanda had been watching things closely. She knew what had happened and had made plans accordingly. Tomorrow, Amanda confirmed, looking back at Maya with a smile. It's gone so quickly. I had no idea we were so close. I know, Amanda replied, but we're not there yet. Turning back to the group of powerful Magi standing before her, Amanda smiled. So, can you help?
Of course. Tell us where we need to go and what we need to do, and we'll see to it.
Well, no need. I'll be coming with you, she said.
Coming with us? Stephen asked. But she'll see you.
I won't look like this, of course, she said and concentrated on her magic once more. Her features shifted slightly, changing her appearance, although there was still a resemblance, and then her long hair changed from a deep, bright burgundy red to a pure snow white. You can call me Alice White. Alice? Okay, where did that come from? Maya asked. I'll tell you later, she said, remembering it was the name on her fake passport, the one she bought just after her epiphany and used to travel back from New York to Ireland on, to be with Georgina. We need to get moving. I'll make a stop at the house in New York for you to pick up Yo and Maria. Trevelyan, you'll need to take the lead on this. If anyone asks, I'm a member of your coven, okay? Trevelyan smiled. Of course. Concentrating, Amanda used her magic and returned her hair and features back to her true appearance. Thank you all so much for being so supportive and for playing your parts so well. I don't think it could have gone better, really, Amanda said. Do you think the Legion will follow up with anything? Maya asked. Forrest and his coven are like a dog with a bone. I don't think that will be the last time they try something, but I have a few ideas about how to stop them. I'm a little older and wiser now. And more powerful, Maria said. Sure, that helps, Amanda agreed. So, tomorrow is the day, and we can finally tell Liz and Yo and the others what's been going on, Maya said. Right, it'll be a huge relief to end this deception, Amanda said. Do you know what your next steps are? What you're going to do? I have some ideas, Amanda said. What about Yasmin? Raven asked. Don't worry, she's a top priority. I can't let her keep the Lazarus Scroll. She's after one thing, more power. And when she does finally learn that my younger self has traveled back in time, I fear it might be open season. You're going to take the initiative then? Raven asked. You're damn right I am, but I don't want to think about that too much today. Today is about celebrating the successful completion of our mission. They all raised their glasses and toasted their success. In some way, it was kind of bittersweet that it was all finally coming to an end. As much as there had been a significant risk that things might have gone wrong these past few years, all this cloak and dagger work had been fun. She'd missed knowing what was going to happen, and she wasn't looking forward to seeing what Yasmin would do once she was aware of the situation, but she still had time. She'd been careful to make sure that Yasmin didn't know the exact date that she traveled back in time, and she certainly wouldn't be the one to come out and tell her. But there were things she needed to do. Some of them might be fairly public things. And when she finally did take the initiative in the fight against Yasmin, it would quickly become abundantly clear that the gloves were off. Eventually, her friends left the Arcady, but Amanda asked Trevelyan to stay behind. They'd been here for a while, chatting, drinking, enjoying each other's company, and it was well into the following day on the earth below, the terminator between night and day having long since passed by. You wanted to speak to me? Trevelyan asked as he walked over. I did. Thank you for yesterday. I couldn't have done it without you. It's what friends are for. Although having the Weaver show up and scare Forest Ward like that was a stroke of genius. I wish I knew that was going to happen, but the Weaver keeps his own counsel on when he shows up. Of course he does. So, I'm afraid I have another favor to ask of you. One last task to end this. Of course, you need only ask, he replied with a warm smile. The Inquisition is on the atoll at the time device. You need to ask Amanda and Yo to go there and stop them. Feel free to embellish it however you like, and make it seem like this came from you, of course. But this will be the catalyst that triggers the Weaver to step in. Then consider it done. Thank you, Trevelyan. You've been amazing, so you have. Always a pleasure, he said, smiling at her, before porting away from the ship. Amanda sighed. That was it. It was over. There was nothing more she could do. She walked out onto the rear exterior deck and leaned against the handrail, looking down at the earth far below. Reaching out with her will, she adjusted the course of the ship, getting it to turn about and head west towards the atoll. She wanted to see the exact moment when the Weaver took her away, and besides, Yo would likely need a little help getting off the island. 1519 AD, Canis, Moon of Sirius Alpha.
The first recruits,
Astrid said. Amanda smiled as she looked down at the small group of men and women standing in formation below. They were positively dwarfed by the huge hangar that surrounded them, but they had to start somewhere. General Malix stood before them, no longer looking like the scruffy drunk they had found in a bar on Sirius Alpha. Hopefully, the first of many for you, Amanda replied.
I have full confidence in you,
Rain added from the other side of Astrid. Me too, Amanda agreed. Those nomads won't know what's hit them. Chapter 24. Everything Cyclical, the Atoll. Floating a few thousand feet above the atoll, Amanda used her keen vision and a little magic to zoom in and watch the events on the beach. She'd been here before, not too long ago, to watch the strange bolt of energy that had marked her with her curious tattoo. She left the scene none the wiser for seeing it, though. She still had no idea what it had been or where it had come from. The island had settled into its new formation following the nuclear blast that had happened there, with the central island surrounded by a ring of tiny islands that formed the edge of the crater. The sea within the ring was a luscious aqua blue, and sea life was slowly returning to it. Her younger self and the legacy had been careful to remove all radioactive fallout that had resulted from the explosion. As she watched, there was a brief flare of essentia as her younger self and Yo appeared on the beach. They started to run towards the source of the temporal magic that was coming from the time device, only for her younger self to suddenly disappear as the Weaver took her. Yo skidded to a stop and looked around, confused as to where she'd gone. Amanda smiled, finding his confusion somewhat sweet, but she didn't want to leave him hanging there for too long. With little more than a thought, Amanda brought the Arcady around and down, through the thin cloud cover to the island. She canceled the stealth magic that hid the ship, ported herself onto the bow, and looked down. After another moment or two, Yo looked up and saw the ship floating down out of the sky. His aegis flared as he pumped essentia into it, until he saw her standing on the front of the ship. His face was something of a picture, and she couldn't help smiling at the look of shock that crossed his features. With a quick working, she sent a link pulse through to his mind, which he opened quickly.
Amanda, is that you?
Hey, what's the crack?
But, what is this? Where did you go to? You've changed your clothes, and this ship...
Okay, hold your horses. I'll explain everything, but I have something to do first, she said as the Arcady slowly dropped into the water, its body shifting and transforming to look more like a nautical vessel as Amanda ported from the ship to the beach, appearing beside Yo.
The Inquisitors,
Yo asked.
What did we do about them?
I'll deal with them. You wait here, please, she said with a smile.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
Amanda winked at him, and with a brief working of magic, floated up into the sky and over the trees towards the massive rock in the center of the island that housed the device. Already multitasking her mind, Amanda sent a set of senses into the device to see the small group of crusaders she defeated in 750 AD stumble out of the portal and into the room, looking a little worse for wear. Mary Damask was there, as well as 4 other Inquisitors, who were now attending to the 4 Crusaders who just returned from their failed mission. Only Mary and one of the other Inquisitors appeared to be Magi, and only Mary had any sort of noticeable power level. Amanda turned her attention to the Inquisitor team that sat or stood outside the device, waiting for orders or hoping to hear about the mission. They were all initiated Riven, and apart from a few magical weapons, such as essentia-charged swords, they were mostly mundane. Amanda sent out a low-level pulse of magic designed to disrupt their neural activity and knock them out. She watched them all fall to the ground. The time device was hardened against this kind of magic, though, so she knew everyone inside of it would still be conscious. Imposing her will on the local Essentia again, she reached into the device with her magic and took hold of the 7 ribbon, porting them outside before knocking them unconscious as well, while she slowly floated down from the sky. While she was still a good 10 feet off the ground, Mary ran outside, followed by the other female magus. Mary came up short as she emerged and saw Amanda floating down amongst the sea of unconscious crusaders and inquisitors littered across the sand.
"Amanda!"
Mary growled. "Mary," Amanda answered. "I don't think we've been properly introduced."
"You killed them all,"
Mary accused her, looking at the unmoving bodies. "Not quite. They're merely taking a little nap. If you'll bear with me one moment, though, I have something to attend to," Amanda said, working her magic and reaching out to the rock and time device inside it. She conjured a small but powerful gravity well inside the device. As she watched, the machine and the rock it was embedded in collapsed in on themselves with a deafening crack. For a moment, a huge ball of floating rock crunched and cracked until she canceled the effect and the debris fell to the floor in a pile of rubble. Amanda suddenly remembered the way the Inquisitor's time bubble disappeared in a somewhat chaotic way back in 750 AD, after throwing them back through it. She guessed she knew why the bubble disappeared the way it had now. Mary and the other magus watched in slack-jawed wonder as Amanda worked her magic. With the device destroyed, they turned back to Amanda with concern on their faces. "Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting you. Unless you insist, of course," Amanda said.
"What do you want, witch?"
Mary asked. "Witch? Well, I guess I am, I suppose."
"Don't play games with me."
"Why not? It's fun. You take everything so seriously."
"This is serious. You're a threat, a danger to the flock, to God's chosen."
"You know, I'm really not, but I'm getting a little bored of the semantics here. You're like a stuck record, you know that."
"I'll be the judge of who's a threat or not. You have caused too much pain and suffering already with your antics. It falls to us to take you to task,"
Mary snapped. "You know, I really think you have me mixed up with someone else, because that doesn't sound like me at all. But I really don't want to stand here all day arguing with you about this stuff. I have other things I want to do. So, you'll have to excuse me, but," she said and threw as much Essentia as she could at the Inquisitors. The second Inquisitor's shield fell quickly, but Mary's resisted for a little longer. Knocking out the younger magus, Amanda concentrated on Mary alone, who reached down to the body of the nearest crusader and drew his sword before she charged Amanda. Adding a quick kinetic strike to her attack, Amanda knocked Mary sprawling. She fell and rolled prone as Amanda threw more Essentia strikes at her. She watched as Mary's aegis faltered and finally collapsed. Reaching in with little in the way of resistance, she knocked Mary out as well. Fighting Inquisitors was always interesting. They seemed to dislike using their magic and always seemed hamstrung by their belief that the magic they were using was a miracle or a gift from God, not to be squandered. She had, of course, stood against a few who were not quite like that and were freer with their use of magic, but they weren't common. Looking around at the unconscious bodies, it felt like they weren't really prepared for this mission, or, at least, they weren't prepared for an attack by a magus. She wondered how things were for Mary at the moment, and how this mission fit into her world and the goals of the Disciples of the Cross. She made a mental note to look into things a little more and see what the situation was inside the Vatican. There was one more thing to do now that she'd ended the threat of the paradox. Reaching out, she started to port the bodies of the Inquisitors to the other side of the world, to a secluded beach she had picked out on the coast of Italy, not too far from Rome. They all appeared there safely and would soon wake up to find themselves close to home. It was the work of a few moments and was soon completed. Looking around at the now empty ground, she smiled to herself. It was done. Over. Finished. The circle had been closed, and from here on out, she no longer needed to worry about any paradoxes or messing up the timeline. She could also stop hiding from the Magi community and tell her friends the truth. It was like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She felt like jumping around or shouting in relief. In fact, fuck it, she thought, and screamed at the top of her lungs. It was a whoop of joy, a yell of pure pleasure, and she couldn't help the huge grin that spread across her face. Feeling lighter than air, she walked down to the beach, almost skipping with joy. She saw Yo coming towards her.
Are you okay? I heard a yell.
She giggled. To be sure, everything's just grand, my friend. Just grand.
Oh, well, good,
he said, giving her a curious look. Are you okay? Amanda asked.
Of course. It's just that you seem different somehow. I'm not sure how, but yeah, I can't put my finger on it. Something happened. Where did you disappear to?
Amanda snickered. Well, yes, I think I probably am a little different. Look, I have a lot to tell you. You and Liz, actually, but I can give you some basic details now.
Oh, okay. But are you sure everything is okay, Amanda-san?
For the first time in a long time, yes, everything is wonderful. Come on, walk with me. We'll have a paddle. Amanda suggested as she pulled off her sneakers and socks. Yo followed suit, leaving his shoes with Amanda's on a nearby rock as they walked arm in arm into the surf and started to wander slowly along the edge of the beach. Now, some of what I'm about to tell you might seem a little incredible, but it's the truth, she said as they walked, the wind picking at her hair as seawater lapped gently around her feet. Chapter 25. Epilogue. Where had Amanda gone? Liz thought as she wandered through the house. She'd been here a short time ago with Yo, but now she was nowhere to be found. She wandered through to the back and into the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of water. She took a few sips, enjoying the cool, life-giving liquid. She was aching a little from her ordeal with the Magi Legion, something she was still reeling from. The idea that Arcadian Magi, people who should be on their side in the war against the nomads, could do this to them still shocked her. She wondered if she needed a break from New York. She'd been thinking about visiting London sometime soon and visiting some of her old haunts. It had been a while. She finished her drink and went back through to the front hall. It was clear that she was home alone for the moment, so she figured she might as well relax for a bit in her room. As she neared the front door, a sudden bang sounded from it, as if it had been hit from the outside. She looked up, confused for a moment, until she felt the energy from the aegis that surrounded the house intrude on her senses. It was like it was flaring up or something. There was an intense pressure building up in the aegis. Liz felt sure she knew what it was and pumped Essentia into her own personal aegis as she backed off from the door, wondering what was about to make an entrance. Then the aegis fell, shattering and disintegrating to nothing. The door smashed open with a force that took it off its hinges. Splinters flew as Liz raised an arm to protect herself. Outside, a dark figure stood in a long, hooded cape. She strode purposely into the house, showing off bare legs covered in polished animal bones that had been wrapped around them. Once inside the door, the figure threw her cloak over her shoulders and pulled down the hood. The woman beneath was dark-skinned with dreadlocks and a face painted like a skull with bone-white paint and the occasional red embellishment. She actually wore very little clothing other than a loincloth made from finger bones and an animal skull on her crotch. She accented this with other bones and ivory, such as ribs and tusks, which had been tied to her body in various places, almost like armor. Liz recognized her right away, even though she'd never actually met the woman before. Her name was Nymeria, the Voodoo Queen, and she was one of the most powerful nomads on the planet. Liz stepped back as a gut-wrenching fear took hold of her body, but Nymeria just strode on in, heading right for her.
"Come here, little flower,"
the nomad said, and magic flared. A kinetic blast rammed into her from behind, knocking her back towards the invader. Stumbling as her aegis flared, Liz caught her balance and fueled her aegis, boosting its power. Nymeria's magic reached out, lifted her up off the ground, and slammed her into the wall. Her aegis cushioned the blow, but it still hurt. She wanted to get out of here as quickly as she could, but before Liz could attempt to pour it away, a new aegis sprang up around the house, with them both inside it. She cursed under her breath.
"You're not getting away that easily,"
Nymeria threatened her. Liz frowned but stayed silent. She didn't want to give the nomad the pleasure of engaging with her.
"Not the talkative type. Well, we'll have to see about that,"
she said as Liz sensed a sentia building up around the nomad. Nymeria lowered her chin and smiled.
"Now, little one, I have one question for you. Think carefully before answering. Mind, as it will affect how I treat you. But my question is simple. Where is Amanda?"
The end. This has been MAGI Odyssey, Book 5 of the MAGI Saga series. Performed by Vicky Ring. Copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. Audio copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. You can find more books by Andrew Dobell by visiting andrewdobellauthor.com.